pido, por favor, tomar ubicación. Y antes de iniciar este encuentro, les pido también poner en silencio los celulares. Muchas gracias. Autoridades, señoras y señores, muy buenos días. Damos inicio a la jornada científica de infección e inmunidad desde la ciencia básica a la innovación. Damos la bienvenida y saludamos especialmente a las autoridades, señor Guillermo Marshall, prorector de la Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile y presidente del consorcio BMRC, señor Nicolás Grau, ministro de Economía, Fomento y Turismo, el honorable senador señor Francisco Chaguán, miembro de la Comisión de Desafíos del Futuro, Ciencia, Tecnología e Innovación del Senado, la señora Alejandra Pizarro, directora de ANID en representación de la ministra señora Aysén Echeverry, quien no pudo lamentablemente acompañarnos esta mañana, la señora Silvia Díaz, presidenta del Consejo Nacional de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación para el Desarrollo, CTCI, y exministra de Ciencias, el señor Julio Jiménez, Clinical Education Manager de Abbott, el doctor Alexis Kalergis, director del Instituto Milenio en Inmunología e Inmunoterapia y BMRC, la doctora Anaí Urquiza, directora de Innovación de la Universidad de Chile. De manera muy especial, saludamos al señor Pedro Buchón, vicerrector de Investigación de la Universidad Católica, a la señora Macarena Aljaro, gerenta subrogante de Capacidades Tecnológicas en representación de Corfo, la señora Elizabeth Zapata, directora de Desarrollo Tecnológico de Corfo, la doctora Nicole Ehrenfeld, subdirectora subrogante de Centros e Investigación Asociativa de ANID, el doctor Waldo Serpa, director de Investigación de la Facultad de Ciencias Biológicas de la Universidad Católica, la doctora María Elvira Balcells, directora de Investigación de la Facultad de Medicina, UC, la señora Mónica Quirós López, jefa de la División Santiago de la Universidad de la Frontera. Además, extendemos una cordial bienvenida a los estimados y estimadas investigadores nacionales e internacionales que hoy nos acompañan. En el transcurso de esta ceremonia se integrará el diputado señor Tomás Lago Marcino, miembro de la Comisión de Futuro, Ciencias, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación de la Cámara de Diputadas y Diputados. También agradecemos a las entidades que organizan la realización de esta actividad: el Instituto Milenio en Inmunología e Inmunoterapia, el Consorcio Tecnológico en Biomedicina Clínico-Molecular BMRC. Además, agradecemos a las entidades que apoyan la realización de este evento: la Iniciativa Científico Milenio, la Corporación de Fomento de la Producción, Corfo, la Agencia Nacional de Investigación, ANID, del Gobierno de Chile, el Fondo de Apoyo a la Organización de Reuniones Científicas y Seminarios 2024 de la Vicerrectoría de Investigación de la Universidad Católica, VD Bioscience, Banco Santander, Ursolab, Sinovac Biotech.
And aside from that, we'd like to mention our deepest thanks to the different institutions, academic institutions that have managed to promote this Congress. This university, first of all, also the University of Chile, Universidad Andrés Bello, also Universidad Austral de Chile, and at the same time, Universidad Antofagasta, Universidad de la Frontera. So we'd like to begin with this day by inviting Mr. Guillermo Marshall, the pro-rector of this university, and he will have some welcoming words.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone.
Doy la más cordial bienvenida a la
I'd like to give
Pontificia
you the
Universidad
warmest
Católica de
welcome
Chile.
to our
Conmigo
university.
los saludos a todas las autoridades
welcome everyone once again. Especially, I'd like to thank the Minister of Economy, Tourism and Promotion, Mr. Nicolás Grau. Thank you so much for being here. And also the Senator, Mr. Francisco Chaguán. Thank you to all of the authorities who are here with us, to the different directors of the consortium, of course, scholars, students, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our university, I'd like to give you the warmest welcome and at the same time to say thank you for being here. This morning we gathered to celebrate this day on immunology and infection from basic science to innovation. Scientific research that leads to technological innovation is one of the most important pillars of a country, not only because of their direct contribution to the generation of new knowledge, to culture, or to the economic development, but also because of their contribution to the training of people, to the generation of an innovation atmosphere, to an atmosphere filled with creativity and intellectual consistency, which are qualities that we try to share to all of the activities of our country. In 2005, based on an initiative motivated by a group of researchers and supported by a group of authorities by OCE and also Recalcine Lab, we generated the Technological Consortium on Telemedicine, on Clinical Molecular Medicine in Chile, and this was consolidated in Chile when CONICYT, today ANID, granted this university the proposal to train and to start an alliance between the private world and the universities. Here we can find, for example, Recalcine today, which is out. In 2013, with the support of the state, by Corfo, and by 10-year funding and considering a new management, this consortium generated its new structure and business model with the purpose, of course, of being a platform to transfer knowledge and technological innovations with a huge impact, and at the same time that they should be a contribution to society in science and technology. We are consolidating 3 research lines: diagnosis, therapies, and vaccines, and at the same time we are generating the capabilities in some companies on innovation regarding biomedicine. The mission of this consortium is being a relevant player in research programs and at the same time to identify some problems and possible solutions that can help us to address them from science and knowledge. The purpose, of course, of transforming them into solutions and problems that can solve relevant problems in human health. An example of this is the generation of 2 spin-offs in the areas of diagnosis and therapy. One of them has been positioned in Latin America and Europe, and at the same time, pretty soon we will have a diagnosis kit and early diagnosis on respiratory diseases. And this is an initiative that is at the last stages of research with the possibility of having a specific certification for this consortium, the project of a vaccine against metapneumovirus. And this is about to be formulated according to the best practices of fabrication. Today, this consortium has business and technical capabilities to channel the generation of solutions in the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of high-impact diseases in public health by gathering an important group of clinical researchers and basic researchers, mainly from the School of Medicine, School of Biological Science as well. In this new stage, in La Frontera University and Universidad de Chile. So, the development of this has been proven in the graduation of more than 200 students, presentation in different congress, both national and international, at the same time easy research, and at the same time some specific patents that have been granted in more than 15 countries. At the same time, we are considering the generation of investments in high-level equipment that can support the different scientific projects that we are developing within the labs.
a este
the labs
consorcio.
that are associated to this consortium.
Además de la
At
generación
the same time, with the
de estos
generation
productos de base
of all of
tecnológico,
these
el
base products,
consorcio ha
the
permitido
consortium
fomentar la
has
confianza
been
en la
able to
alianza
promote
estratégica
trust
entre la
in
academia
this
y la empresa
technological
privada,
association
así como
between
también el
academia
Estado,
and the private
aprovechando que en
world,
nuestro
as well as
país
the state,
contamos con
considering that
profesionales
in our country we
científicos
have
y ciencia de
scientific
alto nivel
scientists
que
and
puede ser
professionals of a high
transformada en
level
productos,
that can be
soluciones de
transformed
impacto y de
into
beneficio para la
products
salud
and
humana
important
en
solutions for
Chile y
human
el
health
mundo.
in Chile and our country
En
in
la
general.
propiedad intelectual debemos
Regarding
destacar
the
la
intellectual
alianza
property, we
entre
need to
academia,
highlight the
sector
alliance between the
privado
academia,
y el
the
Estado,
private world,
que ha
and the
permitido
state.
generar
This has
resultados
allowed us to
de
generate some
propiedad
important results
industrial
on
de
intellectual
las
and
líneas de
industrial
investigación
property in
y
the lines
desarrollo,
of research and
haciendo
development
viable la transferencia de
by
estos,
generating
ya sea
the
a través de
transferring
su
of knowledge,
licenciamiento o
both by
creación de
licensing
nuevas
them
empresas.
or by generating new companies.
Lo anterior no sería
The
posible sin el
aforementioned
equipo
couldn't be
ejecutivo del
possible without
consorcio,
the
que
executive
lidera
team
el
of this
pilar
consortium,
estratégico, económico y
led by the
financiero, que
strategic
trabaja
financial
minuciosa y
pillar of this
responsablemente en
entity
cumplir
that
con los objetivos
tirelessly
propuestos
work with the purpose
desde
of
sus
fulfilling the
comienzos.
objectives that have been given to
Esperamos
them.
con confianza
We
que en esta
hope
tercera etapa
that in this third
del
stage,
consorcio nos permita sumar
we are
nuevas
able
tecnologías
to
con
get more
resultados
technologies
innovadores.
with
Muchas
even
gracias.
better results. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos al prorector Marshall
Thank you
por
so
sus
much,
palabras.
Mr. Marshall, for your kind
Invitamos a
words.
continuación al señor
Now we will
ministro
pass the floor
Nicolás
to the
Grau, quien nos
minister,
compartirá
Mr.
también unas
Nicolás
palabras
Grau,
de
who will
bienvenida.
share a few welcoming remarks.
Bueno, muy buenos días
Good
a
morning,
las
everyone.
distintas autoridades presentes,
Good morning
en particular
to all of the
al rector Martel,
authorities,
por supuesto,
especially
al
Mr. Marshall, of
senador
course,
Chaguán,
and Senator Chaguán.
y agradezco en particular
And
al
thank
doctor
you so much
Kalergi,
also,
quien
Mr.
me invitó en
Kalergi,
su
for
minuto, y con
inviting
quien
me.
hemos estado conversando distintos
And
temas.
we've been talking about all of these topics.
Agradezco mucho la invitación a esta jornada
Thank you so much
científica
for
de
inviting me
infección
to
e
this scientific
inmunidad. Ustedes
day
se
on infection
preguntarán,
and
bueno, ¿qué hace
immunity.
el
And you may
ministro de
ask
Economía
yourself,
acá? Y voy a tratar de
what
en
is
mi
the economy
intervención
minister
explicar por qué
doing
estoy
here?
acá.
And I'll try to explain
Creo que es
myself.
bien
And I think
importante
it's very important to share with
exista
you
justamente lo que comentaba el
why am I
prorector,
here, because
es
it's very
decir,
important to have
y de
this
manera con ejemplos
connection
concretos,
and with
cómo
specific examples on how
la curiosidad científica, que es motor
the
fundamental
scientific
del
world,
trabajo
which is
en la universidad,
an
se
important
va
engine
transformando a través
of
de
the
distintos
university,
mecanismos y alianzas estratégicas
transforms
público-privadas
itself
con
into
el sector
some
productivo, se va transformando
innovation by or
en
given
mejoras
by
concretas,
the
en
state,
políticas
given by
públicas,
initiatives.
en mejora de la
They
calidad
are
de vida de las
transformed
personas y
into public
también
policies. They
aumento
improve the
de
quality
la
of life of
productividad, que en
people and
última
at the
instancia
same time
tiene un impacto en
productivity,
los salarios y también
which
en la
has
calidad de vida de las
an
personas.
impact in the quality of life of
Me
people as well.
gustaría comentar cosas
So
concretas
I'd
que
like to
estamos
say some
haciendo en
specifics
esta materia
on what
y
we're doing in
también
this
algunas
matter, and at the
que
same time to share
estamos realizando y que
some things that
va a
we are
tener,
doing
espero
right now,
yo,
but
un
they
impacto
will
bien
have some sort
importante
of
en el mediano y largo plazo
important
y que
impact
justamente está
in the middle
relacionado
and
con la
long
agenda que
term,
hemos
which is
trabajado con el doctor
directly
Kalergi.
related with the
Bueno,
agenda
la
we
primera es
worked
que
with Dr.
cuando
Kalergi.
nosotros
First of all,
llegamos
when
al
we
gobierno,
got to
uno de
government,
los primeros temas que
one of the first
trabajamos
topics
y que se
we
expresó en el
started
primer
working,
presupuesto, que
and they were mentioned in
justamente
the first
es obra de este gobierno, es
budget,
decir, el presupuesto que se ejecutó el año
the budget
2023,
executed in
fue la creación del
2023,
Programa de
was the
Desarrollo Productivo
generation
Sostenible.
on the
El
Sustainable
Programa de
Development
Desarrollo Productivo
Project.
Sostenible, DPS,
This
como le llamamos
program,
nosotros, es un programa que
this
tiene
program
exactamente
is
la inspiración
one
que comentaba
inspired
el prorector.
as what the
Este
prorector
programa
has mentioned. I
es
mean, this
fruto de una
program
articulación de
specifically
diversos ministerios.
is
Participa el Ministerio de
the work of
Ciencia, participa el
several
Ministerio de
ministers,
Energía, Medio
ministries,
Ambiente,
we have the
Hacienda,
Energy Ministry,
Minería.
Finance,
Se
Mining,
me queda alguno
I don't
fuera.
know if
Bueno,
there's
Ministerio de
another one
Economía,
left,
Corfo. De hecho,
Economy, of
lo
course,
coordina el
and
Ministerio
actually
de
it's
Economía.
coordinated by the
Y lo que
Ministry of
busca
Economy.
es aumentar el gasto en
And
ciencia, tecnología,
right
conocimiento e
here,
innovación,
we
pero hacerlo
are trying
orientado
to promote
justamente a los grandes
innovation
desafíos que tenemos como
by
país. Entonces, este
the
no fue un
challenges of our
presupuesto que se
country.
le
I mean,
entregó a
this
cada
was
uno
not
del
a budget
ministerio
given
y
by
dijo, bueno,
or
esta
given
es
to by
tu
each
parte
of
del
the ministers
presupuesto, haz tú ahora lo que te parezca
and
más
saying,
conveniente,
okay, do
sino
whatever
que
you want with
nos
it.
juntamos estos distintos
Actually,
ministerios,
we met up,
definimos ciertos
we
objetivos
defined
y
some
principalmente
clear
a través de
objectives,
Corfo y ANID
and with
se
Corfo
busca
and ANID,
implementar,
we
ejecutar
wanted
estos
to
objetivos. Entonces, ¿qué
implement and
objetivos nos
execute all of
planteamos?
these
Descarbonización
objectives.
justa,
First of all,
resiliencia al cambio
fair
climático y
harmonization,
diversificación
resiliency to
productiva.
climate change,
En
and
la
productivity, of
actualidad, si
course.
uno junta los tres
Now,
presupuestos que ha
if
presentado el
you
gobierno, los
gather
dos
all
que
of
ya se
these
están
three
ejecutando,
objectives,
digamos, el 2023 que se ejecutó, 2024 que se está
the
ejecutando
one in
y
2023,
el que acabamos
2024,
de
and the
presentar
one that we
ayer,
are
que lo
just
anunció el presidente en
introducing,
cadena nacional,
which
estamos
was
hablando de más de
mentioned yesterday,
450
we're talking
millones de dólares,
about
y
more
si
than
estos están orientados a través de
$450
estos
million
distintos ministerios,
focused
que
on
en
all of
régimen
these
significa un
ministers,
aumento de
and
algo más del
actually we're talking
10%
about
de
approximately
la
a
inversión
10%
o
increase,
gasto del Estado en ciencia,
and
tecnología,
we're talking
conocimiento
about
e
science
innovación.
and technology and
Algunos de ellos,
innovation.
de hecho, del presupuesto de
And
este
some
año, que
of
es en torno
them
a
in this
120 millones de
budget
dólares,
specifically,
están orientados a los temas de salud.
we are focusing
Algo,
them on
unos
health,
13 millones de dólares en innovación en salud y
in
14
innovation
millones
as
de
well,
dólares en
and
biotecnología.
14 minutes
Que
in
estas
biotechnology.
áreas, tanto
And all of
innovación en
these
salud como
areas,
biotecnología,
innovation and
entran
biotechnology,
principalmente dentro de este
are
objetivo que
mainly
llamábamos
focused on this
diversificación
objective
productiva.
called diversification.
Es bien importante esto, insisto, por sus dos
So it's
componentes.
very
El componente
important to do this,
cuantitativo,
mainly
que es
because of the
gastar más en
quantitative
ciencia, tecnología, conocimiento e
area,
innovación, o
which
bien
has to do with
invertir más,
working
si se quiere
more on
ocupar un
innovation,
verbo más,
if we
más
want
optimista y tal vez más
to
correcto.
use
Pero
a more
también,
optimistic
insisto, el hecho
verb,
de cómo se gasta.
and maybe
Es un
we
gasto
want
que está muy
to do
centrado
these
en
things. I
las
mean, another
empresas, en
challenge
apoyar a
focusing
las
on
universidades que están
companies,
justamente
on working on
buscando
universities as
más
well,
recursos
that are
para
looking
poder abordar
for
estos desafíos importantes que
more
tenemos
challenges
como país.
specifically as a country.
Otro ejemplo que está asociado
Now, another
a este
example
programa de desarrollo productivo
associated to
sostenible,
this
pero me
objective,
gustaría
and I'd
responder
like to
específicamente por cuál
mention
fue
it and highlight two of them
el
specifically,
programa, digamos, el ejemplo piloto que lo
mainly
impulsó,
about
que
the
es lo
main
que hemos
example that we have,
denominado compras públicas
is
para la
what
innovación.
we called
Tenemos todo lo que se hace en
public
general
purchasing for innovation. This is
con mucha
done
fuerza en el
usually
mundo. En Chile lo estamos
all
recién
over the world,
implementando y que
and
fue
we are just
parte de la
implementing
ley de
this in
compras
Chile.
públicas que
And
se
this was
aprobó en el
part of
Congreso,
the public
si recuerdo bien,
purchasing law,
durante el año
which was passed in
2023.
Congress, I think, in
¿Qué es
2023.
lo que hace el compras
So,
públicas para
what
la
does this
innovación? Lo que
does?
busca es que
This
una
specifically
parte de las compras públicas, saben ustedes que las
hopes
compras
that
públicas
one
en
part of public
Chile es algo,
purchasing,
el monto
because
de compras
as
públicas
you
anuales es en
know,
torno a los
in
15.000
Chile we're talking
millones de dólares, por
about
lo tanto un monto muy relevante.
$15 billion.
Entonces, una parte
That's a lot of
acotada
money,
de estas compras
but
públicas,
one
en vez de
part of this money,
hacerla como
rather than
una licitación
having
estándar en
it
que
as
uno,
an
por
standard
ejemplo,
bidding
dice quiero
process,
tener, no sé,
where you
20
say, okay, I want
computadores
to
con
have
tales
20
características y
computers
hace
with
competir a los
such and
proveedores
such
los precios de esos
characteristics,
computadores,
and
las
providers
compras
start
públicas para
to
la
competing.
innovación lo que hacen es
Public
que
purchasing for innovation
perdón,
actually
le presentan un desafío al sector privado.
want to show a challenge, want
Le
to give a
dicen, lo que
challenge to the private
necesitamos es
world.
resolver un problema
And we're
concreto
saying
de
them, okay,
política
we need to
pública,
solve this particular
y lo que
problem
hace
in
es
public
financiar
policies. So we
ese
need to
desafío,
fund that
financiar la
particular challenge.
innovación para
We need
resolver
to
ese
fund
desafío. Entonces,
innovation
una
to
muy buena
solve that
articulación entre
challenge. So
sector
it's a
público y
very good
sector privado, porque el
articulation
sector
between the
público
public and
tiene que
private
hacer el
world,
esfuerzo por
because the
definir
public
bien ese
world
desafío
must
y el sector
make the
privado tiene que
effort
hacer la
of
innovación
defining the
que
challenge, and the
permita
other one
justamente
has to
resolver
provide the
este desafío.
innovations
Entonces,
to
déjenme decir el
solve
ejemplo
that
concreto con el que
challenge.
partimos,
So let me give you
compras
one
públicas para
clear
la innovación.
example.
El año pasado fuimos al
Last year,
hospital Las Higueras
we
de
went to
Talcahuano,
Las Higueras
y
Hospital in
el
Talcahuano,
desafío específico
and
que
the
articuló este
specific
hospital con todo su
challenge
equipo, me
of
acuerdo
this
la
hospital,
presentación que hizo la
I
directora
remember
del
the
hospital,
presentation given by the
fue
director of the
cómo hacer
hospital,
una mejor
was
utilización de las camas
how
críticas
can they better
para
use critical
efectos de
beds
justamente mejorar la atención de los pacientes.
for the purpose of
Y
improving
el desafío que estaba
patient
resolviendo entonces el
attention.
sector privado
And the
era distintas
challenge
estrategias de
was
optimización del uso de las
different
camas críticas.
optimization
Nosotros
strategies
lo
by
que
all of
vimos,
this.
en ese caso fuimos
And
con
what we
el
saw
director
there,
ejecutivo de Corfo, con José Miguel Benavente, pudimos ver allí las
what we
cuatro,
saw
si no recuerdo
there
bien, cuatro
were,
empresas
I think,
que
4
en
companies
3-5 minutos
that
explicaron
in
su
3 or
estrategia
5 minutes
principal que
explained
iban
their
a
main
hacer para
strategies,
efectos de
what they were going
disminuir los
to
tiempos
do
de
in order
espera
to reduce
y
waiting
en términos más
times,
generales hacer una optimización del
and
uso de
in
camas
general
críticas.
terms, to
Entonces,
optimize the use of
como
critical
se ilustra
beds.
este ejemplo,
So, as
las
has been
compras
mentioned
públicas
by
para
this
la innovación
example,
lo que
public
busca
purchasing
es
for innovation
resolver temas bien
actually
concretos, muy
aims
importantes, que
at
impactan de
solving
manera
some specific
directa en la
problems that
calidad de
have a
vida de las
direct
personas.
impact in the quality of life of people.
Lo hace el sector
And this is
público con un
done
esfuerzo de definir
by the
bien
public
cuál es la
sector
innovación
when it
específica,
comes to
cuál es el
defining some
desafío,
specific things,
que esto por
some
supuesto requiere
specific
mucho trabajo
challenges as well,
para
and this
definir bien
requires a lot
ese
of work
desafío.
in order to
Y una
define
vez que
that
ese
challenge.
desafío está bien
And once we
definido,
do
le
that,
da un rol al
we
sector
have a
privado
role
para que
on the
justamente
private world
pueda
so that
abordar
they
ese
can actually
desafío.
address that challenge.
Esperamos que a propósito de esta ley que
And
acabamos de aprobar hace un año
based on this
aproximadamente,
law that was passed discussed last year, we may generalize all of this to different areas. Now, if it works, let me show this example we should be waiting that not only the challenge is addressed, I mean, improving that, but actually what usually happens with innovation, and those of you who work at innovation know this better than me, an innovation in one specific case may be used in another case. And maybe that optimization won't only have an impact in health, but actually will have an impact in many more things. Lastly, I'd like to highlight what we're talking right now when it comes to vaccines. And this is what we've been talking about lately regarding work and with the work with Dr. Kalergi. There are two things right here. One of them, and one of them is actually strengthening our innovation in vaccines so that this scientific community that we have in Chile and the high capabilities of research in this area can help us to develop better and to address more ambitious agendas. But I'd like to highlight something else. We are coordinated with the Ministry of Economy, with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Science. So as you know, one of the most important challenges that we have here, not only governments, but actually everyone, is managing to take the agenda on producing vaccines in Chile. And there has been some strategies in this matter. And when you see the details of this, because this is on why this hasn't been possible lately, this is not related to permits or authorizations. Actually, this is one of our priorities. It actually has to do with how do we have long-term financial conditions so that the construction of a vaccine plan is actually viable all over the world and in this country. And when you see the experience of other nations that have a similar development stage than we do, what countries do, they co-invest, meaning that the state actually helps in the investment on that vaccine, or sometimes new ways of stabilizing the demand of vaccine becomes improved. So let me tell you, what are we doing regarding this? So we are actually deciding a new bidding process. In the particular case of influenza vaccines, which is the vaccine that is used the most in our country, what we're going to do right now is, rather than having a year-by-year bidding process, we will have a bidding process for several years, maybe 10 years. So what we will do is telling this company that during the first years, maybe the first 3 years, they may be exporting those vaccines, but by year 4, they will have to produce that vaccine in our country. So what we will do is a competitive bidding process so that someone can produce vaccines in Chile. We will stabilize the demand because they will have the demand for 10 years. We will have a mechanism so that the price per vaccine is actually anchored to the price that is usually paid in the world. So we have some technological changes that relate to reducing prices. We can apply to those as well, but we will generate this in a competitive way. Since no one is actually producing vaccines in Chile so far, all companies that wanted to be part of this bidding process will have to compete in equal conditions, because if you were to do this in a country where there is a company producing vaccines, there will be some sort of discrimination, but everyone will be competing the same way. This is an important innovation. This kind of bidding process hasn't been done in our country, so we've worked with the different ministries, and at the same time, this will imply including the controllership, and we will try, and we're convinced that we will be able to move forward, and hopefully we can produce vaccines in our country so that we can become more resilient, so that we can improve our long-term health-related issue. And this will be important to researchers as well, because the production of vaccines opens a series of opportunities to increase innovation in the scientific world in this sense. And at the same time, this will be done in an efficient way with the use of resources, because this will be done through a bidding process. So as you know, and as you can see, as a ministry and as a government, of course, because here different ministries are involved, we are focused on making our economy better when it comes to innovation, when it comes to science, when it comes to knowledge and technology. And we're doing this, of course, considering the use of public resources and articulating different ministries. And from our different points of view, this is extremely relevant. From the Ministry of Economy, it's not only important to talk about the resiliency of our health system, but we are actually convinced that health research and health policies have or give an opportunity to diversify our economy and at the same time to improve better source of jobs and the quality of life of our citizens. So thank you so much for inviting me. I hope this day, this scientific day, can be extremely fruitful, and please count with our government so that we can keep working in this matter. After this speech, unfortunately, I have to leave, and I'm sorry for that, and I'm sorry for being a little late, but I was in an interview. But we are extremely committed with some real agenda, with the purpose of keep moving forward in this. This is important to our country. This is important to everyone here in this meeting. Thank you.
Agradecemos al ministro Grau por sus
Thank you so
palabras.
much. So now we will invite Senator Francisco Chaguán to take the floor.
Vicerrectores, ministros, a todas las
Deputy presidents, ministers, authorities in general,
continuidad de políticas públicas.
continuing with public policies, 2007, 2010, 2024.
Sinergia público-privada.
Synergies between the private and public world, incorporation of universities. This is related with the way we are capable of adding value to our productive process and how we're actually capable of generating an innovation environment. And of course, this is a collective challenge from the executive world and of course from the Congress. I was the president of the Future Challenges Commission and also the Health Commission, and I preside two mixed commissions on health, especially those related to catastrophic insurance. So we are aware that we need to establish a climate that can promote innovation. In this particular context, I want to mention two important projects, and I'm pushing them forward. One of them has to do with promoting scientific research for pharmaceutical purposes. This was a project that we worked really hard on, and we need to remember that that medicine is the exportation product with the most added value. That's a fact. So that's why it is so important to understand that promoting an environment that can establish some conditions to have research, scientific research for pharmaceutical purposes is extremely relevant. And here it is extremely important to change the Ricarte Soto law, because the Ricarte Soto law, one of the indications that were mentioned in our mixed committee at that moment, and I mentioned that we will have some problems with this in the future, it has to do with scientific research. And what we were able to modify with Calersis doctor, we did this for COVID. And that's why we were able to have some sort of research during COVID and to convince Sinovac to have them installed in Chile. Why? Because we were able to modify that norm. We wanted to do this in regular terms, but it was only done regarding COVID-19. Why? Because if someone wanted to be part of a study, that person needs to get by that innovation center that wants to generate an improvement in this area, especially in innovation, they need to ensure for 30 years the supply of treatment. And that makes our country
lo
pretty
saca
much
de sus
out
niveles de
of business,
competitividad, y
okay?
por
We
eso
cannot
que
compete
la
on that.
innovación
So
en
that's
otras
why
materias
innovation in different
farmacológicas, y no
areas,
lo referidas a
pharmaceutical
COVID, se está
areas,
yendo
not COVID only,
fundamentalmente a Perú
it's
o a
mainly
otros
going to
países.
Peru or
Entonces,
other
ministro, esto es un
countries.
tema que yo he tratado de convencer al
So this
gobierno,
is something I've been
he tratado
trying
de
to convince the
convencer
government on.
al
I've
Ministerio de
been trying
Salud,
to
y esta es una norma que hay que
convince the
corregir.
Ministry of
Ese
Health we
proyecto
need to
está
correct that
para
law,
verse en
and
sala del
that
Senado
project
hace
is
3 años sin
there
ningún tipo
for 3
de
years
urgencia por
without
parte
any
del
kind of
Ejecutivo. Primer
urgency
proyecto.
by the
Y
executive
segundo,
power.
aquello que establezca efectivamente
Secondly, those things that actually
condiciones que
establish
nos
some
permitan
specific conditions
justamente
that can help us
esta sinergia
to
público-privado. Yo creo que es
generate
fundamental.
this synergy.
Yo creo que
And
hay
I
que
think it's very
estimular,
important,
y yo
and I
quiero
think we need to stimulate
felicitar
them.
este proyecto,
And I'd
este
like
programa.
to
O sea, tener un programa que efectivamente
mention some good
ponga
things
foco
about this program, because
en la ciencia aplicada es
we need
clave.
to put a
O sea,
focus
pasar de
on
la
applied
ciencia básica a la
science.
ciencia aplicada, a la
Moving
innovación, es un
from
motor
basic science to
elemental que da
innovation, it's
empleo, que
extremely
genera
relevant.
además un
It
horizonte
gives,
respecto
at
de
the
ese
same time, a
desarrollo. O sea, tener un
horizon,
programa
and
para generar,
having a
por
program to
supuesto, un
generate, of
desarrollo
course,
productivo
an important
sostenible, es
productive
decir,
challenge,
cuál es la
sustainable
mirada de
challenge.
Chile en
I
el
mean,
mediano y el largo
what's
plazo. Y por tanto
the
uno lo
point of
valora,
view of
y
Chile
eso
on all of
refleja
this? It's
efectivamente que
extremely
más allá de
valuable,
los
and this
gobiernos
is
de turno,
reflected on
en
the fact
definitiva
that,
se
aside
comienza
from all of
a
this,
estructurar
we need to
las
keep working
condiciones
on
para
structuring the
generar un
conditions
ecosistema.
so that we
¿En qué
can generate an
estamos dentro de
ecosystem.
nuestra Comisión de Desafíos del
So,
Futuro
where
en
are
esta
we
materia?
in our
En varias.
commission
Primero,
regarding this? In
y
several
esto espero que yo
things. Well,
sea mi
first of all,
legado
and hopefully
como
I
senador, yo
can
termino un
do
periodo
this
en
because I
15
will
meses
be
más, y esa
concluding
relación
this
con la gobernanza
process in 15
anticipatoria,
months. It
vale
has to do with
decir, cómo
anticipatory
somos
governance,
capaces de
which
crear
means
una
how are we actually
institucionalidad
capable of generating an
que sea capaz
institution
de mirar el país para los próximos 20, 30
capable, as
años,
I said before,
más
to take a
allá
look at the
de los
future for
programas
the
de
following
gobierno de
years,
turno, y sea capaz
beyond
justamente de
governments, and
estimular,
that we
por
are
ejemplo,
capable of
todo aquello que dice
actually
relación con
stimulating
agregación de
everything
valor.
that has to do with
Y en este
adding
sentido
value.
va en la dirección
And in this
correcta. Por eso
sense,
es
we are
tan
moving in
importante
the
que
right
ahora
direction.
tenemos
So that's why
discusión
it is so
presupuestaria,
important to talk
que
about
estos
budgets,
programas tengan
because
efectivamente
these programs
más
should have
recursos necesarios
more
que van
resources
orientados justamente a
associated to
establecer condiciones
establishing, of
de
course, some
mejoramiento
specific conditions on improving
productivo y, por supuesto, generar
production
empleo, pero
and
además generando
generating
innovación y agregación de valor. Entonces, primero,
more value.
¿cómo
So,
somos capaces de crear esto?
how are we
Vuelvo a
capable of
insistir,
doing all
una
of this?
institucionalidad
First of
prospectiva.
all, to have a
Estamos
prospective
negociando con la ministra
institutionality,
de
we are
Ciencia para que lo
negotiating
integren
with the
los
Ministry
expresidentes de la
of
República,
Science so
para
that
que lo integren
former
justamente
presidents can
la
be
Academia
here,
de Ciencia,
so that the
para que lo
Science
integre
Academy is here
la
as well,
Academia,
so
y
that
pensar
the Academy in
colectivamente
general
el
is here, so
país
that
en
we
los
can
próximos
collectively
20 y
think
30 años.
on our country for
Segundo
the
tema
following
que
20 or
estamos
30
desde
years.
la
What
Comisión de
else are we
Desafíos del
talking
Futuro,
about in our
que
commission?
también dice relación con temas de innovación.
This has to
Por
do with
supuesto,
innovation as well.
ya
And of
fuimos el
course,
primer país del
we
mundo
were the first
en
country in
proteger
the
la
world
integridad mental de las
to
personas frente a la
protect
irrupción de las neurotecnologías.
to
Eso
protect
también implica
people against
efectivamente una
neurotechnologies,
protección especial.
and this
Ahora
has to do
estamos
with some
avanzando
specific
en
protection,
ser
of
el
course.
primer país del
And
mundo en
now we
proteger
are
el genoma
being the
humano,
first countries on protecting the human genome,
justamente para que los
with the
datos, la
purpose, of
data
course,
de las
that
personas
data
no
of
sea
people
compartida,
is not
porque
actually
pudieran generar
shared,
distorsiones, porque
because this
además
may generate some
efectivamente tenemos que proteger
distortions, and at the same
los
time we
datos
need
personales.
to
Ya
protect
logramos
personal
sacar
data.
adelante
And we've
la ley
managed
de protección
to move
de
forward
datos personales, que
on
estaba justamente
the
mixta y que vamos
personal
a lograr
data law.
sacarla, que es
This
una
was
base
mixed
elemental para
at the
avanzar
beginning, and
en
we
estas
are getting
discusiones.
an elemental basis
Estamos
on all
sacando
of this.
adelante
And we are
la,
actually working
ya sacamos
too
adelante la primera ley de América
on the
Latina y el
first law
Caribe
in Latin America and
en
the
protección
Caribbean
de la ley marco de ciberseguridad,
to protect
y
cybersecurity.
estamos sacando
We were the
adelante la
first
primera
country in
ley
Latin
de
America
las
to do so.
Américas
And we are working on the
en
first law
inteligencia
in Las
artificial,
Americas on
regulando la inteligencia
AI,
artificial, pero también
regulating
tenemos que incorporar los
AI,
modelos,
and we
porque
need to compare
efectivamente
these models too,
inteligencia
because
artificial
AI
incorporada a los modelos productivos va
incorporated
también
to
a
productive
ayudar a
models
generar
will
la
always
aceleración de los
and
procesos.
also help
Porque
to
lo
the
que se
generation
viene
of new processes.
es
Because
un
what we're
permanente
seeing
cambio.
right here
No
is
solamente la
change.
inteligencia artificial,
Change
la
is ahead of
computación
us, not
cuántica.
only
La computación
in the
cuántica lo
quantum
que va a hacer
computing,
básicamente es que va a
but
disminuir
quantum computing
sustantivamente
will
los
reduce
tiempos de procesos que se demoraban
time.
9
Processes
años
that took
en
them 10
tomar decisión
years or
respecto a la
so,
legalidad, por
when it comes to
ejemplo, de
making a
algún producto,
decision
lo vamos a tener
on some products,
decisiones en
decisions
poco
will be
menos
made
de
in
un par de semanas.
a couple of
La
weeks.
computación cuántica, efectivamente, con
Quantum
el algoritmo
computing
cuántico,
with
se
the
está
quantum
trabajando
algorithm
justamente
that's being worked on for the purpose of making access more democratic. We're working on some specific processes in Switzerland specifically, so that we can work on new speed of changes. And at the same time, we need to incorporate all of this in innovation. With classic innovation, classic innovation will have to adjust to all of these technological changes. And lastly, And I can keep mentioning different topics we're working on from our commission, and these are important things. And this is a definition we're waiting for the government for 2.5 years for the purposes on what are the topics that we are going to move forward. Otherwise, we will generate a new law so that we can focus on important matters, and that way we can generate these standards, and that way also we can compare innovation as an important axis. And I'd like to conclude by actually saying that, well, let us thank Dr. Kalersi because his work and his consistency during the pandemic, that actually allowed us in the previous administration to open a space for scientific research in this matter on COVID-19. So hopefully what Dr. Kalersi did can be extended and expanded to other affairs that require pharmacological solution in which scientific research must be done, because we have some good professionals, we have great research, but this research requires also for some support. So thank you to the President Boric and the ministry for this program that can help us to focus on some specific solutions. And at the same time, I'd like to thank this university. This consortium formed by 3 universities, this consortium that has a contribution of 1.5 billion should have some value. And we have the capability of taking a look at the future together, working together as an academia, and of course between the private and public world. That's the only way of making our country better, and of course to add more value to our productive processes. Thank you.
Agradecemos al senador Chaguán por su
Thank you so much, Senator Chaguán, for your intervention. And now we would like to invite Mrs. Alejandra Pizarro, the director of ANID, so that we can hear some opening remarks.
Gracias. Muy buenos días. Es realmente un honor acompañarles
and
el
it's
día
a
de
great
hoy.
honor to be here with you.
Se escucha perfecto. Okay. Es un honor acompañarles el día de
here
hoy.
with you.
Hago míos los vocativos. Es un honor para mí hoy día acompañarles
for me
porque
to be here with
estamos
you
frente
because
a
we
la
are
manera
in front
adecuada,
of the right
robusta,
way,
en donde nos
the
vinculamos
robust
para hacer
way in
investigación,
which
¿cierto?
we have to do research.
Tenemos 4 universidades que
We have
están
4 universities
participando acá.
participating in this process. We have the public and private capabilities. We have industries. We have researchers, high-level researchers, excellent researchers who are part of this group of work. I have no doubt that it was very hard to do all of this, to organize all of this, considering the great efforts that we have to do. But all of these efforts have great results. I listened, I pay attention to all of these efforts by Alexis Kalergi, and he invited us to do all of this in times of pandemic, to fulfill this dream that we had in our country. Universities are the place in which we can produce science. They will always be that place. So that's why it is so important to have a robust budget to science. From the ministry, from the agency, we keep working on this strength. Hopefully, when we're talking about basic research, because we want this basic research can have innovation in the future. And this circle of research in general can make innovation stronger with some new research, some basic new research. So we've managed by 2024 and by 2025, we've managed to get some resources for the FEW fund, which will be will allow us to strengthen in the future and the present time as well. And hopefully we can address the different needs of funding by universities. When it comes to infrastructure, staff, we need to efficiently and sustainably manage different processes so that the effort made by your university when it comes to science can be considered as something structural, not only regarding the budget that we do on research that take for a specific amount of years, which is what the agency does, but also when it comes to strengthening, because we want to have base funding that can be made even stronger. I was saying that universities are our engine. Universities are the way in which our researchers can actually keep moving forward. So that's why it is so important and meaningful to be here and to address the needs of research, but at the same time, the needs of funding. And in this sense, connection is extremely important. Cooperation is extremely important. This cooperation that we're seeing in this hall, cooperation in which we can see meaningful progress that will have an impact in economy, in environment, and in the well-being of people. From our ministry and from the agency itself, we've been working in different things that can help us to address all of these challenges, but at the same time to understand that we are a recent challenge. We are 4 years old, and when CONICYT became an agency in these 4 years as well, we keep waiting, and one of the most important challenges that we have ahead of us is actually work on institutes, Technological Institute of Public Interest. So we are generating 2 more, one connected with the lithium industry and the other one related to social coexistence. So this very important challenge in which our ministry is actually working will help us to address the challenges of our society so that we can strengthen the way we address our future.
Un elemento clave cuando estamos
A key
hablando
element
de
when we are
un
talking
ministerio tan
about
reciente y
a
también
recent
nuestra
ministry
agencia, es cómo
and
trabajamos
our
para
agency as
abordar
well,
nuestras
is how do we
estructuras
work
de
to address all of
financiamiento,
all of our
nuestras
funding
estructuras de
strategies
funcionamiento,
or
y
functioning
cuáles son
strategies as
aquellas
well,
políticas
and what are
que
the
debemos
policies
darle
that we need to
certeza
work
de
on so
futuro.
that we
Es
can
fundamental
provide more
esto.
certainty of
La
future.
ciencia requiere
This is
de
extremely
una
important
visualización de
because
futuro y
science
por lo
requires
tanto el
the
financiamiento es muy
visualization
importante.
and funding is
Ya lo
extremely
decía el
relevant.
senador, estamos próximos
Senator
a
was already saying this. I mean,
ir al Congreso
we
y
are
trabajar de
next to
manera
going to Congress
conjunta
to all
estos
of this,
énfasis,
and we
porque
need
ha
to
sido
work
muy
on
importante en
this
este
together.
gobierno los avances que hemos
And
tenido
the progress we've made
en financiamiento que permita la robustez
on
de nuestro
funding as
sistema.
well, and to keep working
También
on
hemos
strengthening our
entendido que
system.
para
We've
hacer
also
nuestro
seen
trabajo
that
es
in order
fundamental
to
las alianzas que
work
tenemos
on
con
all of
nuestros
this, we
rectores,
need to
nuestros
strengthen the
vicerrectores,
alliances
nuestras
between the
universidades,
deans, the
en donde
presidents, and the
podemos ir
universities in
trabajando
general, so that we can
estas
keep working
estructuras de la agencia, estas
on different
estructuras
structures,
del
so that we
ministerio
can keep
que
working
robustezcan desde el punto de
on a
vista
minister that
de
actually
la
becomes
opinión,
stronger
por
on
supuesto de la
opinion and at the
experiencia, y
same
que nos
time on
permitan
experience,
ser
and hopefully
un
we
ministerio
can
y por
be
supuesto
a
una agencia
ministry
más
and an
propia de la
agency
investigación.
related to
Los
research in a
desafíos son
more
enormes,
deep
pero
way.
sabemos que
We have
estamos
lots
en
of
la senda
challenges, of course,
correcta,
but we know
pero
we are on
además
the right
sabemos que
path.
estamos
And at the same
construyendo
time, we
esto
know
de
we're
manera
building
conjunta y
this
colectiva.
together, collectively.
Existe el compromiso del
We have a
Ministerio de
challenge
Ciencias, existe
as a
el
science
compromiso de la Agencia
ministry.
Nacional de
We have a
Investigación y
challenge
Desarrollo
and we have
en
the
mantener
commitment as,
el
as an
equilibrio,
agency
mantener el
to have a balance,
financiamiento de
to
la
keep working,
ciencia
to keep working
fundamental
on
y
fundamental
también
science
de la
as well,
ciencia
and of
aplicada.
course, applied sciences.
De nuevo, felicitarles por
Once
este
again,
evento
congratulations for this
y también
event.
invitarles a que
And I'd like
sean
to
estos los
invite you
eventos en donde podamos tener
to have these
conjuntos
events
la industria,
because we
tener
need
la
to have the
academia y
industry,
también el
need to have
Estado
the
en
universities,
pos
we need
de
to have the
objetivos
state together
comunes y por
with the
supuesto
purposes
vamos
of
a tener
following a common
resultados
objective.
muy,
And of
muy, muy
course, we will
satisfactorios.
have
Muchas
some
gracias.
satisfactory results. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la Señora Alejandra Pizarro, directora
Thank you
de
so much,
ANID,
Mrs.
por
Alejandra
sus
Pizarro, the
palabras.
director of ANID, for your kind
Invitamos a
words.
continuación al señor
And
Julio
now we will
Jiménez,
invite Mr. Julio
Clinical
Jiménez,
Education
who is the
Manager
Clinical
de
Education
Abbott, quien
Manager
nos
of
entregará
Abbott,
unas
who will
palabras.
be giving us some kind words.
Muy buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to take the floor.
Señores
And
autoridades, público en
dear
general,
authorities, ladies and gentlemen,
para mí representar
I'm very
a
happy
la
to be
empresa.
here and to represent the private world and my company.
Preciso, quiero decir
And
que este
being
camino
accurate on
que
this,
se inició hace ya
this
casi 20
path
años
that
junto a la
started
Universidad
almost 20
Católica
years ago with
y que
this
comenzó como
university
una idea,
and
ha
that started
evolucionado hacia
as
una
an
alianza que
idea
hoy
has
ofrece
evolved
resultados
into an
concretos,
alliance
en
that
línea con el
nowadays provides
desarrollo de
some real
novedosas
results,
propuestas científicas con un
following
futuro
some
prometedor
real
para la
scientific
salud humana.
proposals with a promising future
Las
for human
empresas
health.
privadas desempeñan un
Private
papel
companies
fundamental en el
have an
apoyo
extremely
a la
important
ciencia,
role in the support of
contribuyendo a la
sciences
investigación y el
by
desarrollo a
contributing to
través de
research and
financiamiento,
development by
recursos
different
y
funding,
colaboración
different
con instituciones
resources,
académicas.
and different collaboration with
Este
academic
apoyo
institutions.
no solo
So
impulsa la
this
innovación,
challenge does not
sino
only
que
promote
también puede dar
innovation, but
lugares a
also
descubrimientos que
gives
beneficien
place
a
to
toda la
some new
sociedad.
discoveries that can benefit the whole
Además,
society.
fomenta
At
un
the same
ecosistema
time,
de colaboración
we
entre
have
diversas
a
entidades que
collaboration
genera
climate
oportunidades
among the different
significativas.
institutions, and this generate
Empresas como
meaningful
la nuestra
opportunities.
están cada vez más
Companies such as
comprometidas con la
ours
sostenibilidad
is
y la
committed to
responsabilidad
sustainability
social,
and to
lo
social
que las motiva
responsibility,
a invertir
which
en proyectos
motivates us to keep
científicos que
working on
aborden
scientific
desafíos
projects
globales.
that can take
El
some global
respaldo
challenges.
a
So,
proyectos en el ámbito
the
científico y
support on all
tecnológico
of these
puede
technological
manifestarse de
challenges
diversas formas:
can be manifested in
financiamiento,
different ways,
recursos
by
técnicos,
funding, by
acceso a
technical
laboratorios y la
resources, by
experiencia
accessing
de
different
equipos de
labs,
trabajos
and also the
especializados.
experience of some
Este
specialized
tipo de apoyo
teams.
no solo
And this kind
facilita
of
el avance de
support
los
does not only
proyectos,
promote
sino que también genera un
progress in
impacto
general, but
positivo en la
also
comunidad
generates
y en el
a
desarrollo
positive
de nuevas
impact in the
tecnologías que
communities and the
mejoran la calidad
development
de
of new
vida.
technologies which improve the
Hemos
quality of
sido
life.
testigos del
We've
notable
witnessed
desarrollo de la investigación
the
local
development
gracias a
of
esta
local
alianza,
research thanks to this
destacando la
alliance
oportunidad de contar con productos
by
propios y
highlighting
prometedores,
the
así
opportunity of
como
having
nuevas
our own
alternativas
products,
científicas.
promising products, and as well
El éxito de este
as new
consorcio se
academic
debe al gran
opportunities. And the
compromiso de
success
todos
of this
quienes lo componen:
consortium has to do with the
socios,
commitment of all of its
científicos,
parties,
directivos y personal
partners,
administrativo.
scientists,
Mención
managers,
especial para los
staff in general.
investigadores y
We
sus
need to
equipos de
mention
trabajo,
researchers,
así como
their
a los
teams,
estudiantes quienes
as well as
constantemente
students
buscan en
that
sus
constantly
laboratorios
work in their
generar
labs
valor a nuevas
on
ideas con el
generating more
potencial de dar
value to
lugar
their
a
ideas with
productos
the
innovadores
potential of
para nuestro
providing
país.
some new innovating
Estamos
products to our country.
convencidos de que una
We're
alianza como
convinced
esta puede servir
that
de
this kind
ejemplo
of
para motivar
alliance
a
is
otros
an
actores
example actually to
en el
motivate different
beneficio de la
players
ciencia y
for
del
the
progreso.
benefit of science in our
No quiero
country.
dejar pasar la oportunidad para felicitar a
I'd
Alexis
like to
Kalergis,
mention also
quien ha
Alexis
sido
Kalergis,
nombrado como
who's
una de las
been mentioned
50
as
figuras
one of
científicos
the
que inspiran.
50
Así
most
que
important
Alexis, mis
scientists.
felicitaciones
So
por este
Alexis,
reconocimiento que has
congratulations
recibido el
for
día de ayer.
this.
Así que
This
como la
was
ciencia
done
avanza
yesterday. So
rápido,
as science moves
Alexis,
forward,
muchas
Alexis is
felicidades.
moving forward as well. So thank you so much and congratulations.
Muchas gracias.
Agradecemos las palabras del señor Julio
Thank you
Jiménez.
so much, Mr. Julio
Invitamos a
Jiménez.
continuación
And now
a
we
la
will
doctora
invite
Silvia Díaz
Dr.
para que nos
Silvia
comparta
Díaz
unas palabras.
so that she can take the floor.
Ya, muchas gracias. Saludarlos a
Thank
todos
you so
los
much.
presentes.
Greetings, everyone.
Disculparme por el
And
atraso,
I'm so sorry for
se me
being
complicó
late.
un poquito la mañana.
And,
Saludar a las autoridades que
well,
nos acompañan,
thank
a los
you to all of the
organizadores, a los
authorities, to the
académicos,
organizing
estudiantes.
team, scholars, students.
Quiero hacer propia también las
And
palabras ya
I'd like
mencionadas.
to
Alcancé a
make
escuchar el discurso
what has been
de la
mentioned
directora
my own
Anía
words,
Alejandra
because I managed to listen
y del
to
director de verdad
Anit's
de Abbott.
director words
La
and also
colaboración
the director of
pública-privada
Abbott,
es lo que
because
siempre hemos conversado que es
public and
fundamental para
private
poder lograr
collaboration is
los
extremely
desarrollos
important to
científico-tecnológicos que nuestro país
reach the
necesita.
technological challenges
Este
that
es
our
un
country
claro
needs.
ejemplo de eso.
This is a clear example of that.
Así que me sumo
So
a lo ya
I'd like
mencionado
to
anteriormente. No quiero
following
quitarles
that
más
line,
tiempo
and I
en
won't take
función
that much
de mi
time
error
based
de retraso,
on my
pero
late
felicitarlos
arrival,
e
but
instar, ¿no es cierto?, a que existan nuevas
congratulations
instancias, existiendo
and
instancias
please, hopefully we can keep having this kind of initiatives where we have different stakeholders and we need this for a common purpose. So thank you for inviting me and hopefully you can have a great day.
Agradecemos a la doctora Silvia Díaz.
Thank you so much, Dr. Silvia Díaz. Now we will pass the floor to Mrs. Anaís Urquiza, the Director of Innovation of Universidad de Chile, so that she can share some words with us.
Buenos días, muchas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Okay. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Saludo a las autoridades presentes. La verdad es que para nosotros como Universidad de Chile es
as a
muy
university,
interesante venir a este tipo de
it's
eventos
really
porque
important
nos
to
cuesta
come
un
to these
poco
kind of
colaborar
things
entre las
because
universidades. No es común que
it's hard to
que
collaborate
estemos
among
en estas
universities.
situaciones de trabajo
And
entre la
to
Universidad
make this kind of
de Chile y la
collaboration,
Universidad Católica y mejor aún con este consorcio
especially with this
más amplio de seis
university and
universidades.
especially with this consortium.
Y pareciera que es cada vez más relevante,
It's
urgente y
relevant,
fundamental
urgent,
que
and
hagamos
fundamental to do this kind of
Hoy día
efforts.
estamos enfrentando múltiples
We are
desafíos
facing multiple
con
challenges right
profundas
now,
crisis que
with
se
deep
encadenan unas a
crises,
otras,
crises that relate to
ecológicas,
each other,
económicas, políticas, y que
economical,
generalmente tienen
political, and maybe all of them have
mucho más graves para las personas más
deeper
vulnerables.
consequences
Estas
for
crisis
the
profundizan
most
la desigualdad
vulnerable people because these
y van
crises make
de la
inequality
mano
deeper.
de
And they
cambios
go hand in
vertiginosos
hand
en
with
transformaciones
some
tecnológicas a
extreme
nivel global
challenges in
que no
technological affairs
necesariamente van a
that
apoyar y proteger a la población más
do not
vulnerable
relate
si
to
es que
that.
no sabemos cómo dirigir,
And we don't know
navegar
sometimes
en
how
ese
to address, how
contexto
to
desde
navigate
nuestros
in
países.
those contexts
Nosotros
from our
seguimos
countries.
siendo un país de la
So
periferia,
we're
¿no?
still a peripheral
Con
country.
ciertas matices,
We
pero
have
seguimos siendo la periferia.
some
Y
things
cada
to
vez
be
más
proud
la
about, but
desigualdad entre países
inequality
se va a dar a
among
partir del manejo del
countries
conocimiento y cómo ese
has to do with
conocimiento se
knowledge
aplica
and
en
the way
diferentes
knowledge is
ámbitos.
applied
¿Con qué
in different
velocidad somos
areas.
capaces
How fast
de
are we capable of
actualizarnos
actually
y
updating
y
ourselves
navegar, ¿no?
and
en el contexto de
navigating
las
among the
transformaciones sociales y
contexts of
tecnológicas
social
con
and
las consecuencias
technological
económicas que esto
transformation with
tiene
the economical
para el
consequences
bienestar
this
de
may
nuestra
have
población?
for the well-being of our
Y en ese
population.
contexto,
In this
jornadas como estas
context,
son muy
these
relevantes
kind of
porque
initiatives are extremely
a veces uno
relevant
lo dice,
because
antes de ser directora de innovación de la
before
universidad,
being
yo de
the
hecho
innovation
pensaba que esto
director,
de
I
la
used to
ciencia
say
básica y
that
la
this
innovación
thing
era harto
about
más
basic
fácil
science and
de lo que
innovation was a lot
me empecé a dar
easier
cuenta cuando tuve que hacerme
than I
cargo de esto,
realized
¿no?
when I had to cover.
Avanzar en
And
innovación
moving
implica
forward on
salir de
innovation
nuestras
has to
zonas de
do with
confort. A nosotros
being
los
out of our
académicos,
comfort zone.
académicas,
And for
investigadores
scholars and
no nos
researchers,
enseñan a hacer innovación.
that's
Hacer
not easy
innovación
because we're not
requiere
trained to do
entrar en lógicas
innovation because
distintas a la generación del
innovation
conocimiento
requires
y
to have a
requiere
different way of
fundamentalmente la
generating
colaboración
knowledge. It
entre
requires
diferentes
collaboration
actores,
among the different
incluyendo el sector
stakeholders,
privado y,
including
por
the private
supuesto, con
world,
un apoyo
and of course,
fundamental del sector público y
with
de los
the
organismos que
support
tenemos.
of the public entities
Y
and
hacer
our
eso,
organisms.
la verdad
And
es que requiere mucho
doing
aprendizaje,
so requires
inversión,
lots of learning,
colaboración
lots of investment,
y
lots of collaboration,
lamentablemente tenemos que hacerlo más
and
rápido de lo que lo hemos
unfortunately, we
hecho
need
hasta
to
ahora.
do this faster.
En otros contextos
In
podíamos
other
esperar
contexts,
que los
we could
papers
take longer.
científicos se
We could take
publicaran
longer
y
that
después con el
scientific paper
tiempo
get published,
permearan a la sociedad
and
y se
then they
transformaran
become
en
part of
interesantes
society,
inversiones y
and
eso
they
nos
turned
permitiera
into some
enfrentar
initiatives, and that
los
way we could
desafíos
face
contemporáneos. Hoy día no
contemporary
tenemos eso.
challenges. But
Hoy día
nowadays, we
estamos en un
have
mundo
no
que está
longer
cada vez más
that.
acelerado, ¿no?
We are
Hoy día
living
estas
in a
mismas
more
transformaciones.
accelerated world
Y
because
en
of
ese
this
proceso de
transformation.
aceleración, si
And
nosotros
in
nos
this
quedamos
process,
dentro
if
de
we stay
nuestros
here,
laboratorios, nos quedamos
within our
en nuestros
labs,
escritorios y
if we
más
stay
aún no
in our
somos
desks,
capaces
and
de
actually that
articularnos
if we are
incluso
not
como
capable of
comunidad
articulating
científica,
as a scientific community,
no estamos haciéndonos cargo
we are not
de lograr que nuestro país pueda estar
being able to
con las
manage or
condiciones
to make our
suficientes para
country
poder
better, to
desarrollar
have
los
some
cambios
better
tecnológicos
conditions
que
to
tienen que
develop the
desarrollar para
technological
poder
changes
apropiarse de
that
esos procesos
have to
y
be
no
done
estar
in order to take
dependiendo
all of these
de
things.
cuáles son los cambios o
Avoid
las
depending on
transformaciones
some
globales.
challenges
La
or
pandemia
some
creo que
technological
fue
transformations.
una
And I
muy
think
buena
the
lección
pandemic
sobre
was a good
colaboración,
lesson to all
pero
of us
también
when it comes to
sobre la
collaboration, but
importancia
also
de desarrollar
on the
capacidades locales.
importance of
Y me parece
developing
que
some
no
local
debemos olvidar
capabilities.
eso,
And I think we shouldn't
porque
forget
vamos a
that
tener nuevas crisis,
because we
quizás
will have
más
new
complejas.
crises. even more complex crises shortly. And if we don't know how to manage all of these things, people who will suffer the most will be the most vulnerable people. And finally, these challenges on transformation in crisis contexts, one way or another, puts us in a position facing the OCDs, because we have the developmental goals by 2030. These were these sort of global agreements that have some guidelines on how do we do and what do we do and where we go. Not only health, but also other sustainable challenges that are extremely related to each other. The well-being of people, actually, it's the ultimate purpose in which health becomes extremely relevant. And these sustainable development goals are right around the corner. 2030 is tomorrow, and we are far from reaching those goals. And the pandemic put us behind in several objectives. Technological transformations and the possibility of innovating with science may help us to move forward on this, but at the same time, can allow us to do that, but it's not for sure. And it's an opportunity that depends on how capable are we of working collaboratively with the private world so that we can actually contribute from our strengths, from our research to these challenges, and at the same time we can reduce the impact on crisis, or the impact that crisis can have in the health of our population, in making poverty even worse, etc. Today, the world is discussing the Summit of the Future. I mean, we are reviewing not only the Sustainable Development Goals, but also the global governance mechanisms. And obviously, we do not have global mechanisms of governance. And at the same time, this discussion is going on worldwide. We need to have that discussion as well. I mean, what are our possibilities to effectively coordinate among the different institutions with the private world? What's the real support and the real innovation we are actually making to take care of all of these challenges in the acceleration process we're living on? And these are questions that we are not able to properly answer. Unfortunately, problems, urgent problems, keep making us work on them. Sometimes it's very hard to include in national budgets these kind of things when it comes to working on these solutions. And unfortunately, what we're talking right now are problems that are not seen as urgent, but the decisions are urgent. These are decisions that have to be made because changes are not immediate. So this is urgent for important problems. And the only chance we've got is to work collaboratively, because innovation is built based on learning, and learning among different stakeholders, among different disciplines, with the private world, with the state. It's a learning process that has to be done collectively so that we can take our research into another level, so that they can be a contribution to the quality of life of our population. So thank you so much for all of this effort. I know it's not easy to do this, especially when it comes to reflecting on all of this and what are the possibilities on applying all of these things, and to have some innovations that can actually improve the quality of life of people. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la doctora Urquiza por sus
to
palabras.
thank Dr. Urquiza for her
Le damos
words.
la bienvenida a
And
la
we
honorable
give
diputado
the
señor
warmest
Tomás
welcome to
Lagomarsino,
Honorable
quien a continuación
Congressperson
nos
Mr. Tomás
entregará sus
Lagomarsino, who will give some words.
Muchas gracias, muy buenos días. Música, ya, perfecto.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Muy buenos días a todas, a todos.
Good morning,
Muchas
everyone.
gracias por la invitación a dirigirle
Thank you
una
for
palabra,
the
por supuesto,
invitation
desde
to
la
give some
Comisión de
warm
Ciencia,
words from the
Tecnología,
Commission of
Conocimiento e
Science,
Innovación,
Technology,
también
Knowledge and
futuro,
Innovation, also
de la
future
Cámara de Diputadas
from
y Diputados.
the
Primero que todo,
Congress. First of all, giving the warmest welcome from the President of the Chairman of the Science Commission in the Chamber, Deputy Eric Aedo, that warmly asked me as not to travel from Conception very early in the morning to give you these warm words. Obviously, science is a subject that increasingly commit us, at least from both chambers, both the Senate, the Science Commission of the Senate, in particular from the future Congress as well as from the Chamber of Deputies. We wanted to give a different standpoint to science within the last few years and increasingly promote greater investments. It is because of that that we've not only been in the development of the promotion of a series of Millennium Institute that some of them haven't had the success we would like, as the Neuroscience Millennium Institute in the Valparaiso region that is well stuck in the last few years, and we have made inspections, but also from the law bill standpoint, such as the law bill that regulates artificial intelligence. Our world is increasingly changing significantly, and from that standpoint, active collaboratively, that universities, think tanks, and academies participate more significantly in the development not only of public policies but also of technologies to solve problems of people becomes increasingly relevant. From there, the infection and immunity area, of course, is one that, to me in particular, touches me very close, because I am a physician as a background, for having been worked in the primary healthcare world, and of course the interdisciplinary approach we have to promote every day from different disciplines, not only from infectology but also from the general medicine approach in every consultation in our country, from nursing, midwife, and other professions becomes increasingly relevant, as well as remembering that many sanitary processes are not exclusively in the hospital setting, but they have also a big component in the primary healthcare assistance. Let's remember that recently, during the pandemic, we could deliver a more significant response, not only close to good policies that were implemented to promptly procure vaccines, but also from the standpoint that our government, our country has a wide primary healthcare network that allowed reach very promptly with the vaccines to millions of citizens that other countries, even Latin America, some we see with very good eyes, such as developed countries, since they don't have this deployment, this infrastructure of primary healthcare facilities across their countries, couldn't reach the same way and in a promptly manner. From that standpoint, we not only must keep on strengthening research and development with an approach of the different levels of healthcare assistance, but also from an equitative approach. We know that technologies progress significantly. Recently, we've been talking about genic treatments, that there's been significant cases of medications which costs are 1.8, 3.5 billion pesos. Clearly, as long as technologies develop, evidently must have the economic incentives for the industry and researchers to develop their researches the way they should, and having technology in the future that allow us to overcome the barriers of what is possible. Probably a few years ago, none of us was thinking about genic treatments as the ones we are seeing today. Probably we don't know what's coming in the future, but clearly, what's the purpose of science, research, development of a medication that may solve a problem, may cure a patient, even a newborn, that even people individually or governments through their social security and security system and well-being systems cannot afford because of the cost of that treatments for people to access. That becomes a nonsense. and of course close to research, science, the academia in every discipline, not only from the medicine area but also from other areas. We must promote a more equitable approach for the progress, knowledge, and new technologies that are being developed around the world. And probably within the next decades or years, we're going to see even more revolutionary progresses compared to the ones we've seen today to be concreted and reach people. Science is not only at the service of science itself, but it's at service of people, with a permanently humanistic and liberal approach proper of modern democracies such as the Chilean one and the international environment and the values we promote. It is because of that this journey that I know is going to be very graceful have been explained how extensive and how deep it's going to be. Hopefully, we have room for reflection on how to make scientific advancements to be increasingly affordable to people, but by communities. The government has a big role, and obviously from the Senate, from the Chamber of Deputies, we are seeking that role to be more profound and significant. But of course, from science, from the industry and good practices, something must be said, and we won't stop making that call. Thank you very much and have a very fruitful journey today.
Agradecemos al diputado señor Tomás
Lagomarsino.
Invitamos a continuación al doctor Alexis Kalergis,
Next, we would like to invite Dr. Alexis Kalergis, Director of Millennium Institute on Immunology and Immunotherapy and Director Member of BMRC, who will address some words before starting the first block of this seminar. Thank you. First panel.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Javier, nuestro maestro de ceremonia.
Thank you very much, Javier. Our unsustainable presentators, thank you for your presentations. I would like to repeat the greetings, of course, in particular to the authorities, government agencies, and also from the Congress, very important. I think it is very important that we also acknowledge the presence of very renowned international researchers, but together with the speeches by international researchers, as well as having presentations from national researchers from many universities, from the Chile University, from UFRO, from the Catholic University, who may discuss together with the international colleagues about science in these topics. It is quite remarkable, the participation of this room full of students from different universities. In particular, we would like to highlight the presence of school students. We're trying to open these activities to schools to promote and making them closer to science, because you are the ones who have our future in your hands. Generations like mine, of course, we are expectant on how our young people are going to take this scientific and knowledge buzz and moving forward with. We would like to thank and to promote the patience we have had during the kickoff of this scientific journey. We believe, the group of people who have organized this activity, that it is key to take advantage of the power in Chile of having senators, deputies, ministries, directors from agencies together with researchers and academic authorities, because that, believe it or not, is not true in many countries. We've been talking to the international guests that you can see the debate today in the presidential debate in the United States. Just little time the word science and technology and scientific developments are mentioned. Whereas yesterday, I don't know if you listened to President Boric, he repeated many times topics related to the importance of science and technology to the development of a country. That's something that is not only given in the rooms of the Congress, not only in the offices of the government, but it is also given in this instance where our authorities, legislative authorities, governmental authorities, see the call that these kind of activities cause that are, in essence, purely scientific. I think we shouldn't let aside that aspect, never, and we must promote this closeness. We would like to mention key people in the organization of this seminar because actually it's been a lot of work, and at the end of the day I would like a round of applause to the team: Sofía Campos, Mas Vallejos, Rebeca Ibacache, Lorena Leiva, Lisette Núñez, professors, Susan Bueno, Priscilla Rivi, Susan from UC, Priscilla from UFRO, Marietta Lai from the Antofagasta University, Leandro Carreño from the University of Chile, Pablo González, and Ambrianosa, who were key in taking or moving forward with this. And I don't want to step off this podium before you have a round of applause with lots of energy for them.
Bien, y para ir cerrando
Okay, and just to wrap up and move forward with science that is calling us today, I would like to mention that we take advantage of this instance to underscore the importance of the link between the academia, science, government, Congress, private companies, and agencies. That link makes us move. We are part of with the citizenship to receive the benefits addressed to the social well-being. As our Director of Innovation from the University of Chile, it is a joint work, actually. It is not the research that makes the findings. It's not one university. This is a joint work. This complex knowledge and taking this from the scientific, the basic scientific findings. That's why the title of the conference, to a technology that actually solves a problem. Clearly, it is a difficult and complex process that requires all the stakeholders to be involved. That's why we would like to promote these kind of activities. For instance, if you may remember, because we do this every 1.5, every 2 years. Last year we had to do this hybrid because we were going out of the pandemics. Today we are doing this face-to-face, but with broadcasting through YouTube because there were people who couldn't come. That's scientific results that we may have and overcame pandemics because of science, but as well, senators have once said, science needed the support of the legislative power, the executive power, to address such complex tasks such as the massive diagnosis and massive vaccination of the population that allowed us, at the end of the day, moving forward with this pandemic. Finally, to comment that initiatives that are calling us today are the White Medicine Consortium, the Millennium Institute, Institute of Immunology and Therapy. We are closing a fund project and activity that will also pop up during the journey, and we're going to launch a new book led by Dr. Susan Bueno and Dr. Claudio Rios about immunity and feeding. Then, just to wrap up, being able to push from Chile capacities such as a plant of vaccines according to good manufacturing practices, a project led by Professor Pablo González, hopefully available to the whole community, not only the national community, but also to the international community. These are the kinds of tools we need in order to be able to achieve sanitary sovereignty, as well as is joining today, Natalia Muñoz, a former university from the PhD program. She's leading an equivalent project in Colombia. We need to be connected, being in a network with universities, companies, private companies, and governments through their executive and legislative powers. Thank you for your attendance. Hopefully you enjoy today's journey and ask lots of questions, intervene. We've got simultaneous interpreting. You may ask in whatever language, and we can translate that back into English for the referred people to understand that. Thank you very much, and a round of applause for all of you for being here with us today.
Agradecemos al
I would
doctor
like to thank
Calergis por
Dr.
sus palabras
Calergis for
e
his
iniciamos
words,
el bloque
and
1.
we
Para ello
start
invitamos a
the
la
first
doctora
block. For
Natalia
that, we
Muñoz,
invite
directora de
Dr. Natalia
Proyectos
Muñoz,
Especiales
Director
de
of Special
Baxtera,
Projects of
Colombia, con
Baxtera,
su
Colombia,
presentación
with her
titulada
presentation
Baxtera,
titled
un aliado estratégico
Baxtera,
que
an
aporta a la
strategic
soberanía
ally
sanitaria
that
en producción
contributes
de
to
biológicos en
the
Colombia y Latinoamérica.
sanitary
Abre el bloque,
sovereignty in
quien abre el bloque
biomedicine production
con
in
su
Colombia and
investigación
Latin
y
America.
transferencia
She's
biomédica en
opening this
este
block with
evento.
her research and biomedic transference in this event.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Para mí es un placer
Good
estar
morning.
acá
It is a
después de
pleasure to
varios
me being
años que
here
ya
after
dejé
several
el
years.
país.
I left the
Celebro mucho y
country.
miro con mucha
I
alegría
celebrate,
justo
and
lo
I say
que
this very
todas las personas
happily,
que intervinieron, todas las autoridades que
together with
intervinieron al
all the
principio
people who
dijeron.
intervened at the
Estar acá
beginning, what they
sentados
said,
todos
being
ya es un
here all
avance,
together,
porque
it
estamos
is a
sentados
progress
conversando
because
todos los
we
actores
are
que
looking at
realmente
our
hacemos que estas
faces,
cosas
talking to
pasen.
each other, all the stakeholders who made these
Ya eso
things
lo
happen.
celebro y
I
realmente son
celebrate
muestras
this,
de que
and
vamos
hopefully
hacia
this is a
adelante
sample
y
that
con
we are
ganas de
moving
que las
forward
cosas cambien.
and willing
Soy
to make
Natalia,
changes.
trabajo en
I am
esta empresa que se
Natalia.
llama
I work in
Baxtera,
this
es una
company
empresa de
called
base
Baxtera.
tecnológica,
It
es
is a
una
technological
compañía
based
biotecnológica
company.
que se
It's a
está
biotechnology
estableciendo en
company that is
Medellín,
being
Colombia,
established in
y sobre la
Medellin,
que les voy a
Colombia.
contar lo que hemos hecho
I'm
durante
going to
estos
talk
3
about what
años
we've
desde que
been
iniciamos
doing
hasta el día de hoy.
within the last 3 years since we started as of today.
Como les
Okay.
comentaba, entonces somos
As I
una
said,
empresa biotecnológica
we
en
are a
Colombia.
biotechnological
Nosotros lo
company
que
in
estamos
Colombia.
buscando es
What we are
desarrollar
seeking is
productos,
to
pero también
develop
servicios
products, but also
que vayan a
services
contribuir a la
that
seguridad
may
sanitaria, no
contribute
solamente de
to health
Colombia, sino de
security
toda
not
la
only in
región.
Colombia but across
Acá
the
es súper
region.
importante
It is
empezar a
very
ver cómo ha
important here to
evolucionado
start
el
looking at
concepto de
the
soberanía
evolution of the
sanitaria,
concept
pues
of
va más allá de tener servicios, va más allá
sanitary
de tener
sovereignty, because
muros que tengan la
beyond having
capacidad de
services,
producir viales
beyond
de vacunas.
having
Se basa
uh,
también en esa capacidad de que todos
facilities
nosotros
of
nos apropiemos de
being
tener
able
la
to
vacuna acá,
produce
en el hombro, que es donde nos
vaccines,
interesa a todos
vials,
para poder
we
salvar
are
vidas.
interested in
Y con
having
base
the
en eso les vamos a
vaccinations in our
mostrar
body,
cómo
that
todos
it
los
is interesting for
proyectos que
us to save
estamos
lives. And based
estableciendo,
on
no
that, we
solo
are going
desde
to
la
talk about all the
infraestructura,
projects we are
sino
establishing, not
también
only
desde
from
llevar esta
infrastructure
ciencia al
standpoint,
servicio de
but
las personas.
also from the standpoint of taking this science to the service of
¿Por
people.
qué es importante estar
Why is it
ubicados en
important
Colombia o qué
to be
esperamos
in
hacer desde
Colombia?
Colombia?
And what do we
Somos
expect to do from
650
Colombia? We are
habitantes en Latinoamérica.
660
Al momento hay 4 países que
million
producen
inhabitants
vacunas,
in
que son
Latin America.
Argentina,
As of
Brasil,
today, there are 4
México y
countries
Cuba.
producing
Y
vaccines, Argentina, Brazil,
ninguno
Mexico,
de esos
and Cuba.
países,
And
perdón,
none
produce
of
el
those countries
100% de las
produces
vacunas que requieren.
100%
De
of
las
the
30 vacunas,
vaccines
de
they
las
require.
23
Out
vacunas,
of
perdón, que hacen
23
parte del plan activo de
vaccines that are
inmunización
part of the
normalmente de los
universal
países,
immunization plan
algunas tienen que
in
ser
different countries,
importadas.
some
¿Esto
of
qué quiere
them must
decir?
be
Producir
imported.
vacunas no es
What does
simple.
that mean? Producing
Entonces, al
vaccines
estar
is not
nosotros
simple. Then,
tratando de ser
since we
parte
are
de
trying
todo
to
este
be part
ecosistema,
of
lo que
these
queremos es crear un
ecosystems, we
cordón
want to
de
create a
fortalecimiento de tecnología y
backbone of
capacidades del sur para el
technology and
sur, en
capacity
donde nosotros
strengthening from
podamos
the
también
south to
empezar
the
a
south
producir
for
vacunas
us to
que nos
start
impacten
producing
como región, pero
vaccines
que
that
también
impact
puedan llegar a
ourselves
tener un
as a
impacto
region,
en el
but
mundo.
also may impact the
Nosotros
world.
tenemos esta excelente
We
oportunidad
got
justo
this
post-pandémica.
excellent
Yo creo que a todos
opportunity just
los
after the
países nos
pandemics. I think
demostró la
all the
pandemia la
countries, the
necesidad de
pandemic
tener estas
showed us
capacidades
the
locales.
need of having
En
these
Colombia
local
también tenemos
capabilities. In
una
Colombia, we also
interesante
have
forma de
a very
cooperación entre
interesting
el
way
sector
of
público y el sector
cooperation between
privado.
the private
Y también
sector and the public
tenemos una
sector.
ubicación
And we also
estratégica
have a
importante que nos
strategic
permite hacer un
location that
monitoreo para
allows us
prepararnos
to
ante
make
pandemias.
monitoring to be
Colombia
prepared
está en el
in
cordón
case of
del Ecuador,
pandemics.
¿cierto?
Colombia
Entonces,
is in
acá
the
somos un
Ecuador
hotspot de
backbone. We
enfermedades
are a hot
emergentes,
spot of
reemergentes, donde
emerging and
vamos a ver que tenemos
re-emerging
una amplia
diseases. We will see,
presentación de enfermedades
we will
causadas por
have a
arbovirus.
wide
Hablamos de un
presentation of
dengue que no
diseases caused
solamente es
by
en Colombia, sino
arbovirus.
también
We are talking
en
about the
este cordón
dengue,
es
which is not
importante
only
y
in
sobre el que
Colombia, but
también
in
estamos
this
trabajando
area
como
is
muchas
important,
otras
and we are
enfermedades
working on that
infecciosas.
too, as well as on many
Estos son
other
los
infectious
fundadores de la
diseases.
empresa.
These are the
Tenemos a
founder
Jorge
members of the
Osorio, que es el
company. We have Jorge
presidente de la
Osorio, who's the
compañía.
CEO of the
Él
company.
tiene más de 30 años de
He
experiencia
has more
desarrollando
than
vacunas.
30 years of
Justamente hablé
experience
de dengue
developing vaccines. I've
porque él
precisely
hoy
talked about
siendo
dengue
director del Global
because
Health
today, being
Institute de la
director
Universidad
of
de
the Global Health
Wisconsin,
Institute of the
también
Wisconsin
es profesor
University,
de
he's
esta
also
misma
professor of
universidad.
this very same
Hizo
university.
parte de una
And he was part of a company that developed the first stage of the vaccine against dengue that later was bought by Takeda. That's the vaccine that is currently approved in the market and many of us were going to have access to. The other person who's part of the team of Axtera is Juan Pablo Hernandez. He's also a professor from the university, but from the National University of Colombia, a public university, the biggest in the country with presence across the territory. And is part of one of the global healthcare institutes in Colombia. With this joint, there is across the country some clinics that are called fever clinics where we monitor fever diseases with unknown origin in order to make epidemiological monitoring of what's going on and what's circulating and having the possibility of being prepared in advance in case of a pandemic. And the last but not least of the founders of this company is a private company, which is called Sura. This company has presence in 7 countries, including Chile. It is a company in charge of managing trends and risks. Based on that analysis they did, clearly the result is a pandemic is more expensive. Facing a pandemic without being prepared is very expensive, and they decided to be investors, partners of this big scientific-based initiative. Our value chain as of today, then, after 3 years, is very important to consider the time Baxtera is working and what we've achieved in these 3 years. This base that we not only are going to generate independence in vaccination, but we also would like to move on to biomedications, in particular bioequivalents, to create that access for all Colombians and Latin Americans to these kind of technologies. What are we going to do this like? We are first going to start with research and development that will always be the heart of these kind of technology-based companies. Then we are seeking all these partners who may give us technological transfers and teach us on how to do and establish these capacities in the country, to start with filling and packaging capacities, and finally productive capacities that allow us to commercialize these products, as well as the heart of a technology-based company is research and development. Well, education and advocacy for people to access these technologies becomes the last encouragement, the last driver for these companies to go to the next level. The corporate structure we established as of today, this is the organization chart. I think it was very important to show it because it's not only based on knowing how to make science, but also knowing how to establish a full infrastructure between the different instances to achieve what we desire. In established, Baxtera is based Baxtera SASC, and from Baxtera SASC, other 2 companies are created. Baxtera's Frankson, which is established in a special free trade area in order to import and export products when the plant enters into the productive phase. We will have this ability to do finished fillings, production, and commercialization, and we've got Baxtera LLC, a US-based company, in order to apply to research funds and also create development capabilities with people in this company in the United States. And from Baxtera SACS is all the research and development team, but also commercialization of finished products, because in a free trade area we could only trade products that have gone through a transformation stage. Then we start understanding how these corporate structure must be organized for actually work everything we're proposing. Next slide, please. Then, in order to achieve that value chain, we define several growth horizons according to the time and at the moment we are in. Obviously, research and development is in every time, but we must start with strategies that allows us to make commercialization or moving that box and even establishing this culture of vaccination and retaking those local capabilities. Then we started with the commercial strategy of end products or providing manufacturing services on demand in the production plant. Nevertheless, when we are talking about the commercialization of a finished product, we are talking about programs that go beyond transactions of being a distributor of a product and delivering the product. Here, I've invested most of my time in the company, which is designing these customized prevention programs we are going to give a very interesting result about. In horizon number 2, once the production plant is certified, the construction is finished, but we are missing the certification stage, we are going to enter into the technological transfer stage in order to receive the fill and finish capabilities. In the third horizon, we are starting to visualize what are going to be the productive systems we are going to establish in the plant. As of today, we are talking about viral vectors, production of antibodies and other kinds of biologics in mammal cells, and we have already acquired the technology to produce vaccines based on mRNA. These are the two facilities we've got as of today, the production plant that follows the GMP standards in FDA. We've got a 35,000 square meter lot where the first construction stage, that's the full plot. This is the first construction stage that we're going to show you next. We've got the possibility to grow with. This first capability will have the capability of fill and finish around 100 or 120 million doses per year. We will also have capabilities of production, research, and development in the next. This is close to the airport in a special free trade area. And here, the research and development headquarters in the Medellin city has a 780 square meter extensions built with GLP standards. And there we've got this first possibility of producing mRNA-based and viral vector-based vaccines. Shall we play the video? Okay. This is the research and development laboratory we've established in Medellin. As you will see, we will have isolation system, face recognition, pass boxes that allow material exchange without people change, unidirectional flows, and a very important equipment. Everything we are doing in research in the Laboratory of Research and Development in Medellin is based in two main technologies, one in mRNA and the other in viral vector expression. And the generation of antigens is being done through the mosaic strategy. What is that strategy about? It is generating in silicon. We've got another capability, which is computing and IT capabilities in order to start from natural sequences to optimize these antigens to have a wider coverage of T cells. This is the example we had the SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. We picked out all the natural sequences that were published in each of the SARS-CoV. We not only included SARS-CoV-2, but others from metacoronavirus, MERS, etc., other origins or other sequences that were published. We started to do some algorithms of the spike protein, and from here there is a sequence that showed us a good coverage against the different antigens we wanted to develop. We expressed this in a viral vector, which is MVA. The virus is already and that allows a simple manipulation in order to progress with these vaccines. We started to do this development starting December, that we did this before the Omicron variant came. We did this development of this vaccine. There was Mosaic 1, Mosaic 2, Mosaic 3, we achieved Mosaic 4, then Omicron, right, we make an overlap of the structure and protection in vivo assays against Omicron, and we observed that the design we did and the prediction we achieved before the arrival of Omicron was good enough in order to predict and predict what was going to happen with this variant. we
y le
continue with
hicimos
this
todo el
mosaic,
desarrollo
and
a
we
la
did
vacuna.
all the
Entonces estamos
development to the
hablando
vaccine. Then
que en
we are
este corto
talking
periodo de
that
tiempo
in this
logramos
short period of
establecer
time,
no
we
solo
established
capacidades
not
de diseño de
only
vacunas, sino toda
design
la
or vaccine
caracterización
design
de
capabilities, but the
controles y
full
química de esta misma
characterization of
vacuna.
controls of
Hicimos los
chemistry
estudios
of this same vaccine.
preclínicos
We did the
en
preclinic
ratones, pero también en la
studies
Universidad de
in
Wisconsin
mice,
tuvimos la
but
oportunidad
also
de
in the
hacerlos en
University of
primates no
Wisconsin, we had the
humanos.
opportunity to
Y con
do
base en
this
todos
in
estos
non-human
resultados ya
primates,
estamos en el
and based
proceso
on
de la
all these
elaboración de los
results, we are
lotes
in the process of
clínicos y
developing the clinical
aprovechando
lots,
toda
and
este
taking
fast
advantage of
track que se
all this
estaba
fast track
generando,
that was being
fuimos a la
generated.
FDA
We
con el
went to
fin de
the
hacer un
FDA in
pre-IND de
order
esta
to
vacuna para
do a
evaluar la
pre-IND
factibilidad de
of this vaccine
continuar con
to
los ensayos
assess the
clínicos.
factibility, the
¿Por qué
feasibility
fuimos
to
a la
continue with
FDA? Y
clinical
quiero
essays.
detenerme acá un
Why
poco,
we
porque
went to the
volvemos al
FDA?
punto de
I would like to
desarrollar
stop a little bit
capacidades
here
locales.
because we are
Desarrollar
back in
capacidades
the point
locales
of developing
también
local
va en cómo
capabilities.
enseñarle a
Developing
nuestras
local
agencias, o
capabilities
aprender,
also
mejor dicho,
is
de
related
manera
to
conjunta con nuestras agencias
learn
regulatorias,
jointly with our
en todo lo
regulatory
que tiene que
agencies,
pasar
with
alrededor
everything
para que
that
nos
must
puedan
happen
guiar en el
around for
desarrollo de
them to
productos.
guide us in the
Al día de
development of
hoy,
products.
INVIMA,
As
que es
of
nuestra
today,
agencia regulatoria
INVIMA,
en
which
Colombia,
is
es
our
muy buena
regulatory agency in
fiscalizando,
Colombia,
pero
is
no
very
es muy
good
buena
inspecting, but
co-desarrollando
it is
con la
not
empresa o con
good
las iniciativas.
co-developing with
Entonces,
companies
ese
or
fue el
with
llamado y ahí
initiatives.
empezamos a
That was the
establecer los
call, and then
vínculos
we
de,
started to
venga, les
create links
mostramos
to
qué hicimos
say,
con la
okay,
FDA, cómo
come
nos guía
here,
la FDA
let me
para
show
que
you
empecemos
what
a
we did
generar
with
esa
the FDA,
cercanía
what
y
is
ese
the FDA
desarrollo
guiding
conjunto.
like,
Y
and
hoy en
in order
día
to
la
generate that
relación es
closeness and
excelente.
that joint
Ellos están
development.
en la planta
Today, we've got
yendo,
an excellent
logrando
relationship. They are
guiarnos
going
en
to the plant. They are
cómo
guiding
debemos hacer
us
el
on
proceso
how
para
to
llegar a un buen
make
término.
the process in order to achieve good
Este
term.
año, en julio, logramos
This
obtener
year,
nuestra
in
jurisdicción para
July,
la
we could
USPTO por la
obtain, we
Agencia de
were
Patentes de los Estados
given
Unidos.
by
La
the
patente
patent
contra
agents
ese
of the
diseño de la
United States
vacuna
the
que nosotros
patent of
logramos
that
hacer
design of the
contra
vaccine
el
we
COVID-19.
achieved against
Y
coronavirus.
también lo protege no
And
solo con ser
also is
expresado
projected
en
not
vectores
only to be
virales, sino para
expressed
también
in
la
viral
formulación
vectors,
en
but
mRNA,
also
que es
to
hacia
the
donde nosotros nos
formulation in
movemos y
mRNA.
estamos
We would like to
obteniendo
move the
en la
technologies
FDA.
we are having in the
Esta es
laboratory.
parte de las capacidades que estamos estableciendo. Ver un
This
bioreactor
is
en una
part of the
cadena de
capabilities we are
bioseguridad
establishing
que
in
tiene
a
una
reactor in
capacidad
the
de hacer un
biosecurity cabin
escalamiento
that
del
has the
proceso.
capability of
Es
making a process
importante.
scaling, which is
Entonces nosotros
important. Then
trabajamos
we
con la
uh,
tecnología de
work
universidades
with the
UNIVER,
universe
que lo que
technology,
hace es que son bioreactores de alta
in
densidad
which
en donde podemos hacer el escalamiento de
these
una
are
manera
high
mucho más
density
simple en el
bioreactors. We can
laboratorio
do a
tenemos el
scaling in
hydro
a
que
much
tiene
simpler way. In the
esta
laboratory, we have
capacidad
the hydro
de
with this
producir pequeños
capacity of
lotes
producing
de vacunas,
small
pero en la
lots of
planta vamos a tener
vaccines,
la
but
posibilidad de tener el
in the
cargo
plant
y
we
el
will
nitro, que
have
son
the
dos versiones
possibility
mucho
of
más
having
grandes,
cargo and
en
nitro,
donde
which
la
are two much
distribuibilidad
bigger
es
versions where
mucho más simple de
scalability
hacer.
is much simpler
Esta
to
es
do.
una foto pues del laboratorio de investigación y
That's
desarrollo donde
the
está ubicado
picture
acá
of
dentro
the
del
research and
bioreactor.
development lab, which is located here, the
Y
bioreactor.
no solamente tenemos el bioreactor,
We
sino
not
también
only have the
desarrollando toda la
bioreactor, but we
capacidad
are
de upstream y
developing
de
the full
downstream para
upstream
poder
and
llegar
the
finalmente
downstream
a la
capabilities in
formulación
order to
final que
achieve
vamos
the
a
final
demostrar.
formulation we are going to show.
Esta es más o menos también la forma en la que
This
estamos
is more
generando
or
estas
less
otras
the way we
vacunas
are
contra Zika y
generating
el
these
Oxivir
other vaccines
chikungunya.
against.
Obviamente es financiada por el Ministerio de
Obviously,
Ciencia,
this is
Tecnología e
funded
Innovación
by
de
the
Colombia porque
Ministry
son
of Science, Technology,
enfermedades
and
también
Innovation
que hacen
of Colombia
sentido, que
because
son una
these are
necesidad para el
diseases that make
país.
sense and that are
Los
in need
diseños se
for the
basan
country.
poner en el genoma del
Designs
MVA,
are
que estas
based
son
on
las
putting
vacunas
on the
basadas
genome of the
principalmente en vectores
MBA. These are
virales,
vaccines mainly based
mosaicos
on
contra,
viral
en el caso
vectors,
de Zika, la
mosaics in
vacuna
the case of Zika,
de la enzima de la envoltura, la proteína de la envoltura y no
the
estructural 1 en el caso de
protein of
tenofovir,
the
contra la
uh,
glicoproteína en el caso de
and the clinical
chikungunya.
protein in the
Son
case
como
of
motores,
the
marcadores de
if they are
selección para poder
promoters,
elegir las
selection
clonas,
markers in
después de
order
la
to choose
removción de
the
estos
clones, and then
marcadores por
the removal of
recombinaciones
these markers
homólogas.
goes through homologated recombinations, etc.
Siguiente. Ahora paso a la segunda capacidad que tenemos
Now I'm going
en
to
el
the
lab,
next
pero no vamos a
capability
poner
we've
los
got in
videos
our lab.
juntos
We are
porque
going
nos
to put,
demoramos mucho.
we're not going to put the
Esta es
videos,
la
otherwise we would
capacidad que
take
tenemos de
longer.
Quantum
This is
Technologies,
the
que es con el
capacity
fin de
we've got of
producir
quantum
vacunas de
technologies, which is in order to
mRNA,
produce
cell-free
mRNA
y
vaccines self-free and fully robotized and automated. These two these two instruments are already in the Baxtera facilities with the purpose of being able to produce in in day 1 to 5 grams of mRNA, which means a big amount or large number of vaccines based on this technology. This is the pipeline we're working on. As you would understand from the coronavirus vaccine, we are about to start the first stage. This vaccine is based for the eradication of viruela, and which is part of the vaccine against mpox. Clearly, it accelerated the path in order to think today in the production of these clinical lots to start making the clinical essays of an alternative vaccine against mpox. We know in this moment it is an international interest declared disease. Likewise, we are in the process of developing vaccines with against highly pathogenic influenza, yellow fever, as I told you, with funding from the local government, vaccine against dengue, other filoviruses, and against papilloma. Regarding the production plant, we are going to show you which are going to be the advance. As I said, this is a summary of the plant. Next one, please. This is the render. It looks very nice, and that's the reality. A picture as of May 2024. We've already got the main blocks built, stage number 1 and stage number 2, as it is showed the possibility of expansion we got. Next, please. Then, in this first stage of the production plant blocks, we're going to see initially is the administrative well-being buildings. Second block is the block of utilities or fuels we need in a clean way. Just to remind here, every drop of water used within the plant must go through a purification, a certification process, which is impressive. And then everything happens in this building through some bridges that drive technology that pipelines to block 3, which is the formulation and fill and finish block to receive all these fuels and waters and everything we need for the building to work. In the opposite, we got the power laboratory, we've got the warehouse and quality control building, among others. We're working with different allies because we've got in the building, we have defined what we want to receive from who we want to receive in order to start, and we are working tirelessly in order to have those capability there in Colombia. Now, I'm going to tell you at the beginning in a very summarized way what we've been doing with, okay, I've got the capability of making research, of producing the vaccines, of filling them in, but how do we get these vaccines to people and how to establish the vaccination culture in adults in Colombia? Then, a summary of everything that people gave us and authorities gave us who opened today in the morning. Having healthier communities is not about only having a building. It is sitting together to talk about what we have to, what we need to talk about. Here we are around the table, the industry, the academia, and the government talking about how vaccines and biotherapeutic therapeuticals through programs that guarantee access, but also educational programs could impact on public health, creating a sustainable economy. We in Colombia, we really have lots of challenges with the adult vaccination culture. We have a high expense in health, for instance, in respiratory and diseases related to BPH, mainly all the cancers. In the case of the BPH in girls who are in the widen immunization program, we don't have coverage higher 16%. And those people who didn't go couldn't achieve immunization during this program, this public program. We are not exceeding 2%. Likewise, with respiratory diseases, with COVID, we achieved with the first scheme 74% of coverage. Nevertheless, as long as we lose the perception of risk and hazard, those coverages drop, reaching in a second effort no more than 7% in people who need them. Likewise, when we access vaccination against influenza, that's the segment of the people. They have a clear perception of risk since being pregnant, but when we are looking at them, the other age groups, they must do this voluntarily. There is no culture established. Even with people with AIDS, we do not have this vaccination either. Understanding what was going on, we determined, we showed that in Colombia, we needed to establish a serious adult vaccination program where we were leaving a 30 million people market aside, 30 million people completely unprotected because those two extremes were covered, for good or for bad, but not fully covered. What were the barriers of these kind of programs? First, the economy. In Colombia, there's high rates of informality. Clearly, it is not a priority for people investing in a vaccine. We've got 82% of the population with low incomes, and we've got one of the lowest expenses in Latin America, 15%. What this makes us say that we have to establish programs together with the government in order to reach these communities that didn't have access to these vaccines. We are going to the second point here, which is the access and the need of being able to reach the vaccination points, knowing the national territory in an active manner, and also making education programs to avoid disinformation around the different communities that was generated with the pandemics. For that, we developed these prevention programs, which is a modular program where we mixed these new generation vaccines and biopharmaceuticals according to the needs of the territory in the case we're going to show you later today, according to the economic activity of a group of people. Then we determine which were the biological pharmaceuticals that were needed to prevent a series of diseases. We developed a vaccination strategy reaching the site where they were required and not waiting for people to come to the vaccination sites. Obviously, adding a very strong advocacy and education campaign, and along with a digital transformation strategy that is needed to show the results or impacts on healthcare that then allowed us to come back in the case of certain vaccines to start with this proposal and hopefully implement it on an annual basis for in the case of influenza, for instance. Then Vaxtera is at the end of the day a company that talks to the partners, the company that produces this product and transforms it into a program that adds value to customers. In this case, a territory entity or a company, in the case they want to assume that, through reaching with new strategies to that unprotected population. This is one of the results that we achieved to establish last year with a population of employees of the company, and we wanted to assess the capability of taking this to their family members, including them in this program, as well as the communities of where the plant is located, which is in the Rio Negro city, with this in 17 days, people who work in vaccine, not in crisis times. Let's not remember the COVID numbers, but the numbers in quiet times. We know that putting oh, applying 6,000 vaccines is not easy, and we applied through education and active vaccination mechanisms in 17 days 6,000 vaccines. In this case, was the influenza vaccines, and we assessed the importance of doing this in fixed or mobile points. We set up 6 mobile points and 12 fixed spots, and we established that one half of the vaccines to be applied on company employees and the other half to their families. Then the message permitted and it achieved. We went beyond what we needed and we could show that. And we also showed what were the vaccination strategies that worked much better in these kind of people. This is a picture of different sites we were working on. We were in the Casa Dorada in the Rio Negro city vaccinating elder people who weren't protected by this program yet. In summary, just to wrap up, what I wanted to show you, well, what is Vaxtera going to do now on? We started 10 people in 2021. We've achieved all this I've showed you in a very summarized way. We hope to achieve within the next few years to generate 500 direct jobs. All this with the first round of a $100 million investment with these production capabilities of vaccines in these platforms. Hopefully, 5 vaccines that are needed by the immunization employer program, 9 vaccines in research and development, and hopefully towards the ability to have technological transfers in order to have these processes and products in Colombia. Then, in summary, we've got production and development capacities that are already local in Colombia, very close to have the certifications, not only national but also international certifications. We are seeking to do co-developments. We are always open and we want the science to move on. And that's why we want this to happen. Obviously, we want to work on programs with public entities. The Ministry of Health of Colombia, as well as the regulatory agency, is working close with us in order to make this a reality, and always with advocacy strategies of knowledge of the territory, teaching with territory approach, because Colombia, as well as Latin America, is so diverse in the country itself that going to a place to talk about vaccination in the north is not the same that going in the west or in the south. We are working a lot on how to make people to appropriate this and to take this as something part of their lives. And we always want to make an impact on communities. Today, we are around 110 people, 3 years later, trying to moving forward with this, and we feel very proud. This is the day of the inauguration of the production plant delivery. Vaxtera is a reality, and this plant is available for everyone across Latin America. Thank you very much.
Tenemos un breve espacio para preguntas, 5 minutos. Hay personas, claro, levantan la mano, hay personas que se acercan con...
We have some time for Q&A. We have some people here with a microphone so that you can ask whatever you want.
Hola, felicitaciones.
Well, first of all, congratulations. And I have a question on the design for future markets, considering the Latin American context. What would be your most important markets? We're talking about states for massive vaccination campaigns, because I get the strategy of connecting with local communities, but is that enough for the level of growth you're looking for? Before answering, who made the question? Can you raise your... I mean, can you say who you are and what do you represent, etc.? Well, my name is Gerardo Cárcamo. We want to answer this question first. Oh, it's the same one. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Dale, Gerardo.
Gerardo?
Mi nombre es Gerardo Cárcamo. Soy
My name is Gerardo Cárcamo. I'm a professor of the School of Biological Sciences of this university.
¿Puedo repetir la pregunta si es necesario?
And maybe I can repeat the question, I don't know.
Y la pregunta es,
And the question was,
en su análisis, ¿quién sería el
based on your analysis, what would be the most important client for you for the development of vaccines in Latin America? Perfect. Well, there's no doubt that the most important customer is government. And that's why we want to develop some kind of vaccines related to the immunization programs of each of the governments. On these proposals, some public policies have been generated for the reindustrialization of the health area, but also on health sovereignty. And we've generated some spaces in which, before going to purchase vaccines, as we usually do, which is by the rotatory fund of OPS, we want to get some local capabilities. Before going there, we can get them locally with some benefits. So what are the customers? First of all, national governments, hopefully with this package of vaccines which are used in the immunization program. We may be talking about an OPS developer, but it's not just losing sight on the fact that generating local capabilities is hard, first of all. It takes time too, and in order to have them sustainable over time, we need to have a place to, a way of making them more sustainable over time. And hopefully this region can be available in the region. So first of all, public entities, and in the future, we may be talking about the Pan American Health Organization, and we have another set of vaccines that can be sold privately for other kinds of products that are not included in the immunization plans. Another question?
Hola.
Te puedes poner de pie y
Mi nombre es Jonathan Núñez, soy
My
gerente
name
de
is Jonathan
transferencia y
Núñez. I'm
comercialización
the
de
manager of
Copeco C.
transferring and commercialization of Copeco C.
Felicitarlos por el
Well, congratulations,
avance que han
first of
tenido en
all,
tan poco
for all of the
tiempo.
progress you've made in
Estoy súper
such a
impresionado.
short period of
Y
time.
mi
I'm really
pregunta va
impressed.
precisamente en línea
And my
con eso,
question relates
porque
to
al final
that,
para poder
actually. I
avanzar tan
mean,
rápido
in order to
se
move that
requiere
fast, you
financiamiento
may be
decidido
requiring some
y de largo plazo.
real
Entonces,
investment,
entiendo que
long-term
esto tuvo
investment. And
financiamiento
I
de
know that
Sura,
this was funded by Sura,
pero probablemente
but
también hubo otro tipo de
probably there
financiamiento, a
were
lo mejor
other
quizás
kinds of
del gobierno,
funding,
no lo sé,
maybe governmental things, I don't
o
know,
de otros privados,
or
pero
other
sería muy
private
interesante
entities.
para nosotros el
But it
ver
would
cómo
be
se
really
pudo
interesting for us
estructurar
to
el
see how
financiamiento
can
para
we
la
structure
empresa
finance and
Baxtera.
funding for
Muchas gracias.
Baxtera. Thank you.
No, muchas gracias por tu pregunta y
No,
muchas
thank you for
gracias
your
por las
question and
felicitaciones.
thank
De
you
verdad que cuando
for
uno se
your
sienta a organizar
congratulations
la
as well. I mean,
presentación para
when you
mostrarla,
start
pierde la
organizing the
perspectiva de todo lo que ha
presentation, when
pasado,
you start
¿cierto?
seeing everything that has happened, you
Realmente esto
feel
fue una
proud.
apuesta
And
decidida y
this
segura de
was
Sura.
a
De nuevo, es
bet
una
by
empresa
Sura.
de gestión de tendencias y
Sura
riesgos.
is a
Es
company
experto en
of
hacer eso.
risk
Y sus
trends. They
números
are
y todo lo que
experts
les
on
daba
that.
era,
And their numbers
esto no puede
showed
volver a pasar.
that this cannot
Me
happen again.
pasa otra situación
I
de
mean,
estas
if
y
it
me voy a la
happens
quiebra,
once again,
¿cierto?
I go
Entonces,
bankrupt.
desde ahí hay una convicción
And
de que es
so
una
there's a
necesidad.
conviction there that there is a
Al
need there.
momento, de nuevo, como somos una empresa de base
Now,
científica,
since we are a
sabemos postular a fondos
science-based company,
internacionales,
we know how to
¿cierto?
apply to
Y hemos
international funding.
logrado traer
And we've
algunos
managed
proyectos,
to
pero
get
no
some
inversionistas
projects,
todavía.
but
Entonces
we
sigue
haven't been able to
siendo
get some
una
investors.
apuesta de Sura.
And this is a
Y
Sura
venimos
bet.
trabajando ya muy de
And
cerca, cada
we've
vez
been
más
working
cercano, con
closely
iniciativas del gobierno que nos van
with
a
government
permitir
initiatives that
desarrollar,
will help us to
mantener y darle
develop and to
continuidad
maintain
a este tipo de programas.
and to provide some continuity to this kind of
Eso
programs.
es lo que te puedo decir
So
hasta
that's
hoy.
what I can
Seguimos
say
en ese
on
modelo.
this. We keep working on this model.
Nuevos
And of
inversionistas para
course, we
poder
need to
seguir
find some
desarrollando las
new
siguientes
investors so
etapas.
that we can
Pero
develop further
el
stages.
mantenimiento y la
But
continuidad que estamos
maintenance and
buscando con el
continuity that we're
ente
looking for
público y con el
with
gobierno
public entities and
es
government,
fundamental para que eso
that's
pase. Esto
extremely
solos
important
no lo
so that
podemos
things
hacer.
can actually
Pero
happen
ya es una
because we cannot
demostración
do
de que sí
this
se puede hacer
on
y
our
es más
own. But
fácil empezar
this
a
is
apalancar
proof that it can be
esas
done, so we need to leverage all of these initiatives.
Alex Gerarchis.
My name is Alex Gerarchis. Thank you so much for your presentation, Natalia. Congratulations, Baxtera. And I will ask the scientific question. I mean, how does a universal vaccine for coronavirus work?
Cuando nosotros partimos con
When we
este diseño
started
que es
with this
obtenemos la
design,
secuencia natural o las
we
secuencias
get
que
the
están
natural
públicas,
sequence or
las
those that are
consultamos.
public.
En ese momento nosotros
And at
analizamos
that moment,
alrededor de
we
8.000
analyzed
secuencias
approximately
públicas,
8,000
incluidas las de
public
todas las
sequences,
variantes, ¿cierto? Y
considering
las
every
de
single variant
personas
and
inmunosuprimidas de todo el
those by
mundo.
people who are
Empezamos a hacer análisis
immunodepressed
para
all over the
llegar a
world.
la
So we ran
modelación
some analysis
específica
so
de
that we
spike,
can
donde
get to
había
the specific analysis
obviamente
of
segmentos donde
spikes.
eran mucho más
There were some
inmunogénicos, unos
pieces
en fin.
that were more
Empezamos a hacer ese
immunogenic, others
modelamiento,
were not.
salieron
So
varios
we started
candidatos y
analyzing those
empezamos a
models.
probar
We
algunas
had some
clones.
candidates and we started
Cuando
testing some
empezamos a
clones.
probarlas,
When we tested
empezamos
them,
a seleccionar aquella que era
we
primero estable
started
genéticamente,
selecting
porque
those
como
who
es
were genetically
obviamente
stable
una
because since
expresión en
this
este
is
vector viral, podíamos
an
perderla.
expression, we
Una
could
vez
lose it.
se
So
conjugaran
once we
todas las
did,
situaciones, que fuera estable
we
genéticamente,
analyzed
que
every
fuéramos
single
capaces de
situation
demostrar in
to
vitro
be
algunas
genetically
características que
stable,
nos
to have
permitieran
some
avanzar,
features that can
empezábamos el
help us
testeo
to
in
move
vivo
forward.
con
We started
diferentes
testing live with
variantes. Empezamos
different
con Omicron,
variants. We started
empezamos
with
con...
Omicron, we
No, no
started
empezamos con Omicron,
also,
empezamos
no,
con Alpha, con Beta.
we started with
Y
Alpha,
finalmente
Beta,
llegamos a Omicron
and
y
finally we
empezamos
got to
a ver
Omicron,
que
and
tomando
we saw that
esos cambios
by
específicos en cada
taking
una
those
de ellas y que
specific
parecían
changes
ser
in each of them
importantes para la
that seemed to
inmunogenicidad,
be
lográbamos
important
tener
for
coberturas
immunization, we
y
managed to get some
protección,
coverage and
anticuerpos
protection as well.
neutralizantes y
Some
protección de los
antibodies,
animales.
neutralizing
Entonces,
antibodies
ese
and
es el
animal
concepto que
protection.
hay detrás de
So
una
that's
vacuna
the
universal, es
concept
poder
behind a
integrar, no es un
universal vaccine.
consenso, es un
It's not a
mosaico,
consensus, it's
es
actually a
lograr
sort of mosaic
mezclar
in which you
en esa
manage to
proteína que se
mix
va a
in
expresar de
that
manera
specific protein that
sintética.
will
Es
be
una proteína
expressed
sintética, ¿cierto?, que se
synthetically.
expresa en ese
It's a
vector viral, pero
synthetic
que tiene las
protein,
características,
but
el
it has some
plegamiento, la
features,
conformación,
the
etcétera, para que
folding,
se puedan
the shape, so that they can
desencadenar una
be,
respuesta inmune
so
protectora
that we can
ante
have an
diferentes
immunoprotective answer
en este
that is
caso,
different in
variantes
different
del
variables.
virus. Entonces, ese fue el testeo que nosotros hicimos.
So that was the testing we did. We have time for one more question.
Hola, buenos días,
Hello,
Natalia.
good morning, Natalia.
María José García,
I'm Maria
soy
Jose
la subdirectora
Garcia.
de transferencia del
I'm the
conocimiento del Instituto
Subdeputy
Nacional de Propiedad
of Knowledge on the Institute of Scientific Property. And you showed
la patente que tienen
your
concedida en
patent
Estados Unidos, entiendo. Y mi
that you were
pregunta
granted
es,
in the
¿qué
US. So my
relevancia
question
tiene
is,
para
how
Baxtera
relevant it is for
y qué relevancia
Baxtera,
crees tú que tiene
and
la
how
propiedad
relevant
intelectual y
do you think
específicamente las
intellectual
patentes
property
en
has
este ámbito de desarrollo
in
científico-tecnológico?
this scientific
Maravilloso.
area?
Muchas gracias por esta pregunta.
Thank you for this
Parte de
question.
lo que he aprendido
Part of
también
what I've learned,
de los 10 personas que iniciamos la
I mean,
compañía,
the 10
claramente
of us
una de
who
ellas
started
era
this company,
la
one of
persona
those was the
encargada
person
de la
in
Dirección
charge
de Asuntos
of
Legales y Propiedad
legal
Intelectual,
affairs and
quien
intellectual
he aprendido
property.
pues mucho
I've
de lo
learned
que
a
tú me
lot from
estabas
her.
preguntando. La propiedad intelectual en una
And
compañía
intellectual property
farmacéutica
in a
tiene una gran
company, in a
relevancia desde el
pharmaceutical
punto de vista no
company,
solo de
is
proteger esa
extremely
inversión
relevant,
para
not only
poderla
when it comes to
explotar,
protecting that
sino que
investment
también se
so
pueden
that we
vender
can
en
make
este
use of it,
momento,
but also
¿cierto?
to
Se
sell
pueden dar
some
licencias,
patents.
se
We can
pueden
license them.
sacar royalties, se pueden
We
hacer
can
muchas
make
cosas con la propiedad
royalties out of
intelectual
it.
que van
You
mucho
can
más
do
allá de
lots of
tener una
things with
patente
intellectual
acá
properties
y ahora.
just
Y eso está pasando con
beyond
Baxtera
having
en este
intellectual
momento. Hay
property, and
muchos
that's what's
interesados en
happening
la
with
forma
Baxtera.
como generamos
There
esos
are a
mosaicos,
lot of
en la
people
forma
interested
como
in our patent.
esa capacidad que
There are a
tenemos
lot of people
instalada de
interested
mejorar
in the
esta
capabilities
cobertura
that we
pues,
have when
de
it comes
propiedad
to
puede
improving
ser
this
transferida a
insurance
otras vacunas
and the way
y ese es el
it
gran
can be
valor que nosotros
transferred
le
to other
vemos en este
vaccines.
momento a la
And that's
propiedad
the
intelectual y
value
a
we're
las
seeing to
patentes, de
intellectual
no solamente
property.
explotarlas,
Not
protegerlas
only
para
on
explotarlas en el producto
protecting them
final,
to
sino
exploit them
también
in
poder
the final
vender
product,
o
but
licenciar de alguna
also to
forma
sell
sus
them
productos
or
intermedios e
licensing these
incentivar que se siga
intermediate products
invirtiendo
and
en la
to
generación de este conocimiento
work
que
on the
pues llegaremos
generation
a
of
tener pues
knowledge
un
that
interés
finally
comercial.
will have
No sé
a
si me quedo
business
corta en la
interest, of course.
explicación.
I don't know if I explained
Como
myself
científica,
well.
hasta ahí llego con la
That's my scientific
explicación,
knowledge.
pero básicamente hacia allá
But
está orientado.
basically, that's what we're going to.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Agradecemos a la doctora
Thank you so
Natalia
much,
Muñoz por su
Dr. Natalia,
presentación.
for your
A
presentation.
continuación,
And now
tendremos a la doctora
we will have
Yaling
Dr.
Hu,
Yanling Hu,
vicepresidenta de
who's the
Investigación y
Vice
Desarrollo
President
de
of Research and Development
Sinovac
of Sinovac
quien
Biotech,
nos acompaña desde China
who
de
is
manera
joining us from
telemática
China
con su
remotely.
presentación titulada
And she has a presentation
Innovaciones
called
en el desarrollo de
Innovations
vacunas
in
y
Vaccine and
anticuerpos.
Antibody Development.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you for the invitation. And okay, thank you and nice to see you again for Dr. Alexis and Pablo. And so, as we start the research and the cooperation in Chile since COVID-19, and people knows about Sinovac since from vaccine. And we hope we will have more and more talk and research cooperation in the future. So today the topic of my presentation is the innovation in vaccine and antibody development. In today's increasingly severe global health challenges, the importance of vaccine and antibodies as key weapons for preventing and treating disease is self-evident. With the rapid development of technology, we are in an unprecedented era of innovation and providing unlimited possibilities for addressing emerging pathogens and improving treatment effectiveness. Today, I'm honored to introduce to you the latest developments and innovative achievements of Sinovac in the field of vaccine and antibody development. We are committed to contributing our strengths to global public health through cutting-edge technology. With the mission of supply vaccine to eliminate human diseases, we have always stand at the forefront of fighting epidemics and by taking promote responses to disease outbreaks such as SARS, H1N1, H5N1, and COVID-19. So during past 23 years, there were 12 products were approved, and more than 3 billion doses of vaccines have been distributed to more than 80 countries worldwide. Today, we have built multiple mature platforms for the development of all types of vaccines and antibody drugs. And our full chain capacities of drug development has facilitated the innovation and quality of our products. Currently, we have built mature and comprehensive vaccine development platforms, including inactivated vaccine, live attenuated vaccine, subunit vaccine, recombinant protein vaccine, mRNA, virus-like particle, viral vector platforms for virus vaccine developments, and also our conjugated bacterial vaccine and the recombinant bacterial vector vaccine platforms. We applied rational vaccine design upon in-depth analysis of passenger structures and antibody lineage research. And by integrating advanced technologies such as high-throughput sequencing, proteomics, structural biology, AI, and machine learning to address key scientific issues in vaccine and antibody developments, we can efficiently accelerate target validation and clinical trial processes. For the antibody drug development, we have established the single B-cell cloning and the single-cell immune profiling technology for antibody screening, and a mature antibody development platform for efficient drug development processes. We have also established a mature CAR-T technology platform for innovative cancer treatments, aiming to provide affordable therapy for patients. Our first antibody products have been approved by China and NMPA in June this year, and is estimated to be approved by FDA in 2025. This rabies monoclonal antibody cocktail contains a mixture of two monoclonal antibodies with non-overlapping epitopes, which can precisely recognize multiple epitopes of rabies virus glycoprotein and effectively neutralizing the pandemic strains globally. The clinical studies we conducted in both China and the United States proving superior efficacy and safety than anti-rabies human immunoglobulin, providing better protection with rapid and higher neutralizing titers in the first 2 weeks after virus exposure. And the antibody was developed under the showed pathway. During the monoclonal antibody selection, we choose a mixture of two monoclonal antibodies with non-overlapping epitopes on trimeric rabies G protein for broader protection efficacy. To determine the broad protection effects of the monoclonal antibody, 67 rabies isolate strains worldwide were tested, and the antibody showed broad spectrum neutralization for all the rabies variants. And also, the animal tests show that comparing with the vaccine only or vaccine combined with human rabies immunoglobulin, vaccine combines our antibody, which is 0 to 3, can provide more timely and effective protection from the first day administered. And 0.3 milligram per kilogram doses of the cocktail can effectively provide PEP in serum hamster compared with HRAG, which is a very low dose. And multinational clinical studies have proven its safety and that it was well tolerated in 2 randomized efficacy trials with 1,448 category 3 patients. The products has shown a superior rabies virus neutralizing antibody levels compared to age rate up to day 15, and the comparable percentage of the subjects which rabies virus neutralizing antibody more than 0.5 IU per ml was up to day 99. No rabies cases up to day 365. And the second product we are now working is about the RSV MR vaccine. As RSV is a highly concerned acute respiratory disease in children and elderly, we have included both the vaccine and antibodies for RSV protection in our pipeline. At present, we have completed the RSV vaccine preclinical research and handling an IND application. The antigen of this vaccine is independently designed and has been patented with completely independent intellectual property rights. And its immunogenicity is better than that of the vaccines that have already been marketed. In collaboration with domestic structural biology experts, Sinovac break through a series of patent barriers based on DISC1 and redesigned the pre-F antigen structure subversively. We constructed thousands of pre-F and post-F specific antibodies and multiple animal models as a powerful toolkits for antibody evaluation. Specific binding and the electron microscopy structure determined that the antigen exhibited a pre-F conformation. Also, during vaccine development, we obtained high affinity neutralizing antibody. So we have already completed the effective studies of RSV MR vaccine, comparing with the RSV from JASKI. Sinovac RSV MR vaccine group showed comparable neutralizing antibody level and the superior Th1 cellular immunity level. The product showed a cross protection of both A subtype and B subtype, and had lower lung pathology scores and did not produce ERDs after virus challenge. As our RSV product portfolio, we are also developing the broad spectrum anti-RSV monoclonal antibody as a supplement to vaccines in children protection. We isolated the antibodies from the blood samples taken by the pediatric clinical nurses, and through RSV virus neutralizing activity screening, a total of 932 strains of antibody were obtained, and 198 antibodies with neutralizing activities were obtained for epitope classification and lineage analysis. The monoclonal antibody with no mutation epitopes and excellent neutralizing activity was selected for drug development. Notably, the antibody development also provides a variety of antibodies as an effective screening toolkits for our vaccine development. The RSV antibody has showed superior protective effect against the RSV clinical strains challenge compared with nirsevimab. We applied the deep mutation scanning to guide more refined epitope classification, and the DMS results show that the F protein mutation that may escape may escape number 262 and number 381 did not appear in the real world, providing confirmation for our antibody screening results. As a classical insect-borne disease, there are 98 to 400 million cases of dengue virus infection per year globally, and 20,000 to 40,000 people die of dengue annually. Currently, FDA-approved clinical phase 2 or phase 3 and marketed products are all attenuated vaccines, but always the limitation, which includes the difficulty to induce a balanced immune response against different serotypes of virus at the same time, and then resulting ADE risk. At this stage, there is still no truly safe and effective dengue vaccine all over the world. And our independently developed dengue vaccine is designed with stable dimeric form of E protein and ED3 VLP backbone. So this vaccine can provide effective protection against the 4 serotypes of dengue viruses at the same time to avoid ADE, and suitable for all ages groups to provide effective protection for both uninfected and previously infected patients. Currently, the product is in preclinical processing, and our R&D approving is expected in 2026. And we establish a molecular antibody library from dengue convalescent patients with over 2,000 clones, and all antibodies were evaluated for sequence neutralization, binding, and ADE effects. Structural biology revealed key epitopes of potent and broadly neutralizing antibodies, and high-risk ADE epitopes, identifying critical protective regions and risk signals. And also by applying AI-assisted structure-based design with the focus on dengue type 2, we stabilize the protein's native conformation and introduce the target mutations at ADE hotspots, aiming to develop a next-generation dengue vaccine against that enhances both safety and efficacy. I'm sorry, because now we are drafting our patents and articles, so I didn't show much data. And I think I would like to share with you next time when those files are ready. And in the future, Sinovac plans to invest more to pharmaceutical areas, both in innovative R&D and the industry development. So we will focus on developing new vaccines, antibody products, as well as cell and gene therapy, both for emerging epidemics and high-burden diseases. And we plan to form alliance to expand overseas to leverage the brand strength of Sinovac and introduce new Chinese technology products into emerging countries through the Amazon plan and Osman plan, meeting the emerging health needs in South America and the Middle East. We aim to creating a platform that is accessible to all elements, integrating human physiological and pathological data to drive the discovery of new targets, thereby achieving the genuine innovation. Thank you. That's my talk.
Thank you, Dr. Hu. We have a brief period for questions, 3 or 4 questions. I invite to Antonia for lead this part.
Me first? Okay, thank you very much. So, Yaling, thank you very much for your talk. This is Pablo Gonzalez from the Catholic University. So my question is regarding the dengue vaccine. It's a very interesting approach. So is this, does this approach target all the currently known serotypes, or particularly only some? Because it's very known that the differences between the serotypes makes it quite difficult to create universal vaccines. So how does it work in that sense?
Firstly, it takes us a long time to work on dengue 2, because this is the most common type and the most difficult one. And after we solve the technical problem, which is we find the hotspots of the ADE, and then we design we also design the sequence of other 3 types of the dengue virus. So now it's we mix 4 serotypes of the design together to to make the vaccine.
Perfect, makes sense. Thank you.
¿Más preguntas?
Thank you, Yelling. This is Alexis Galergis. Quick question about the RSV vaccine or the RSV approach. How young you want to make it in terms of immunizing?
How young? You mean the age group for the
yes, the final target group?
For the vaccine or for the antibody?
For both approaches, the vaccine and the antibody.
Yeah, and for vaccine, since you have already seen that right now we are working on the mRNA vaccine. So yeah, the age of the people would be the elderly people. I think age more than 50. And but for antibody, it's for the infants or yeah, for the baby, 6 months or younger.
So you think that the RNA vaccines are not going to go further, like in young population, like not newborns, but maybe older, like a year or 2 year old?
I think it will take a long way to go that further because we need to be approved first, and then we will expand the age group. So the first age group we would like to launch for the market is for the elderly people, and then we will do the clinical trial for the adults and younger.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
¿Hay espacio para más preguntas del público? Si es que alguien tiene preguntas en español también.
Room for one more question.
La doctora, no hay problema. Allá.
At the back.
¿Sí? Well, my name is Juan Ignacio. I'm a student at the moment, and I don't exactly know if you mentioned it, but finding methods to aim against cancer is very innovative, and I think there are methods that use our own blood cells to fight against cancer and some types. So is Sinovac working on that currently?
Yeah, because I mentioned for my last slides that Sinovac is also working on the cell and gene therapy. You know, for the products of cell therapy, there's a lot of products from in US and also a lot of products in China and clinical trials. So we are also working on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Dr. Hu, for your participation. We hope you sleep well.
Yeah, thank you.
Agradecemos también a Antonia.
We would like to thank Antonia. A round of applause for Dr. Hu, please.
Para continuar con este bloque,
to continue with this block of presentations, we would like to welcome Dr. Ioannis Rabias, Chief of the Department of Quality Control Institute Pasteur Hellenic in Greece, of course, with his presentation entitled The Importance of Standards and Guidelines of Quality Control of the European Pharmacopoeia in the Development of Vaccines. Lamen-
birthday. And the vision was to create a common European pharmacopoeia. Next. What's the impact of the activities of INDIQM? Actually, you can read that, but the main thing is that all of the European Union countries and more, 38 European countries, decide to work on quality control issues together. This is something that was essential because they had different economical background, all these countries, but they want to focus on the best possible solution for everyone to apply. Next. Why is the DQM part of the Council of Europe? Council of Europe started 75 years ago, and it has a mission to help the society in general. But a big part of the society is the quality of drugs and quality of health in Europe. And when I say Europe, I mean as well the States, India, China, Japan. Pharmacopoeias are getting together now to try to create common quality control protocols. Yes. Yeah, that's the 11th edition of the European Pharmacopoeia, and I'm happy that I'm a member of the experts and author in various parts in Pharmacopoeia. It's a difficult task. What is different in European Pharmacopoeia and Pharmacopoeias in general? The difference is that you have all the manufacturers of medicine must apply to these quality standards. So the quality standards that European Pharmacopoeia makes, all the manufacturers has to follow, big and small. Sanofi is a spin-off company. So it doesn't matter. You have to follow the rules. And this is something which is, that's why I'm interested in that. This is something that's unique in the science, because you have science and you have the law, and you have protocols that you have to obey from scientists for you to have, to be able to produce drugs. This is very big. Next one. So, okay, we're writing parts in Pharmacopoeia, but of course there's a European Commission and a committee checking us. We don't write whatever we want, and we don't write them whenever we want. There's a whole issue of how a Pharmacopoeia document is revised and how many times it's revised. And it's something that it's taking in years in the making. So, why we do these quality controls? Why are we interested in quality controls in vaccines, for example? Here I have a very small network of things that you need in vaccine development, manufacturing, and quality control. As you see all this, this is how you actually make a vaccine. But in the end, there with underlined, I say that product quality control time is 70 to 80% of the production process. This is a lot. So when you develop a drug, the quality control to produce it, it takes you 2/3 of your time. I'm not going to bother you a lot about that. This is a typical viral vector vaccine. And you see the steps, like the substrate of viral vector profilication, the recombinant viral vector seed lot. And if you see a lot of controls that you have to do in every step. And next to it, in brackets, you see European. So this is the paragraph of the European Pharmacopoeia that you have to follow to do the specific test. Next. So here you have the propagation, the harvesting. Again, a lot of tests that you need to do. We're going to purified harvest, and you see the quality controls that you have to do in every batch are getting increasingly more. Next. You have the final bag more. So you do a lot of identification tests, you do a lot of PCRs, you do a lot of the toxins, sterilities in every step. So you're sure that this is a quality control safe drug. Next. And final lot. For example, you can see identification, appearance, osmolality, pH, volume, residues, carrier aggregates, infertility, bacteria endotoxins, thermal stability. You have to do all that. And to do that, you open the European Pharmacopoeia and you see the paragraph and how you make it. So it's essential. Okay, yes, trends, what we're doing. And we cannot click that. Okay. So in the first hot link, I was going to show you how a text of the European Pharmacopoeia looks like, and then as the team of authors making comments, and then how you get it at the end. This was an example. Actually, I have them in my PDF, so I can give it to the symposium. So this was an example that I'm in the team that writes vaccines in general vaccines in use. So the thing that we're doing now is that we're changing the general vaccine unit paragraph with a new one because we're entering mRNA vaccines. So it's a general vaccines, different categories, and now after the COVID we have to put the new forms of vaccines that they are. All of the COVID vaccines and then mRNA vaccines were issued exceptionally. They were not following pharmacopoeia. And I had another example. And in this example, you probably heard that pyrogen tests are not going to be used anymore. And that was something that we did for the last 5 years with the European Pharmacopoeia to abolish pyrogenicity rapid tests and go to cell assays. And that took us 5 years because a lot of companies were using the rapid test quite extensively. And we had to discuss with the companies and the agencies and the scientists, but it's now abolished. Now people can start using other methods for pyrogenicity testing. We say that we can do bacterial endotoxins, for example. So next. Okay. Okay, EDQM, except of publishing the European Pharmacopoeia, it has a network of qualified laboratories in whole of Europe, which with a lot, like 70 laboratories testing assays, and where we just become one of them. And for example, now we try to do what Pharmacopoeia did with tetanus vaccines, with rabies vaccines. We try to change the assay for potency to be a cell assay instead of an animal assay. And we're working on that. probably in the next years. This is not ready. This is in phase 3. The next years we'll try to not do animal testing for rabies vaccines for potency. Okay, that's my speech. Thank you.
We have a question for questions. Yes, first. Translate for you.
Yes, perfect.
Tenemos. Hola, hola. No me...
Hello.
Entonces tenemos muchas gracias al doctor
Then
Rabías.
thank you very much, Dr. Rabias. We have a brief room for questions, please.
So thank you very much for your talk. So my question is,
thank you.
How do you relate with the U.S. pharmacopoeia? Do you compete? Do you collaborate? Are your differences very marked? How do you compatibilize?
Concerning the European, the U.S. pharmacopoeia, because the U.S. pharmacopoeia does not have monographs in vaccines. Most of the times they use the European monographs. So we have a very good collaboration, and as much as we can with Americans. But no, we collaborate in a very good sense. And Indian pharmacopoeia and Japanese pharmacopoeia with us and the Americans, they're making talks to try to collaborate more and try to be as close as possible, because you understand, like vaccine production, it's either in Europe or in the States. They have to tend to have, or in Latin America, they have to tend to have the same quality control standards.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. I'm a student. Doctor, did you mention you mentioned many times the European Council?
¿Puedes decir tu nombre y de dónde
I'm Eric.
Please,
I'm another school student. Doctor, you mentioned many times the European Council. I really would like to know how the European Council helps with your work. It helps with new information, or supports economically your project, or get the price lower than for the public.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the pharmacopoeia, the EDQM, and the committee for things concerning drugs and quality control drugs are not involved in the policy of the economics of vaccines. So they're not involved.
Hi, hello, Ioannis.
Hi.
Thank you. Welcome to Chile, and
Thank you.
thank you very much for coming here and giving your talk. My question is,
¿Puedes decir tu nombre y a
can you
quién
please tell your
Dr.
name and who
Susan
you
Bueno.
represent?
I'm a full professor of Catholic University. So my question is regarding how early in the research we have to take into consideration some specific points of a pharmacopoeia, thinking that usually when you are doing basic science, you do, especially in countries as Latin America, with the resources that you have, but you aim to move forward for a vaccine that will be applied for people. So I believe there is like kind of a missing link between the work we do in our basic laboratories and what will be required for the regulatory agencies. So how can we fill that gap between the basic science and the regulatory agencies?
I think the pharmacopoeia has two approaches for quality controls that, they're everyday quality controls. For sterility, for example, you have to follow the European pharmacopoeia or the American or whatever. In specific cases, when you have specific solutions for a quality control test that doesn't exist, for example, in mRNA vaccines that it's very new. You have to talk to your authority, to your to a medicine authority, and they, for example, in Europe, they get that to EMA. So they have a committee and they see if you cannot get answers from a typical QC method to imply this method, but with a validation for a previous method, if that could be. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing.
Alexis Keller again. Thank you for your talk. So I'd like you to tell us a little bit how was the involvement of the regulatory agencies, and in particular in Greece, in terms of confronting the pandemic, because things were happening quite fast. People are, suffering. So you had to deal with diagnostics, treatments, vaccines. How was it was the pharmacopoeia up to speed?
No.
And there were, right.
I was there. I can confess that we were not, and we tried to do a text, and I can provide that text concerning mRNA vaccines and COVID, and it was a text that we work with WHO and EMA, but it was not. It wasn't a test part of the text of the pharmacopoeia. It was something special for this specific period. Telling me that, I had to tell you before that to have a new version of pharmacopoeia in each specific chapter, you need something like 3 to 5 years, because we experts, we read the documents, the commission gives the first green light. It's a rating from 1 to 5. Then it goes to Pharmaco-Europa, which is an open access. So the industrialists, the governments, societies can look if they want to add something or not, and then you put it in the official version. So we weren't ready. That's why we're doing mRNA vaccine section now. And I don't think it's a very fast approach. In a way, maybe it's good because, a lot of sometimes fast approaches tend to have a lot of mistakes. So that's the answer.
Thank you.
Tenemos una última pregunta, por favor, atrás.
The last question, please, at the back.
Hi, my name is Javier. I'm an undergraduate student. I like to ask, thanks for your presentation. Pharmacopoeia is only for quality and control and quality,
yes,
or also for develop and research?
No, pharmacopoeia, it's quality control standards for vaccines, for example, in my case, that they're going to be produced. It's not R&D. And that's why this is text that they have legal aspects on them. It's science, but with legal aspects. And as I said before, pharmacopoeias all over the world, and the only legal, they have the only experimental texts that have legal aspects on them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Can I have one very fast question, one last question? So thank you for coming. We're very happy. My name is Hernan Peñalosa. I'm professor from this university.
Hello.
You said that this pharmacopoeia applies for 38 different countries in Europe, right?
Yes.
And I must assume that when it was stated, every country or each country has some difference in their approaches.
Yes, you're correct.
So how does this guideline and generated some conflicts with local guidelines, and how those potential conflicts were solved?
Yes, I can actually answer that. Pharmacopoeias, we had Greek pharmacopoeia, German pharmacopoeia, British pharmacopoeia. Okay, British stick to the pharmacopoeia, but pharmacopoeia, European pharmacopoeia, doesn't like you to say, don't get your national pharmacopoeia, but most of the European Union countries, at the end now, they follow European pharmacopoeia. And because, as I said, in the US, there's no monographs, Americans and Canadians follow monographs of European pharmacopoeia as well, and other countries in the world. Okay. Thank you.
Agradecemos nuevamente al doctor Ioannis
Would like to
Rabías por
thank
su
again Dr.
presentación.
Ioannis
Para
Rabias for his
cerrar
presentation.
primer
To
bloque,
close this
damos
first
la
block,
bienvenida al doctor
we're
Pablo
going to
González,
welcome Dr.
profesor
Pablo
asociado de la
González,
Facultad de Ciencias
Associate
Biológicas de
Professor
la
of the
Pontificia
Biological
Universidad Católica
Sciences
de
of the
Chile
Pontifical
e investigador
Catholic
principal
University of
del
Chile and
Instituto
main
Milenio
researcher
en
of the
Inmunología
Millennium
e
Institute on
Inmunoterapia.
Immunology
Con su
and
presentación
Immunotherapy,
titulada
with his presentation
Preparándose para futuras
entitled
pandemias,
Preparing
implementación de
for
un
Future
laboratorio
Pandemics,
GMP
implementation of
para
a
la producción de
GMP
vacunas y
laboratory for
biológicos en
vaccine
Chile.
and biopharmaceuticals productions in Chile.
Muchas gracias, Javier. Muy buenos días aún a
Thank you very
todos
much,
y todas
Javier. Good
presentes.
morning,
Agradable
everyone.
esta sala
It's
con
nice
tantos
seeing this room
jóvenes,
with
ojalá
so many
científicos a
young
futuro.
people, hopefully
Es
future
para mí un agrado poder
scientists.
contarles sobre esta
To me, it's a
iniciativa que
pleasure
estamos
telling
liderando
about this
desde la
initiative
Universidad
we're
Católica
leading
con el
from the
Instituto
Catholic
Milenio,
University
también a
with
través
the
de
Millennium
MRC,
Institute,
este
also
consorcio
through
de biomedicina,
EMRC, this
con apoyo de
consortium on
Corfo. Y se
biomedicine
trata
with the support
justamente
of
de
Corfo.
una
And it is
implementación de un
precisely
laboratorio
about an
GMP para la
implementation
producción
of
de
GMP
vacunas
laboratory
y
for the
biológicos
production
en
of
Chile.
vaccines and
Como
biopharmaceuticals in Chile.
el auditorio tiene diversidad de
Since
orígenes,
there
de
is
formación,
diverse
tengo ahí libertad
backgrounds in
de
the
explicar,
audience, I
aclararle o contarle un poco qué es
took
GMP
the
y qué son los
opportunity in
biológicos.
this opportunity
Entonces,
to
antes
tell
de
you what
todo,
is GMP
GMP
and what are
son siglas
biologics or
que se refieren
biopharmaceuticals.
a buenas
GMP
prácticas de
are
manufactura.
acronyms
Esto
that
significa que
refer to good
la manera en la
manufacturing
cual se
practices.
fabrican
This means the way
fármacos, vacunas
pharmaceuticals,
o
vaccines,
biológicos, como
or
vamos a ver,
biological
debe pasar por
biopharmaceuticals are being manufactured
estrictas
would
normas
be
de
through
producción,
very
estrictas
strict
normas
production
reguladas, como bien
standards,
decía anteriormente
regulated standards
el
that
doctor
well said
Rabias
by
en
Dr.
la
Rabias
farmacopea
in
europea,
the
¿cierto? A través
European
de una
Pharmacopoeia
ley, de hecho, que
through
establece
a
cuáles son los
law
procedimientos
that
que tienen que llevarse a
establishes the
cabo para
procedures that
producir de la
must
mejor
take
manera
place to produce
elementos que
in the
van a ser
best way
utilizados en
possible
humanos. Esto
items that
significa, por
will be
supuesto,
used
que
on
todos los
humans.
materiales tienen que ser
This, of course,
trazables
means
a su
that all
origen,
materials
tienen que ser
must be traceable to
certificados,
the
el
origin, they
equipamiento también
must be
tiene que ser
certified,
certificados
equipment
tanto
also must
en
be
su
certified,
diseño, en
both
su
in their
instalación,
design, in
en
their
su operación, inclusive
installation,
en
in their
su
operation, even
performance,
in
en
their
su desempeño
performance,
en el tiempo. Y
in
eso
time.
estrictamente significa
And that
controles continuos para
strictly
asegurar
means
que los
ongoing
equipamientos que
controls
están
to
usando para
guarantee that the
fabricar o
equipment that
controlar
is
sean
being used or are being
óptimos, que
used
estén en
to
mejores condiciones
manufacture or
para
control to
que
be
los resultados
optimum
sean los
and
más
in the best
sólidos
conditions
posibles.
to have
También muy
the
importante, las
grandest
personas que
possible
trabajen en
results.
plantas
It
GMP
is also
sean
very
altamente
important people working in
entrenadas,
GMP
sepan
plants to
muy
be
bien lo que
highly
están
trained,
haciendo,
to
la
know
enorme
very
responsabilidad de
well
sus
what they're
acciones.
doing. They have
La
lots of
contaminación
responsibility
en
on
mal
their
proceder
action.
puede
Any
significar que el día de mañana
contamination, a
alguien pueda sufrir
malprocedure may
algún
mean in
efecto
the future
adverso
somebody
de
to
algún
suffer
fármaco, alguna
adverse
vacuna,
effects from a
y eso tiene un
pharmaceuticals, from
enorme
a
impacto,
vaccine.
por supuesto,
And
en la
that has, of
confianza
course, a
que
huge
deposita la
impact on the
sociedad civil
confidence, on the
en
trust
justamente
deposited
el
by
beneficio de los fármacos, el
society
beneficio de
on
la
the benefit,
biomedicina. Así que es sumamente importante.
on the
Y por
benefits of
supuesto, todo esto también está
biopharmaceuticals
regulado
and
altamente a nivel
medicine.
de
And this is very
procesos,
important, of course.
procedimientos,
And of course, this is
validación que
highly
asegura que sea
regulated in terms
reproducible
of
en el
processes,
tiempo
procedures,
y que
validations
pueda, en el
that
fondo,
guarantees to be
seguirse
reproducible in
con
time,
ese
and at the end of the
procedimiento
day,
a lo
to
largo del tiempo.
continue with that procedure a long time.
Esto en términos prácticos asegura
This, in practical
seguridad y
terms,
calidad.
guarantees
El otro aspecto que
security
quisiera
and
yo
quality.
definir para que
The other
entendamos de qué
aspect
estamos
I would
hablando
like to
es qué son
define to understand what
biológicos.
we're
¿Qué son
talking about.
biológicos?
What
Son
are biologicals or
medicamentos, fármacos,
biopharmaceuticals?
vacunas que son
These
producidos
are
por organismos vivos.
medications,
Y eso lleva en sí cierta
uh,
complejidad. Ustedes saben, la biología
pharmaceuticals,
tiene una
vaccines that are
complejidad
produced
enorme.
by
Nosotros
living
quienes
organisms,
trabajamos en este
and
ámbito
that has
sabemos
certain
que hay
complexity. You
una
know,
enorme cantidad
biology has a
de
huge
excepciones.
complexity.
La
We know there
excepción
are
muchas
lots
veces es
of
la norma
exceptions. Sometimes the exceptions are the norm because there are many things that happen we don't fully understand and we are trying to understand. Then we need to have some framework to safeguard that reproducibility or what we were generating in these organisms that are dynamic and that are continuously evolving. Some examples of biopharmaceuticals are, for instance, vaccines, as I mentioned before, monoclonal antibodies, which are very common therapies for diseases such as cancer or self-immunity, also for some infectious diseases. The genic or gene therapies are under this category. Recombinant proteins, growth factors, insulin, interferons that were used to treat some infections are also in this category. And of course, cell-based therapies. The message I would like to transmit is that biopharmaceuticals have certain complexity and it requires bigger efforts to control that complexity in order to achieve secure and high quality products in time. As well said by the ministry, also from the UNED agency, also other people who were here from scopes which are not from the sciences, the senator himself. There are many findings from the universities, from the academia to, at the end of the day, the application. Many inventions, many vaccinations are initially discovered in the setting of the academia. There's a reservoir, to call it somehow, of minds, of interest, of motivations beyond the economic interest that pushes the science to move forwards and the discoveries. And many times the science, the basic science goes along with applied potentials. I'm showing some vaccines such as the polio vaccines, the human papillomavirus, hepatitis B, meningitis, pneumococcal, Haemophilus influenza, not to say COVID, that are all vaccines, but the list is applied for all other biopharmaceuticals which origin and discovery is in the universities. I do not put the detail of each university. In this version, there is some details of some universities, but at the end of the day, the relationships are quite complex. How to transit from a finding in a university to the industry, but to many of you, the industry licenses from the academia, from the universities, that technology that are gestated at the beginning there. It is also possible to see in sites such as clinicaltrials.gov, which is a very well-known site that put together clinical studies around the world. This is an American site in particular, but it put together clinical studies around the world in order to make transparent what is being done in terms of studies with different clinical approaches. I put here a search with universities as a sponsor, as responsible for the investigations, and also the word vaccine or monoclonal antibody. As you can see, many of these initiatives are led by universities. That shows that universities are leading from the genesis, from the very beginning. Many of these developments of vaccines and biopharmaceuticals are, at the end of the day, a source of creation, of innovation. And this, of course, has led to, in many cases, these very same initiatives from universities are transform into entrepreneurs, which is known as a spin-off, but also industries, small companies who also have stakeholders from the academia, because there is a huge potential for development there. Of course, the Catholic University is not aside to this kind of development. There are many initiatives coming from our university, spin-offs, even in the scope we work at that involve some researchers from our institutes. There are some barriers we have to overcome, of course, to achieve the clinics. There's a very common saying, from the desk to the clinics. That's the path, the track from the laboratory up to reaching the person who needs that, a patient. And finally, it is shown this figure here in the top part of the slide. It describes the Valley of Death, which is an area between basic science or research and the application, at the end of the day, the industry, with a gap in terms of funding. There is a lot of funding for basic science. We know there is money in the industry sector, in the pharmaceuticals, but the journey in the intermediate, in the middle of the path, the industry up to reaching the patient, there's a lack of funding. Of course, national agencies in different countries are encouraging, trying to cooperate, trying to fill that gap, because but today it's very difficult because there's many risks in terms whether this development is going to be successful or not. Beyond or regardless, it is known the product we want to develop is secure. But believe me, but besides this valley of the death, there's another big barrier we usually forget about. But we cannot tell up to the moment we have exceeded, we have overcame the valley of death. We find a new barrier, and that new barrier is having somebody to produce the development, their innovation in GMP conditions. I have an invention in the laboratory. I'm convinced this is going to be a vaccine. I get, for instance, funding to overcome the valley of death. I reach the clinic setting, very happy to test this in a real context to reach people who really need this, but I find nobody can produce my development because the capabilities are missing, are exhausted or oversold. And this happened a lot during the pandemics, that many of the capacities existed for developing vaccines, GMP, were oversaturated, overcrowded, usually used during the pandemic with COVID vaccines that also generated a waiting list that in time after the COVID, having long waiting times to achieve that manufacturing capability. Not to talk about the prices because of the high demand, of course. These GMP capabilities are necessary to fulfill, on the right of the slide, to the regulations that are demanded by the healthcare regulation agencies, the FDA in the United States, EMA in Europe, in Chile, the ISP, in the region, another very important, ANVISA, which is the Brazilian Regulatory Healthcare Agency. Seeing this gap, this lack of capability of biological development of GMP, we encourage to lead an initiative, as I said, from the Millennium Institute in Immunology and Immunotherapy, together with BMRC, a biomedicine consortium with support from the state through Corfo, and of course with our university that has always supported us in these initiatives, a university with a lot of willing to promote knowledge, to promote development, and also very supportive of this initiative. This initiative is being led by 3 scholars, but mainly Dr. Abueno, myself, and another doctor. We are going to show you where it is located. We're going to show you some videos. What is the plant like? We proposed ourselves to develop technologies we've been developing for many years in basic sciences that are supported by several publications, peer-reviewed publications that showed how robust this science is. It's even possible, such as in cases of syncytial virus, respiratory virus vaccine, to have phase 1 clinical trials. We are entering into phase 2, but we will need new GMP doses for these different stages. We will need these capabilities that, as I said, are limited. There are other developments that have been developed in time regarding respiratory viruses, a vaccine against human metapneumovirus, also supported by scientific publications, very well renowned, that accounts for the ground and robust science behind these researches. We also have researches in around monoclonal antibodies for incisional virus, also supported or backed up by publications. We also have to foresee new developments and new innovations will come not only from institutes, but also across the nation. The ecosystem around biomedicine is growing. There will be obvious these capacities will be required. And as of today, we need to seek them abroad because we don't have them in Chile. And what's best than having available them in Chile? This is the drawing of the GMP manufacturing laboratory. There has 2 big areas on the left, the quality control, as well said by Dr. Rabias. Lots of the efforts in terms of the production of biopharmaceutical vaccines, etc., is by quality control. What is being done in the right side of the slide guarantees that everything is done properly and is following all the standards and regulatory aspects. This is in the 4th floor. It had an award because of the architecture, very particular from the outside. It's quite hostile. It could be seen on the upper right picture, which is an open space, all open windows. You can perfectly see what is being done in other floors. You can know when somebody goes earlier home, but you can also see somebody who's seeking collaboration. I can see on the 2nd floor somebody is doing something, is innovating. This building is focused on scientific innovation. This GMP laboratory is in the fourth floor. We are going up in the elevator, fourth floor, going out of the elevator, immediate access. Of course, restricted and controlled access. This is a GMP plan. Within the laboratory, we also have this wonderful view to the other laboratories that are seen on the opposite side, the other office premises. This is an open plan, and this GMP plan fulfill all the regulations needed for that, all the standards. I will show you in further detail in the next slide, which are air control, door blockage system, and flow control, of course. I've got a video with further detail. You can see the interlocking system that allows moving material from one room to the other. Every room has air control, has control according to the corresponding pressures, temperature. There are defined flows per process that everything must happen one way. This is the quality control area. I will also show you the manufacturing area. Just to take the opportunity to tell you, as I said earlier, these are the big guidelines of what GMP means. There are 5 Ps, as you can see: equipment and infrastructure, procedures, processes, product, and people. Controlled air system, access control systems, own water system, as Dr. Munoz said, with her fantastic facility in Colombia. Congratulations for that. And also certified equipment and standardized procedures. Everything that is done is written. If it is not written, it wasn't done. This is the standard in this kind of medium. But we are lucky enough to have the support of the International Center of Genetic Engineering, an initiative by United Nations based on Italy, and they have been very kind in supporting us in what the implementation and fine-tuning means for this kind of GMP plant. What you can see on the right side is a video of the production area. This is the sector showing the material reception area with its warehouse. There is also a stocking area for culture, lots of space to work there. We now move to the change room. We are focused, and we are not focused too much on that, but there's a change room, and the room in the left end is the autoclave. We briefly are going to the next room, the segmentator, then the filling and finishing area that has the feature that is linked to the other room with the lyophilization system. It has the possibility of extracting water from vaccines to produce them in a dry form, which is more long-lasting and much more stable. As I said, sophisticated, high-value equipment with our own water system and fermentator, high complexity. It has around 40 valves that are modifiable to control, of course, oxygenation, temperature, pH, nutrients, and many other parameters that provide the best culture conditions for this live the slide item that leads to the biopharmaceutical. And at the right, you can see the filling and finishing that fills vials and at the same time seals. Of course, minor equipment in the room of quality control. We are now fine-tuning these controls in order to also move on with that sector, to kick off with that sector. We've been lucky enough that this initiative has been very well hosted by different entities in Chile and across the region, of course, very strongly promoted by our own university with a very active innovation centers, in particular colleagues from Argentina, from CONICET, and also Outcomes participates in Biomed is interested in encouraging these kind of capacities, spin-offs such as OncoBiomed that also have scientists part of this institute who are working in therapies against cancer. Even from Einstein, we've had colleagues that have come and they have shown interest, and also even from further places such as the Tsinghua University, which is top one university in Asia, top 23 around the world, that at the end of the day has a strong activity in biomedicine. Of course, from the El Desarrollo University and other that we didn't put because of space, but of course, lucky enough, there is a lot of interest for developing this kind of installations that make us very happy because we will be a contribution to the ecosystem of the development of biomedicine in Chile. I don't want to finish uh, without greeting all those participating in this project, in this initiative. This is a big initiative. This group has been growing. We value the huge effort by the different stakeholders. This is a kind of infrastructure and facilities that are non-existent in Chile. These are capacities that are in formation, that needs lots of study, lots of preparation, and the dedication of the people shown on the slide who are part of the initiative and other people who have joined in time is very valuable. We also want to GRID is very complex initiative. There are lots of phases. We need lots of capabilities. We also want to thank the Catholic University through the Innovation Center, which is a key sector for the construction of this plant, the Institute IMC, with funding through Corfo, ICGB, and a partner is helping us in the part of constructions, which is health. Thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to take any question you may have.
Hi, I'm Bill Jacobs. I'm from Albert Einstein College of Medicine. Pablo, wonderful talk. I wish Bill Gates, Chan Zuckerberg, and Warren Buffett would hear that. Um, with respect to animal vaccines, do you need a separate facility, or do you think you could do it in both places for chickens and cows?
It's a very good question. So, voy a poner en inglés. Está la traducción, ¿cierto? Voy a poner en inglés, ya. ¿Sí?
Okay, the translation is available in English, yes? I can answer in English, okay?
Sí. So it's a very good question. So what we want actually is we want to have this facility to be able to produce GMP biologicals in campaigns. So that means that we have a setup for production of one type of or particular GMP product, and then we can shift to another type of GMP product after all the corresponding processes related to what is cleaning and resetting and readapting any equipment that may be required from one process and not the other. So we've seen it's possible. It's something that it's done in other GMP facilities, mainly in GMP facilities such as this one that are focused on mainly promoting that new innovations reach the next step, which is a clinical trial, a phase 1 clinical trial, a phase 2 clinical trial, or maybe test in animals in field assays. So that's exactly the idea of this GMP laboratory, to be able to produce different types of products in time according to the needs of the different people who may need such facilities. Thank you.
Leandro Carreño, Instituto Milenio,
Leandro
Universidad de
Carreño,
Chile.
Millennium Institute, University of Chile. Thank you very much, Pablo, for your lecture. Actually, very well orientating for many things that many researchers, I think, here are doing. I have a question which is quite similar to Bill's question, but going to the specificity. We in the laboratory developed products that seek immunotherapy through liposomal formations and nanoparticles. Understanding we must have an umbrella regulation for all this. I know a lot of work is being done by the authority. Every time you change the campaign, there must be a specific regulation process or regulatory process. Is this faster than the regulation that are subject for the implementation? And what would affect like real time or real life times when you want to take a product to real life to the phase 1? In the meantime, things are being implemented even at ISP or authority level. plants of these kinds are unique in Chile. This is unique. We understand the authority will be learning together with us. The idea is to have shorter times in the future, but they will require specific resolutions for each GMP product. It's so strict the regulation in terms of the infrastructure to be adapted to the product and of course to the processes, equipment, people, the full cycle, everything must be aligned in the with the specific product that is going to be developed. If there are common things that could be at the end of the day shared, I don't know, water, everything else must go through a design or planning process specific for that GMP product. This is done everywhere. Times vary according to the places, but we hope in the future to have shorter times that allow projecting in reasonable times the production of moving from non-GMP to GMP. We know the process that goes aside. Getting fund is a long process too. That gives time to prepare the production phase, understanding that that person could get the funding for producing at the end of the day in GMP their innovation. Hello, Pablo. Thank you very much. Valentina, could you please stand up? We cannot see you from here. Hello, Valentina Gutierrez, Assistant Professor of Pediatric Infectology. I would like to ask whether this GMP laboratory is more focused on producing vaccines, or have you thought on any other biologicals, I don't know, APSD, which are P lymphocytes specific to fight against viral infections in immunocompromised patients. At the beginning, it's oriented to monoclonals and vaccines, but it is a matter of demand. We have the request of requirements of manufacturing these biologicals, but in fact, we have from another colleague a request for producing an immunogene, to call it somehow, that is going to work as a vaccine, which works on a completely different platform. The idea is to address, at the end of the day, to address the production of other biologicals as an umbrella with this very same model of campaigns for having this infrastructure available for the different kind of developments that are done in the country and across the region. We also understand we're all different. Every region, every country have their particularities in innovations. But yes, the idea is to be adaptable to those kinds of developments. Hello, Pablo. Barbara Orellana from Sinovac. Pablo, I would like to ask you, what's the productive capacity of this laboratory and what format it is thought to be produced in field, syringe, vial? Yeah, the format, the current format we have implemented is vial. It is vial filling. We can produce up to, let's say, 2,000 vials lots in very narrow times, but what we could use, our fermentator is quite big. We can do a drug substance that is frozen, stored, and only use a fraction of that bulk that is filled in and finished. And you can fill per campaign based on the needs. You can fill different number of vials, but at the beginning is thought for a small scale for phase 1, phase 2 trials. But if we would like to extend this in time, we may continue filling to achieve more number of vials. Okay, we would like to thank Dr. Paulo González. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos, digo, al Dr. Pablo González por su
We would like to
presentación.
thank Dr. Pablo González for his presentation. Before continuing with the next block called pathogens, microbiome pathogens and immune response, we will have a small break, 20-minute break, and we will meet again at 11:20, not 12:20, something like that. Sorry, 12:20.
resistance and immune response. In order to begin with the second part, we'd like to invite Dr. Ricardo Sotorrifo, who is a professor of the School of Medicine of Universidad-Chile and main researcher of the Millennium Institute on Immunology and Immunotherapy, with his presentation called Understanding the Immune Activation During an Infection of HIV-1 in Human Microglia.
Hola, buenas tardes a todas y todos.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, thank you so much for the invitation, and it's an honor to be here with you, telling you some of the things we are doing in our lab, and some of the things that made me really happy is actually knowing that we will have school students in our audience, because one of the things that we put a lot of emphasis on in our lab is our relationship with the external world, and we usually have lots of lectures at schools. We talk about HIV and viruses in general, and of course, we organize also some testing, fast testing of HIV to the community. So now I will tell you a little bit about the research that we do in our lab. And the research that we do is mainly focused on this constant struggle between viruses and the cells that actually infect. So I will tell you mostly about viruses and the way viruses interact with cells and the way cells try to defend themselves. So what are the models that we use? Well, HIV-1, HIV-2, and aside from that, considering the contingency and climate change, we're also addressing other viruses that are not a problem today, at least in continental Chile, but we are pretty sure that we need to generate some tools in order to be ready. So we are addressing mosquito transmitted viruses, and at the same time, we have a research line on syncytial respiratory virus. And what we like to do is having an RNA-based point of view. So we have viruses with genetic material with RNA, and we try to understand the way they replicate, focusing on viral RNA. And we try to understand the way they regulate, the way the genetic expression is expressed, how the virus is expressed when infecting a cell, and how the different proteins and RNA is assembled in the cell, and how genomes are actually selected in order to be used as an incorporated genome in the particle. And at the same time, we're trying to figure out the interaction between the proteins and RNA, and the way RNA finally triggers some cell signaling, acknowledging or recognizing RNA, and that's the focus of this presentation. So the cell should respond and change the genomics of it. So I will talk about HIV, okay? Why? Because the HIV infects the cells of the immune system. And not only one kind of cell, but different kinds of cells in different anatomical places. The virus infects them, destroys them, and at the same time, it has the capability of infecting them and persisting and remaining there for life. How does it do that? Well, the virus recognizes some molecules by the immune cells in their surface, GD4, for example, and CCR5 and another one, and these are expressed in T lymphocytes, but also in monocytes, macrophage, dendritic cells, microglia. I will talk about them later. And this specific knowledge allows us to access the virus, to transport their genetic material to the core of the cell, to the nucleus of the cell, and in the middle of this process, HIV turns ARN into a double strand, which is transformed into the cell that is infected. So that's why there's no cure, because once the infection happens, that particular cell becomes the genetic heritage of that particular cell. So once the integration is done, the virus has two different ways of continuing depending on the kind of virus. The first one is continuing with the genetic expression to produce RNA, proteins, and assembling new particles so that they repeat the process once again. Or, for example, maybe they can remain there silent, integrated to the genome, and being in latency state. Now, this state is the one that prevents to have an effective cure. Why? Because a cell that has the viral genome integrated in their genetic material is not acknowledged or recognized by the immune system. So we focused on active replication. So when the virus activates its own pattern, we focused on the different stages. After the integration, transcription, cytoplasma exit, the assembling of new particles, until the cycle is repeated over again. So what are we trying to do? We try to understand what we usually call the cytoplasmic destiny, because these particles, these molecules are have different functions. For example, they can be messengers, but at the same time they can be a genome. And the way a molecule is defined between messenger and being genome is part of a extremely rich and interesting process that we try to address in our labs. At the same time, we know that viral RNA are recognized by cells as something strange, and cells will respond to it. They will try to provide an immune response so that they can tell to the rest of cells that in this particular cell there's an infection. That's what is known as associated pattern, or a pathogen-associated pattern. That's why we have inflammation, for example. Now, if we focus on the HIV pandemic, the UN-AIDS organization issued a report that says that almost 40 million people are living with HIV. HIV is a pandemic with no cure, but there's a treatment for it. And joint efforts by WHO with UN-AIDS, among others, are giving us this particular figure. 77% of people living with HIV is on antiretroviral therapy, which is an important milestone in this field. Now, this therapy was implemented several years ago, and we are seeing the way people who live with HIV being treated start getting older. And researchers are seeing that people that are living with HIV, whether they are under treatment or not, they have an early aging process, which means they start manifesting or showing some health-related issues or age-related issues. Among them, I will focus on neurocognitive disorders associated to HIV, which occur in approximately 50% of people living with HIV despite successful treatment. So that's why we work with microglia. I mean, it has been determined that 5 days after this, we can determine some viruses in the central nervous system. The virus is actually capable of reaching the brain, and whether they do it by this Trojan horse, in which one monocyte or one infected lymphocyte goes through the barriers and then allows the virus to go in, and then the virus establishes some infections mainly on microglia. Now, this organism is the main target of HIV in the central nervous system. These are cells, these are long-lasting cells. We're talking about 4 or 6 years. And at the same time, this is a cell that is self-renewal. An infected microglia can divide into 2, and then we will have 2 infected cells. Aside from this, it has been shown that these cells, when they are infected, when they are producing the virus, they are capable of secretion pro-inflammatory cytokines. That's why we have neural inflammation, which means the inflammation on the central nervous system that causes neuronal damage. So we're trying to research the different associations and relationship between the virus and microglia. So that's why we're using a cell model, which is an immortalized human microglia. Using this kind of devices is very, very hard. We need to have we should have post-mortem culture, for example, but having access to this kind of cells is really complex. So we have these immortalized human microglia. When infected with HIV, those lines that you see there at the upper part, those are viral proteins in a 5-day infection. And we're seeing a kind of infection when we have a sort of Gauss bell, when we have a projection and then a drop. And the same things happen with that protein, which is called HIV-1. We infect the microglia, and then since this is an immune cell system, it responds, it activates, and we've seen that viral RNA follows the same pattern. And if we compare this model with other models, such as stem cells derived microglia or primary microglia, we see the same pattern. So whenever we infect these immortalized human microglia, we have a similar path of infection. And this is very interesting because we've seen that whenever microglia are infected, or if it survives the product of the infection, it becomes part of the reservoir. It becomes part of this set of cells that have a hidden genome, and it can be activated at any moment, and more virus can be produced. So, what do we know about sensing and immune activation? And this is very controversial. If you take a look at the literature, you will see lots of publications and articles that HIV does not produce an immune activation.
No produce una respuesta inmune innata.
Does not produce that, and this is characterized by the production of type 1 or pro-inflammatory cytokines. Now, considering the works that mention that HIV does produce an immune activation, an innate immune activation, we have some works that report that there is an early immune activation when the virus just entered the cells. And another one, the last one, for example, says that there is an immune activation after the infection. Now, literature has moved forward in the field of HIV, and now we know that it's very hard that cells nucleus can be recognized as strangers during the early stages, because we've seen that they access the nucleus of the cells, so the genetic material of the virus is exposed at the cell in the nucleus. So we've left aside this recognizing process during the early stages, and new evidence is showing that once the virus is integrated and once is producing RNA, there is an immune response. Now, these papers show that a viral RNA after the integration would be associated to pathogens, which means that once the RNA virus is synthesized after the integration, the cells would be capable of actually recognizing it and providing an immune response. And this has been shown, and this is very interesting, no, not at T lymphocyte, which is the main target, but actually in myeloid originated cells, such as dendritic cells and microglia. Now, how does the cell acknowledge this or recognizes this? There is a series of proteins who are constantly patrolling with the purpose of avoiding strange RNA or nucleic acids. And during the evolution, all of these battles have been fought, and that's why cells have sort of mechanisms that allow them to recognize messengers, RNA, which are our own, from alien or exogenous RNA, such as viral RNAs. So we have several molecules who are capable of recognizing this, for example, endosomes, but at the same time at the cytoplasma level. Now, responses are usually the same, which means the induction of type 1 interference, which is the ultimate response against viruses, and also genes codified by different cytoplasms, and they usually provide different immune responses. Now, in order to characterize the way this response is made, we made a transcription in which we infected microglia with HIV, and we use control. We have poly-IC, which is an RNA, an artificial RNA, which is usually used a lot in immunology to understand a viral infection, because this particular artificial molecule triggers all of these responses that I've shown before. So we saw that focusing on the genes that are increasing, which means that they are responding to the infection, the HIV response is quite marginal. Almost 500 are increasing in comparison to poly-IC, which is approximately 2,500, and a mixture is 115. And when we see some transcript associated to innate immune response, we can see that pro-inflammatory cytokines are both capable of inducing them, both the HIV infection and this particular treatment with the RNA, with the artificial RNA. But interestingly, we can see that the poly-IC treatment is capable of providing this kind of answer, this antiviral response. Actually, several proteins, which are called restrictive factors, which means proteins that have the cell, and actually they allow us to get rid of the inflammation by HIV, were not induced by the virus, which means that we can see that there is a response of immune cytokines, but not in interferon type 1. Only one branch out of two is actually being activated by the virus. We validated all of this, and we also validated these proteins that were secreted. I won't show them because of time, but HIV infection induces messenger RNA, IL-6, IL-8, and the poly-IC transformation induces the other things. So we managed to see that if this response was actually common for other viruses or other isolations of HIV, and an infection of microglia by syncytial virus or Zika virus, it produces the same response as poly-IC. When it comes to HIV, we could see that this response is actually made in other areas of HIV-1 and HIV-2, which is another virus of human immunodeficiency, but it has a different origin, okay? Something else that was very interesting, I don't know if you are able to see that, but this is a response of infected cells, because most times cells communicate with each other. And for us, it's very interesting to notice if the infected cell is actually responding or if the bystander cells, which are the ones that are watching the whole situation, are actually responding or not. And here in red, we can see the virus, and in green, we can see the interleukin 8. And there's only green, which means the production of interleukin 8 in an infected cell, because it has a green mark there. Now, this is interesting because increased ILH levels are seen in HIV-associated patients that have developed dementia. So this neuroinflammation, this neural damage induced by different things, including the increase of IL-8, could be an interesting clue to follow. Now, the response, we wanted to see if the response is organized or just messy. So we had some data analysis, which is called TRUST, and it allowed us to see what sort of genes respond to each transcription pattern. And with this information, with this data, we could see if there's some sort of network. And we found a very interesting thing. And I think most people that work in immunology know this, which is NFKB. The response to this genetic expression is organized. It's not a mixture of different factors. It's actually, we have a top 5, some transcription factors that are working together in order to provide an answer or a response. Now, why are we interested in this NFKB? Because this is the main leader of response to inflammation. So we wanted to validate all of this. And in order to do so, we developed a reporter microglia, which means a microglia that whenever there is an activation of this, it emits some light, and we quantified that light. And as a control, we use a reporter microglia with interferon type 1. So we quantified the magnitude of the response. So we wanted to analyze different elements. For example, one of the works, or most of works that show that HIV-1 does causes a response of interferon, it uses a sort of naked RNA, which means that it takes out of the particles without the associated proteins. Sometimes segments of the HIV genome is used, and it has been proven that one part of HIV can actually activate MDA5 and TLRs, among others. So we wanted to compare responses, and by using the IFN, we noticed that when the cell was introduced the naked HIV RNA, the cells actually respond and they cause an answer. But when infected, when we actually manage to have access to the cell does not respond. So this is a very important point. And when we use the NFKB, we see the opposite. The transfection, which means showing the naked RNA, inhibits the answer because we've seen that these pathways can be moved from one side to the other depending on the way they work. So what we have here is actually most responses move to interferon 1. And we can see that the infection by HIV induces NFKB, but if we treat this with an inhibitor, the cell is lost. I mean, the response is lost, which means that the cell response depends on viral replication, active viral replication. Now, we were asking ourselves if there is a viral response here or not, because we can see that there is one or not. There's an induction here. And we can see who actually activates all of this. And we are talking about what was first, the chicken or the egg. Who activates NFKB? That's an important question. The cell or the virus? Who activates it? And in this particular case, we don't know. So we want to see the way in which NFKB or this signaling line could be useful for the virus. And we noticed the promoter of the virus. Once the virus is integrated, its promoter has two main places of unifying with the NFKB. We took a look at approximately 2,200 sequences of HIV, and these are binding sites that are highly conserved. So we saw and we said, okay, this is perfect. The virus induces this NFKB because it needs it to transcribe and therefore to replicate. So we managed with Dr. Gonzalez to get some inhibitors of NFKB that block the activation of this. But the virus is not affected by this. The virus keeps synthesizing its RNA. We have some effect, but it's not that important. There's no effect in the accumulation of viral RNA, but it is an effect on IL-6 and IL-8. So it seems to be that the virus does not need this active line in order to be replicated properly. So we said, okay, the cell activates an FKB to defend, but the cell is not strong enough, and therefore the virus wins. So we wanted to see if there was a recognition or acknowledgement of this, and then we noticed that, let me remind you that we keep taking a look at our research focusing on RNA. So if there is an activation of NFKB, there is a recognition of RNA. So we inhibited every single classical pathway, and we still had activation of NFKB without the induction. So then we said, is the cell actually responding to the infection or not? So we took a look at the literature again, and we noticed that there is a series of viral proteins capable of inducing NFKB. Among them, we have, for example, NEF, we have TAT, we have several. So we used the tools we have in our labs, which are mutant virus for each of the proteins. And we noticed that if we take a look, if we remove NEF, which is an accessory protein that does not produce enzymes, that is expressed all over the infection cycle and even in some murine processes, it has been described that if you inject NEF to mice, mice develop AIDS. So it's a very important protein, but since it is not necessary for the replication process of the virus, researchers usually left it aside and they replaced NEF by NFG, and then they follow the infection. So we focused on NEF, on this particular protein, and without this protein, there is no induction on NFKB. So how NEF activates NFKB? So we look for some databases, and in NCBI, there is a repository of every single NEF interactome, and lots of data, mass analysis, interaction among proteins. So we downloaded the whole list of NEF partners, and we separated this, we clustered it, and we found two very interesting things. First of all, several NEF partners are associated with gene expression and mainly with a bias of RNA metabolism. And on the other hand, NEF partners have lots of functions regarding trafficking and complex assembly. So we focused once again on RNA. We marked the RNA, as you can see it here, and we have the wild virus and the NEF virus. And what we were able to observe is that at the absence of NEF, RNA is focused on the perinucleus area. The wild virus has RNA all over the place, mostly accumulated in the plasmatic membrane. So we were happy and we said, okay, RNA is actually having some defects in trafficking, so we can go back to study RNA. And we said, okay, once again, it seems to be that there is something related to RNA here. So we broadened our point of view, and what we did was interfering the classical ways of recognizing RNA, which are mediated by TLR or the RIG receivers. And there are different ways too. There are other ways, such as helicasas, which are not RIG, and other receptors, and most of them converge into one single protein, which is called MAPS. Now, MAPS comes from mitochondrial antiviral signaling protein, which is the most important antiviral protein. And MAPS, after this, once we activate it by each of these sensors, it signals. So we took a look on what happened with MAPS, and this was very fast. And because of the HIV infection, there's no activation of MAPS. We do see this with poly-IC, which is our control. We wanted to look for some MAPS oligomerization, and we noticed that this one right here, there is a oligomerization with poly-IC, but there's none with HIV. So it seems to be that MAPS is actually not regulating this response when facing the infection. So we silent MAP, we muted MAPS, we totally muted it. So hopefully with the absence of MAPS, we will have no response. And we wanted to see what happened with viral replication. And surprisingly, without MAPS, the virus does not replicate. We noticed that there is no synthesis of proteins, and this is a very weak silencing of MAPS. We haven't found one that is powerful enough, but still, we don't have a replication. We don't have viral protein. We don't have viral RNA. And these are healthy cells, of course. We were focused on that, of course. And curiously, we saw the same effect in CD4+, in T lymphocytes and other type cells. And MAPS, it seems to be that it's promoting the cell replication independently. Now, during the infection by HIV, we have three transcripts population, 9 kilobases, 4 kilobases, and 2 kilobases. So we took a look at them in order to see if the effects was for all of them, and we noticed that most or all of the viral RNA are inhibited at the absence of MAPS. And we are not able to fully understand yet that whenever we silence MAPS, the NFKB response is even higher. So there are some things there that go hand in hand, and or maybe they are completely independent phenomena, and we're trying to understand them at our lab. So as a conclusion, we can say that the HIV infection in human microglia induces the expression of pro-inflammatory mediators through the activation of the canonical NFKB signaling pathway. We have a canonical and non-canonical, and this is done through the canonical. And this is important to understand the mechanisms of neuroinflammation by HIV-1. People that live with HIV experience this. We know also that the exchange acknowledging pathways are not involved in the activation of NFKB. We're trying to see if there's non-canonical sensors, if there's just no RNA sensing, because we've seen that NEF can be associated to NFKB and it can activate the translocation to the nucleus. But we do know that NEF is required for NFKB activation, but this activation is not required for viral transcription. We do know that there is something between the trafficking of RNA that needs to go to the membrane and to the assembling sites. There's something there. So we're seeing if there's a connection between the traffic of RNA and the induction of NFKB, of if there is any other additional pathway. We know that the PA3K is not involved. This is something alternative. And one important and interesting thing is that the main adapter of the cellular antiviral response, we usually think that is the protein in charge of defending against the infection, but actually the virus uses it as a replicating factor. We don't know if there is a transcription regulation, but what we are interested in the most is how does this happen and why does it happen? It could be logic, right? A virus uses an antiviral protein to promote the replication while it turns off the response of interferon. So that's one of the things that we are analyzing, and we're trying to understand the molecular basis on the pro-inflammatory response because we don't know that much about it yet. The macrophage infection is different from microglia infection, but there are two different kinds of cells, and we're working on that. And I would like to conclude by saying thanks to the whole team. This is the lab. This is an open lab. We share this with Dr. Valiente, Dr. Acevedo as well, and there's a lot of people involved. It's hard for us to have a group picture, but thank you so much. And I'd like to acknowledge these three amazing scientists, Catarina, Araceli, and Cecilia. They are the ones that have led this study. Catarina, first of all, in her PhD dissertation, then Araceli in his postdoc study, and Cecilia, who is an engineer in informatics that allows us to find databases and run the analysis. Of course, funding is important too. We have Fondesit, Anillo, and of course to the Millennium Institute. And thank you so much for giving me the chance of being in this 2.0 version of the Institute. And to conclude, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Kalergis for being chosen among the 50 scientists that inspire. I think we should be very proud to have a Chilean scientist in this at this level, and it's very important for students, both undergraduate, postgraduate, and even school students. We have tools, we have science, and we are able to be acknowledged internationally at this level. Thank you.
Tenemos entonces un espacio para
So we have some time for just a couple of questions.
Muchas gracias. Pablo González de la UC.
Thank you so much. Pablo González from this university. Have you tested the transcription of the individual cells of the virus in order to see if there is some sort of independent mechanism aside from RNA? It has been done. It has been done in the past. It's a good question because most works in which we can see an effect on a viral protein, on NFKB or any other signaling pathway, has been done by using recombining protein or plasmids. And the bad thing about this is that it does not replicate the levels of infection, the natural level of infections, because you may be using lots of proteins and that's why it activates. We still don't know that. We still don't know, but it's very, very interesting. And these are some of the things that we are still looking for. We wanted to use some specific research. This hasn't been published. This is an ongoing research. So please delete the pictures. No, I'm just kidding. But we started by trying to understand. We were biased by RNA, by the sensing of RNA. That was our main focus, to identify the sensor of RNA, and this went all over the place. And now we're trying to go back to RNA so that we can understand the response better. I have a question, Susan Bueno from UC. And well, thank you for the presentation. And it seems to be that aging in people who are being treated against HIV, is that related to the inflammation? And if so, since the virus is latent, how does the virus causes inflammation? Well, as I showed you, the virus has some reservoirs in different kinds of cells and in different anatomic places. Now, the success of the therapy against the virus is measured by the viral load. Undetectable, for example, depending on the place, there is a specific figure, a specific number there, but in cells who are reservoir, there's constant activation, and that constant activation generates a low-grade inflammation. Now, one of the features of the people that live with HIV, whether they are under treatment or not, which means a successful treatment, of course, they have chronic inflammation, low-grade inflammation, and that generates an accelerated aging process. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Leandro Carreño from Universidad de Chile. And I think it's a very complicated issue, and I'm shocked by the NFKB, but considering that the virus induces and the cell induces, I think the common factor would be the production of pro-inflammatory cytokines. Have you evaluated to analyze the effect of this in a maybe autokine way, or maybe by inducing another cell that can affect the microglia, and then we may find a response on how they remain there? Actually, this is the experiment we haven't been able to put at this presentation. And yes, we want to see that. We want to do that. We want to take those infected cells, put them in cells and then infecting them and taking a look at what happens to the infection. I mean, whether it gets better or it gets worse. That's one of the things that we wanted to see, but we weren't able to make it. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ricardo Soto.
Ya, pero por favor, la última, no
Sí, hola,
podemos más.
gracias. Mi nombre es Benjamín Céspedes.
My name is
Soy
Benjamin
estudiante de doctorado
Céspedes.
de la Universidad de
I'm a
Chile.
PhD student of Universidad de Chile. Amazing presentation. Thank you so much, Professor. And a couple of things. Have you seen the relationship between HIV and the increase of toxic RNG, and if it's associated to NFKB? And have you seen the other parts of the inflammatory processes, the anti-inflammatory processes or anti-inflammatory response? It is known that as part of the HIV infection, some oxygen reactivation is induced, also the mitochondrial activation, but in this particular case, we don't know. But these are some of the things that we need to assess in order to analyze if this is according to the activation or not. But we have a control, okay? Because we have a a non-expressing virus on NEF, and we know that it does not activate on NFKB. And regarding anti-inflammatory, issues, and Nan Pañalosa in one of his presentations said the same thing, because we usually take a look at the pro-inflammatory cytokines, but if there is an anti-inflammatory process, maybe nothing happens. So that's one of the things that we need to address. We saw that at least at the transcript level, IL-11 is increasing, and it would have some anti-inflammatory activity. So disclaimer, I'm not an immunologist. So if I'm just speaking nonsense, please let me know. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos entonces al
Thank you so
doctor
much,
Ricardo
Dr. Ricardo Soto, for your presentation.
y también le agradecemos por ser ambidiestro, porque
Thank
manejar
you
dos controles.
for
Muy bien.
being able to use both
A
hands.
continuación damos la bienvenida al doctor
And well,
Jacobs,
now we will include
profesor de
Dr. William Jacobs, a microbiology professor and immunology professor and a professor of genetics at the Albert Einstein College of Medicine from the USA, with his presentation called The Power of Microbacteriophages.
So, is there a microphone?
Yeah, the mic is here.
The mic here. Great. Hola. It is very great to be here today. Thank you to Pablo, Susan, and Alexis for inviting me to give this talk today. I want to tell you about knowledge, about acquiring knowledge today. And I want to tell you about the power of mycobacteriophages. Now, this talk I'm dedicating to one of my thesis mentors, Josephine E. Clark Curtis, which I'll talk about in the talk because she died recently, but played an instrumental role in my life. So I want to tell you that when I started working on Mycobacterium tuberculosis, that was in 1985, we didn't know the basis for the acid-fast stain. We didn't know why a vaccine that had been given to half the world's population, and most of you are infected or immunized with, we didn't know why it was attenuated. We didn't know the targets for any of the TB-specific drugs like isoniazid. We didn't know, anything about persistence. And I hope you come away today understanding the phenomenon of persistence that's similar to what we just heard about with HIV. And we didn't know that even if we could isolate an oxytrophic mutant of tuberculosis, one that would be required to make, would grow in the absence of making its own amino acids or vitamins. How do we know? How do we know the cause? Robert Koch in his 1882 paper wrote to prove that tuberculosis, because at that time they thought it was a cancer, but he had seen these acid-fast bacilli, and he said to prove that TB was caused by invasion and multiplication of bacilli, it was necessary to isolate the bacilli, grow it in pure culture, and then transfer it to an animal and show it causes a disease. And that's how we know the cause of infectious disease. To this day, had to be fulfilled for HIV, had to be fulfilled for COVID. As a mathematician that took a bacterial genetics course, what I fell in love with was coming up with a corollary postulate to prove that a phenotype, virulence or drug resistance, is caused by a genotype, a specific DNA sequence. It's necessary to have a mutant. It's necessary to clone the genotype and transfer it. And the reason why we did not know those fundamental facts about TB is nobody had ever developed genetics, gene transfer for TB. Josie is on the right. Josephine E. Clark Curtis, and the guy with the beard is Roy Curtis III. And the guy holding the 9-banded armadillo with the mustache is me when I was a graduate student. And Josie wanted to start working on leprosy, a disease that still afflicts 5 million people in the world today, and I continue to work on it. But we have never yet been able to culture it on artificial media. Charles Shepard had shown you could grow it in mouse footpads, and then 2 groups had shown you could grow it in 9-banded armadillos that you find in southeastern United States. And for my PhD, I used to take biopsies from lepers, put them to 9-banded armadillos, and then wait 2 years, isolate the organisms, and then I got to make the first genomic libraries of the leprosy bacillus and got expression of the first enzyme activity of M. leprae and E. coli. Roy had pioneered the use of recombinant DNA, making safe strains of E. coli that couldn't live outside the laboratory. One of the great things that Roy and Josie had me do was they had me learn about phages, mycobacteriophages. In fact, not mycobacteriophage, in their case, lambda-phage. The way that we used to clone genes in early days of recombinant DNA was using lambda vectors. And because Roy made me do the quantitative analysis, if you have 1 microgram of DNA, how many genomes are present? By the way, ChatGPT couldn't answer that a few weeks ago. I taught it. But in 1 microgram of DNA, you have 2 times 10 to the 10 genomes. And you think about putting DNA into an organism. I mean, transformation that was, allowed us to fulfill molecular Koch's postulate for the first time. I mean, you'd only get 100 to 1,000. Electroporation, maybe 10 times more. In Roy and Josie's lab, I used to make in vitro packaging mixes for Lambda, and there I could get, 10 to the 6 plaque-forming units per mil. When I moved to Barry Bloom's lab in the Bronx, I could buy Gigapec Gold, and that could package 10 to the 9 per microgram, about 10% efficiency. If you have 10 to the 10 cells and you have 2 times 10 to the 10 phage, you can infect every cell with a phage. So I decided I was going to work on mycobacteriophages. Now, the story today is just to give you a rundown of how powerful these phages have been in developing the tools that we're using today to answer the new questions. By me developing the first shuttle plasmid, I was able to go ahead and make a recombinant DNA molecule. It was 90% mycobacteriophage, in which I had cloned in an E. coli cosmid. It's a shuttle plasmid. It replicates in E. coli as a cosmid. You move it to mycobacteria, it's a phage. That allowed me to demonstrate there wasn't a restriction system. It allowed me, when I got a temperate phage, to go ahead and stick DNA for the first time into mycobacteria stably. And it allowed me to identify a selectable marker and develop a transformation system, a plasmid transformation system. My first graduate student, Scott Snapper, isolated, he had 3 transformants one day after we'd been trying for 6 months to get transformants. And we recognized he had isolated a mutant. And when we cured the plasmid, we now got transformants 1 million times more efficiently. And it wasn't until 24 years later we found the point mutation that's in a SMC gene, a structural maintenance of the chromosome protein. But we gave this strain, and because I was at Einstein, I named my mycobacterial culture collection the MC squared collection. So MC squared 155 is a strain everybody in the world that works on mycobacteria uses. It allowed us to develop genetics. Imagine now we have the ability to clone anything into this phage. So one of the things that we did next You know, right now, if you are diagnosed with TB, they do an acid-fast stain. It takes a month to grow up the organism and a month to do drug susceptibilities. I reasoned that we could clone the gene from fireflies and make fireflies glow. And when we add it to TB, it would make it glow like a lightning bug. And so we could develop what I call the turn on the light assay, where you simply take your sample of TB, you divide it in 5 tubes. You have no drug, first drug, second drug, third drug. If you have no drug, the light's going to come on. If the drug works, the light doesn't come on. If it's drug resistant, the light comes on. We'll have a paper that's coming out in 2 weeks in JID, where we now demonstrate we have some of it is 100 times brighter. Sarah Nathan Roger Gobelin has made a phage that's 100 times brighter than the original. And we detect all the new TB drugs, you know, in a matter of days from the culture. And so there's a whole new drug regimen because we've had multi-drug and extensively drug-resistant TB. And look for this paper, they'll be coming out. And simply, we can assess within 24 hours after you have a culture, not only isoniazid and RIF, but now bedaquiline, tromethamide, linezolid, clofazimine, and low-level rifampicin resistance. The power of a mycobacteriophage. You know, initially, okay, now we can move forward DNA in. Now we could think about trying to do genetics like they had done in E. coli, and nobody had ever moved or transposed on efficiently into mycobacteria. Imagine I had a phage, though. And what I had Stoyan Barteroff do was go and had isolate a temperature-sensitive phage so it replicates at 30, but not at 37. And we could clone a transposon in it. And we didn't have a transposon initially, but one of my first graduate students, Jeff Cirillo, set a trap and caught that in M. smegmatis there was a transposon called IS 1096. You know, I put on Kara Cirillo's picture on this thing. She's my first grandchild. She's the daughter of Jeff Cirillo, and now she's working in my lab. My point about this, that we were able to make the first transposon libraries. And everybody in the world who makes transposon libraries uses our phage. You know, the HIMAR system by Eric Rubin and Chris Sassetti, they use our phage to deliver it. One of the problems that we encountered when we were trying to make knockouts in TB, precise null deletions of specific genes, is that TB has this amazing illegitimate recombination system. If you take your favorite gene X and you PCR to the left and the right, if you electroporated that in with a selectable marker replacing your gene, if you did that in yeast, you get your knockout. In TB, it goes randomly around the chromosome. But I reasoned with Stoyan Barteroff that if we went and we put this into the shuttle plasmid, so the shuttle plasmid, we can easily make constructs in E. coli by using lambda in vitro packaging. If we put that allelic exchange substrate into that phage, that shuttle plasmid, then put it into smegmatis, make high titers, you know, at 30 degrees, now infect TB at 37 degrees, we would only get the allelic exchanges. And that allowed us to go and make the first sets of precise null knockout mutants of TB. You know, recently, and I'll show you in a second, how we've been able to improve this. And this is taking advantage of the fact that Dodd-Court had identified these recombinatory genes in lambda, and Graham Hatfield's lab found them in bacteriophage that one of the ladies from Chennai, Chi9C, had isolated. And what we found is while we would only get, you know, 5 to 10 transductants with our allelic exchange constructs, if we have the recombinatory genes in it, we increase that 1,000-fold. The power of this is, imagine now we can go ahead and make an entire library of precise null, bar-coded deletion mutants of TB. And so Adol Malik in my lab went, and he's knocked out all 37 non-essential ABC transporters. And we don't know the function of half of them, but we have unique barcodes on each side. And so now we can put that pool into animals. And we can count the number of organisms that are there on day one, and we can count the number of organisms 8 weeks later. And we can find out genes, discover new genes that are involved in attenuation of TB. Let me just tell you that having these tools have allowed us to address the single greatest impediment to eradicating TB. Although we've had drugs since 1952, isoniazid, streptomycin, ethambutol, rifampicin. Short course chemotherapy is 6 months for TB on 4 drugs. Why? Why has TB been so successful at escaping immunity? It's because, wow, this is about acid-fast bacilli. I don't know how this got here, but know that we've knocked out the gene that regulates acid fastness. And actually, if you're acid fast negative, you're still viable, but you're actually a persister. This isn't the right talk. Did I miss the persistence? Is the movie not here? Well, sorry, I thought I had a different talk, but it's okay. Look, guys, we never knew why BCG was attenuated. In fact, to this day, we still don't know why BCG is entirely attenuated. Ken Stover's lab showed that the RD1 region was a region that was deleted in all BCG strains. And when Stuart called, we sent him to Cosman to complement it. It didn't restore full virulence, but it would restore its ability to kill a rag mouse. And anyway, we knocked Co using specialized transduction knocked out the RD1 region in 3 different TB strains in M. bovis. And that just shows you can read the paper, but the strain's attenuated. And this encodes a type 7 secretion system. There's a unique secretion systems found in mycobacteria, and TB has 5 of these different systems. And we've been able, Sarah Nathan Rajagopalan has systematically knocked them all out. Nobody else has been able to knock them all out and even knock out the 3 or the 5. We've been successful because of the phage system. And we didn't know the target of isoniazid before, but we know down to the chemical bond how isoniazid works. And we're making a whole set of, here's the slide I wanted to show you about persistence. Guys, persistence is the ability of a TB to survive sterilization in the host. If we add the bactericidal drug isoniazid to TB and take out samples every day for the next 28 days, you invariably kill 99.9% in 3 days, but you can't sterilize it. The bugs there, the 10,000 bugs that are present after 3 days of isoniazid are not genetically resistant. There'll be 1 or 2 that will be and they'll grow out, but those bugs are phenotypically resistant. And Brian Weinrich said, Catherine Vilches has done this experiment 150 times with any TB strain. It's an amazing, robust assay. What Brian found out is we have 263 genes that are turned on in the persisters that are not turned on in the 2200 that are expressed during exponential growth. TB has 4,000 genes. It only needs 2200 to grow. What's it doing the rest? It's evading killing. Now watch this movie. We put a GFP fused to a phage promoter. We add the phage. You can see how we can light up TB on the left. We took that same phage and we put it in an RFP, but fused it to the gene that's most highly upregulated in persisters. Watch this. This is a 3-day movie. You take TB down, throw them on a microfluidic chip. You add isonize it, and now you add the dual reporter phage. Do you see on day 1, all the cells are yellow because they're expressing both red and green? And by day 3, all the yellow cells are dead, and you're left with that 0.1% persisters. We don't know the functions of most of those genes, but imagine that we're knocking them all out now. And we're going to go ahead and characterize the function of persisters. So, I want you to come away that's saying, wow, this has taken me 40 years to get where we're at. We're just at the beginning of figuring out how to make a better TB vaccine. BCG was put into a child by Dr. Skelmet in 1921. And we don't have anything better after 103 years. We now make precise null mutants. And, by making our first transposon library, we had identified that if you make amino acid oxytrose, TB can't grow. Now, that was a total surprise to me, that when we made that, like a leucine oxytroph or an arginine oxytroph, wouldn't be able to grow in a mouse. Because Francisella and Legionella, which are very successful intracellular pathogens, grow fine, and they can't make those. But TB lives in a vacuole where it can't pick it up. And so for vaccine candidates, we've deleted numbers of genes in leucine metabolism or pantothenic metabolism. I want to just point to MC²7902, which we've gone back, and Catherine recently tried as a vaccine using intravenous immunization, because a group at NIH, Bob Cedar, has shown if you do IV BCG, he was claiming sterilization against very low TB challenge. We've now used that as a vaccine. And let me tell you, it's much safer than BCG. If we inject 10 to the 6 into a wild-type mouse or a mouse without B and T cells, it gets sterilized. It's pretty exciting to me if it gets sterilized. I hope you can see it's a biphasic curve. It gets sterilized quickly for the first 2 weeks, and then it kind of slows down. It's because of persisters. When we tried this as a vaccine, we actually, for the first time, are seeing protection that's 100 times better than BCG. I have dreamed about this for 35 years. Now, I'm not saying we're going to give IV vaccines to kids yet. It'd be much safer than BCG. But this is just the beginning. I am now excited because we have the possibility of improving immune responses. And I think the limitation is we don't know how to kill with an immune response the persisters. So I just wanted to go point out, particularly to the graduate students, the high school students. When I went to New York, I didn't have any phages. I knew mycobacteria lived in the soil. So my first month in the lab, I took dirt from this backyard and played it out on M. smegmatis, and that is BXB1. Those are the plaques of BXB1, the Bronx bomber, the first phage I isolated from my backyard. As of yesterday, there are over 100 phages, 100 papers on PubMed about BXB1. Now, what's exciting is I have a twin sister named Debbie Jacob-Serra. She was a high school teacher. She needed projects for her kids. She called me up saying, what can they do? I said, no problem. We'll get them isolating phages. So we went ahead, and her kids isolated phages, my kids isolated phages. Graham Hatfield sequenced them all. And we published this paper where not only did we get the cover of Cell, we have the first and only centerfold ever in Cell They exposed the naked genomes of 14 new viruses that we isolate from soil. And now it's called the CPAGE program that Graham and my sister run out of University of Pittsburgh. Howard Hughes supports this. And over 50,000 students have taken the course, isolate their own phage, and learn how to annotate them. So to finish, I just want to tell you, it's an exciting time in mycobacterial research. And on this last slide, I hope you come away with understanding that knowledge is super important. You know, the fact that we now know all these facts that I told you about before can allow us to think of new ways to approach things. And what I want, you know, I have wonderful collaborators, these people in the lab, but the last thing I want to leave you with is I want you to watch my grandson here a second. He sees a problem and he figures out a way he can approach it. But he sees that the first try doesn't work. And watch him sit there and think and imagine a way to fix it. Our namesake at Einstein said the imagination is more important than knowledge. It's all important. Thank you very much for the chance to talk to you.
Agradecemos al Dr. Jacobs por su presentación.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jacob, for your presentation. We will have some space for Q&A. If a question must be done in Spanish, we have Valentina right here with us. Oh, there you are at the back. Okay, Valentina will be translating. And whoever wants to work on this, whoever wants to ask something, please raise your hand.
Acá adelante, doctora Bueno.
Dr. Bueno.
Hello. Hi, Bill. Thank you so much for your talk and coming to Chile once again. This is Susan. My question is about this wonderful talk is regarding the role of the mycobacteriophages in lateral gene transfer in tuberculosis. Is there any evidence that is a transfer of gene between the different strains?
Great question. You know, so TB, when the genome came out, we found that there were 3 remnants of mycobacteriophages. You know, I don't know if you noticed in the sample, the soil sample, that backyard where I first isolated BXB1. Every summer I have high school kids that come to my lab and we go out and we isolate new phages. I take them to the Bronx Zoo and we isolate them from all over the Bronx Zoo. But 30 years after I'd isolated BXB1, I went back to the same garden and we isolated 3 new mycobacteriophages. What was amazing is, you know, part of the reason that BXB1 is most well known, it has the most efficient site-specific integration system ever found in nature. And we went back and we looked for that gene. Instead of having a single copy, now I had 3 to 5, 3 new phages. My point is regarding your question, you know, phages are playing a huge role in the biology of microbes around the world. But in TB, and we've tried phage therapy numerous times, you know, in mice, and we've been unsuccessful. And I think that's because TB evolved to live only in human macrophages hundreds of thousands of years or tens of thousands of years ago. And it hasn't really come in contact with phages, you know, since then. And the evidence is that we don't see in any, you know, of the 100,000 clinical isolates that have been sequenced, we've never found a phage. But very good question. That would be very different if you look at the mycobacteria that live in the soil.
Muchas gracias. Aquí, adelante.
So, Pablo Gonzalez, UC. So, Bill, you've certainly spoken this before with immunologists. Why would the vaccine work intravenous and not intradermal? And what about trying aerosol vaccine, which may be more acceptable, more tolerable by FDA?
Yeah, great question. I was hoping, Steve, we're very eager to figure this out. My current thought would be that it's just ending up in more dendritic cells when we're giving it IV. Your idea of aerosol is excellent, and we're testing that hypothesis with a group at Colorado State. But let me go back to the way Calmette first gave BCG, and that was orally to a child. And there's many, particularly beautiful study from Brazil years ago showed that oral BCG seemed to work better. So right now, we're trying aerosol. We're going to figure out why the IV works so well. But at the same time, I'm going to clone chocolate genes into the BCG so we can make a good into the MC squared 7902. There'll be something you want to eat, and we'll give it to kids. And I definitely think that would be even a better way to be able to give it. We could give an oral vaccine.
Over here, we have 3 questions.
Oh.
Hi, amazing talk. You did mention that you found 256 genes upregulated in those persistent cells.
Yes.
Do you need them all together acting at the same time, or each of them can induce different levels of persistence?
Imagine the persistence is a multigenic event, and we have knocked out 30 of them so far, and we only have 2 that look promising for persisters. But in fact, I think that they're multigenic, that it's a matter of the metabolism. What we see in these bugs is now they slowly replicate and they change their metabolism. And so I think what part of the reason this is going to be a complex thing to tackle is the fact that it's multigenic. Nevertheless, if you look carefully at my 7902, I promise you, if we made a good drug that inhibited arginine biosynthesis or leucine biosynthesis, we could sterilize TB. And I know there are groups that are working on it. And the last point about this is that I think that's what we have to figure out. I think that, when people have seen sterilizing immunity in non-human primates and monkeys, they're going in with doses of 7 to 25 organisms. And I think, we now know, and we have great preliminary data that CD4 T cells actually can kill and sterilize some of our mutants. But I think what we don't know how to kill are those persisters. And that's what's going to make it so challenging is we have to figure out what they're actually doing. And that's going to be the next 10 years of work to figure that out.
Bien, por favor, su siguiente pregunta, por favor.
Hi, it's David Boone from Indiana University School of Medicine. I was thinking about another big problematic mycobacterium, which is Mycobacterium bovis, which is really a big problem in farm animals. And I'm wondering if maybe an IV vaccine actually might be tractable to solve that issue even now.
Part of my reason for coming here is I came to convince Pablo and Alexis that we should be growing up our TB, our oxytrophic TB for doing the IV vaccination studies in cattle. And, we're going to talk about this week. I think that absolutely would be a great use of this already, be an excellent way to sterilize the cow population. And if I could just add one more thing, I encourage you guys, the guy who asked me about the persisters, we have seen, Catherine Vilches discovered serendipitously that she could sterilize with isoniazid the persisters if she added vitamin C or N-acetylcysteine to the culture. And then the point about that was what we have discovered is when we add the vitamin C or the N-acetylcysteine, we actually stimulate respiration inside those bugs, and it wakes them up, making them susceptible to killing by cells. And so just like in the HIV, you have this wake up strategy, whatever, there might be a way to do that there. I'm excited about testing our TB vaccines in cattle.
Ok, bien, agradecemos. Thank you very much, Dr. Jacobs.
Okay.
Agradecemos nuevamente al Dr. Williams Jacobs por
Once
su
again, we want to
presentación.
thank Dr. Williams Jacobs because of his presentation, and to continue with this panel, we receive Dr. Leandro Carreño, Associate Professor of the Medicine Faculty of the Chile University and Deputy Director of the Millennium Institute on Immunology and Immunotherapy, with his presentation entitled Modulation of Response of B cells by NKT cells to improve immunity against pathogens.
Bueno, quisiera partir agradeciendo al comité
I would like
organizador
to start
por
thanking the
invitarme a
organizing
este
committee for
simposio.
inviting me to
La
this
verdad que
symposium.
siempre es un agrado poder
Actually,
estar
it's always a pleasure
contando un poco lo que hacemos en el laboratorio
telling a little bit what we do
asociado al
in our
Instituto Millennium of
laboratory
the
related
Universidad
to
de
the
Chile, pero también
Millennium
contando con la
Institute on
presencia de
Immunology of the Chile
muchas
University,
personas
but also
jóvenes,
having
no
presence of
solo
young
colegas en
people,
las filas de más adelante, sino también
not only
parece
colleagues
como
in the
si hubieran
front rows,
delegados,
but
gente de
it
postdoc,
seems you
doctorado
are
y finalmente estudiantes.
separated.
Me
Postdoc,
pidieron si podía
doctor,
incluir algunas
student, PhD
diapositivas
students,
un
and
poquito
finally
más
students.
generales, así que
I
voy a
would like
partir
to,
con una
I was
historia, algunas
asked to
cosas se van a repetir, ya
include
que
more
muchos de mis
general
colegas afortunadamente
slides. Some stories will be repeated because many of my colleagues, fortunately,
ya introdujeron algunos de estos temas.
already introduced some of these topics.
Con
I
un
would like
hecho
to
que
start with a fact that
puede ser visto desde un punto de vista
might be
negativo, pero
seen from a negative
probablemente para
standpoint,
muchos
but
de nosotros muy
probably for
positivo.
many of us is
Y es
quite
que la
positive,
expectativa de vida
is that the
ha
life
aumentado
expectancy
muchísimo
has
en los
increased
últimos
a
años.
lot within the last few years.
Como ustedes pueden ver,
As you can
la
see,
esperanza de vida actual, y esto en
the
el mundo
life
entero, es alrededor de
expectancy currently
81,5 años,
around the world
llegando a ser
is around
casi de
81.5
83
years,
años en Chile,
almost
y se
83 years in
proyecta que
Chile.
incluso
And it is
para
projected
fines
that
del
even
2050
by the end
podríamos
of
llegar incluso a
2050,
hablar
we
de
would
90 años
reach
de
talking
expectativa de
about
vida, no es
90
mucho,
years of life expectancy,
pero
which is a
nos
lot.
pone un
But
desafío y es
it
que
puts a
hemos
challenge in
tenido
front
que
of us.
redefinir un poco
We've had to
cómo nos vemos.
redefine the way
Probablemente la
we
gente que es
see
más
each
joven
other. Probably younger people
se considera joven, pero nos
consider
vamos acercando un
young
poco hacia acá y no
themselves,
quiero herir
but
ninguna
we are getting closer
susceptibilidad.
to this. But I don't want to
Y cada vez hemos tenido
I don't
que
want to hurt
reinventar un
anybody's
apodo,
feelings,
pero que
but
incluya la
every
palabra joven,
time we have
como
to
adulto joven,
reinvent a
algo que
nickname
tiene que ver con la
that
juventud.
includes the
Académico
young
joven,
word,
investigador joven,
young adult,
y,
something
y
related
la
to
verdad es que si
youth,
nosotros hacemos
young
una
scholar,
perspectiva del
young
tiempo, eso ha
professor.
tenido que
If we do
cambiar,
a
porque hoy en
perspective
día
in time,
personas que
that
tienen,
has
y acá
changed
quizás los
because
estudiantes de
people
colegio se
who
van a
are
reír,
perhaps school
50 años,
students
y de nuevo,
will
sin querer herir
laugh.
ninguna
50 years old,
susceptibilidad,
and again, without
en la sociedad actual
hurting
lo vemos como
anybody's
personas
feelings,
jóvenes.
in
Y,
current
y es verdad,
society, we
porque si
see them
ustedes
as young
comparan con la
people.
expectativa de vida.
And it is true
Ahora
if you
también,
compare to the life
y esto
expectancy.
quizá es
And
algo,
it is
un arma de
also
doble filo,
true,
las
and this is
personas que
perhaps a double-edged knife.
probablemente tienen menos de 30
People who
años son
probably
vistos
are
todavía como
younger than
niños.
30 are still seen
Pero era
as
muy
children.
distinto
But it was
hace
very
100 años
different
atrás,
100 years
120
ago,
años atrás, donde la
120 years ago,
expectativa de
where
vida,
life
y
expectancy,
esto no quiere decir que la
and
gente no viviera más, pero
this doesn't mean that
el
people
promedio
didn't live more,
era
but
de cerca de
on average was
35 años.
around 35
Por
years
lo
old.
tanto, nuestro concepto era bien
Then
distinto.
our concepts were quite different.
En esta sala no tendríamos
In
personas
this
jóvenes.
room, we wouldn't
Y
have
eso
young
incluye
people,
a nuestras
and that
personas que están hacia
includes
atrás
our people in the
en los
back
últimos
of the
cursos de
room in
enseñanza media.
the last courses of
Y eso se debía a algo
secondary school.
bien
And that
importante, y es que
was
las personas
because of something very
morían
important.
jóvenes.
People
¿Ok?
used to die young.
Vamos a ver un poco las causas.
Let's see the causes of that.
Y tiene que ver con esto.
And it is related to
Hace
this.
un poco más de 100 años
A
atrás,
little
la
than
mayoría de las
longer
personas
than
se
100 years
morían por
ago, most
infecciones,
people died
porque se
because of
transmitían
infectious
infecciones.
diseases, because they
No sé si les
transmit
gusta el cine,
diseases
probablemente
among
acá
each other.
hacia
I don't
atrás
know if
voy a
you
hablar de una película que
like
es muy
the
vintage. No sé
movies.
si vieron Volver
I'm
al
going to
Futuro.
talk about a very
¿Sí?
vintage movie.
¿Suena?
Did you watch Back
Si
to
no
the
la han
Future?
visto,
If you
se lo
haven't watched
recomiendo,
it,
tiene
I
tres entregas.
recommend
En la
that.
tercera
It has
entrega,
3 parts. In the
no le voy a
third
hacer
part,
ningún spoiler de la
I'm not
película,
going to make any
pero
spoiler of the movie,
al
but
protagonista de la
the
película le
starring
sirven un
of the
vaso de agua,
movie is
un
served a
envasado.
glass of
Y
water,
el vaso de
an
agua es bien característico, me
ancestor,
encanta que esté
and
muy bien
the
reflejado en
glass of
eso. Estamos
water is
hablando de
quite
año
characteristic, and I
1920 por ahí.
love it is well reflected. We're
Era
talking about
café,
1820 more or
porque el
less. It
agua
was brown
era contaminada,
because
digamos.
water was
Probablemente de esa forma
contaminated,
uno
polluted.
transmitía
Probably that
infecciones.
way infectious
En la charla
diseases were
anterior, Bill
transmitted.
nos contó sobre
In
Robert
the
Koch,
previous
y me
lecture,
encanta que lo haya
Bill
hecho
talked
porque
about
lo
Robert
saqué a
Koch, and I love
propósito.
he
No
did
voy
it
a hacerla
because
tan larga
I
porque sé
talked
que
about it
tenemos
in
hambre y hay que
purpose.
almorzar. ¿Ok?
I'm not going to
Esto cambió
be long
radicalmente
because
y hoy
we
en
are hungry,
día
we had to have lunch. This
las
radically
infecciones dan
changed.
cuenta de no
And
más
today,
del
infectious
3% de las causas de,
account for not more than
de muerte,
3%
teniendo el
of the
cáncer, las
cause of
enfermedades
death,
coronarias siendo las mayores
being
causas. Sin
cancer and
embargo, y esto es importante
coronary
que lo perdamos de
diseases the
vista,
biggest causes.
es
But
porque
I don't
hemos
want you to
podido
lose the focus. This
controlar
is
esas
because
infecciones.
we've been able
Pero
to
cada vez
control
tenemos
those infectious
amenazas,
diseases,
¿verdad?
but we
Hemos
have
visto los casos de virus
increasingly more
respiratorios
threats. We've
en
seen
las
the
sesiones
cases of
anteriores, vimos
respiratory
casos de
viruses
VIH
in
con el doctor
previous
Ricardo
sessions,
Soto. No
such as the
olvidemos lo
case
que ocurrió
of
en la pandemia. Y eso
AIDS
desafía
with
esto.
Dr. Ricardo Soto.
¿Cómo
Let's not
logramos
forget what happened
controlar
during the
las
pandemics,
enfermedades
and this
infecciosas?
challenged
Y yo
this.
quiero contarles
How do
acerca
we
de
control
tres
infectious
intervenciones
diseases?
súper
And I'm going
importantes
to
que
talk
se
about
hicieron.
three
Una,
very
el agua
important
potable,
interventions.
¿verdad?
First,
Algo tan
drinkable water,
sencillo como el agua
something
potable, que podamos
as simple
lavar
as
los
drinkable
alimentos, que
water
nos
that
podamos lavar
we
las
can
manos, ha
wash our
ayudado a
hands,
controlar mucho
wash
la
our
enfermedad
food,
infecciosa.
has helped to
Pero la segunda
control a lot
razón
infectious diseases.
principal,
But
y
the
creo que nos
second
enfoquemos
main
en
reason,
esto, por lo que
and I
vamos a
want
tocar
you
en
to
esta
focus
charla,
on
pero
this
también
because of
en
what we're
muchas
going to
charlas que
talk
vamos a
here,
ver
but
durante el
also
día,
in many
son las
other talks we're
vacunas.
going to see
Y
during the
acá lo
day,
voy a
are
ampliar, no
vaccines.
solamente las
And
vacunas, las intervenciones
I'm
para
going
mejorar
to
nuestro sistema inmune
dive
de
into
modo de
this,
combatir
but
enfermedades.
also interventions to improve
Y
our
como una
immune
tercera
systems
gran
in order to
herramienta, pero como
fight
vimos
against
en la charla
diseases. But
anterior de
as a
Bill,
third big
tiene
tool, as
ciertas
we saw
limitaciones, son
in
los
previous
antibióticos debido a la
lecture by
resistencia, no
Bill,
se han
it has certain
lamentablemente
limitations.
descubierto ni
Antibiotics,
inventado
due to resistance.
demasiados nuevos antibióticos,
Unfortunately,
pero
not
estas
too
tres
many
causas,
new
estas
antibiotics
tres
have been
intervenciones, digamos,
invented.
que las
But these
personas, los
three
seres humanos han hecho,
interventions
han
human beings
permitido
have
que
have
controlemos la
allowed
enfermedad infecciosa y
us to
tenemos más
control
enfermedades menos.
infectious diseases
Me voy a
and
referir
maintain
en lo
them
importante del control
away.
del sistema
I'm
inmune.
going to refer to the control of the
Para
immune system.
resumir, esto es lo
To
que llamamos
Just to
el dogma
summarize, this is
central de la
what we
respuesta
call
inmune.
the core
Cuando uno
dogma
esté
of
en
the
una
immune
infección,
response. When you acquire an
no en este coffee
infectious
break, pero
disease,
si alguno
not
de
in
ustedes
this coffee
alguna
break,
vez
but
ha
if
tenido
any of
la
you have
oportunidad
had
de
the
comer
opportunity of
algo que no
eating something
está
which
un
is
poquito
not
contaminado,
in good condition,
venimos
is a little
saliendo de
bit
las fiestas patrias,
polluted,
les vamos a contar a los
contaminated,
invitados
we are
internacionales lo
coming
que
out of
significó
national
eso,
holidays, we
pero
are going to
fueron
tell international guests
alrededor de
what that
10 días de
meant,
celebración
but
en
it
Chile,
was
que es
around
lo que
10 days
bastante
of
inédito,
celebration in Chile,
y muchas
which is
personas
unparalleled.
comen en lugares
And
donde la
many
higiene
people eat in
necesariamente
places
no es
where
tan buena
hygiene is not
y pueden ser
necessarily
infectados con
so
alguna
good,
bacteria, por
and they
ejemplo.
might be infected
Se
by a
reconoce esto
bacteria.
como una señal
This is
peligrosa a través del
recognized
sistema
as a
inmune
hazardous
innato, una
signal
célula
by the innate
bien
immune
importante que se
system.
llama célula
A very
dendrítica, que está
important
en un
cell that
estado
is called the
inmaduro.
dendritic cell, which is
Reconoce
in an
ciertos
immature
patrones de peligro
status.
de
It
estos,
recognizes
de estos
certain
patógenos.
hazardous
Como vimos con el
patterns in
profesor
these
Ricardo
pathogens,
Soto,
as we saw
los
with Professor
famosos
Ricardo
PAMs o
Soto,
patrones
the
moleculares, perdón,
famous
asociados a
PAMs or
patógenos son
molecular patterns
cosas
associated
que
to
tienen los
pathogens
patógenos que
are
nosotros no
things
tenemos, son
pathogens have we don't
reconocidas como
have,
algo
are
peligroso y esta
recognized as
célula
something
dendrítica madura
hazardous, and this
y es
critical
capaz de
or this
procesar
dendritic
en
cell
pedacitos
matures.
bien
It is
pequeñitos
capable of processing in
los
very small
componentes de esta
chunks
bacteria
the
y
different
los
components of this
presenta
bacteria,
en
and it presents
péptidos
them
asociados a una
in
molécula POP que se
peptides
llama MHC, que
associated
son
to an
reconocidos por
own
receptores
molecule called
específicos en las
MIC,
T,
which are recognized by
tanto
specific
CD8, que
receptors,
son las que
T
llamamos
cells, both CB8 or CD4, the ones that are called cytotoxic. This recognition goes along with the signal that tells this hazard, this dendritic cell which is mature, and that hazard is only present if a warning signal, a red flag signal is recognized. When you eat a normally non-contaminated food, you breath with your own molecules. They are not recognized as exchange molecules, and then this doesn't happen. This will lead to the activation of these cells. On the one side, the T helper cell will be able to communicate with a B lymphocyte that recognizes these receptors. This should be in a point here. It was lost in the slide. Sorry for that. That it recognizes the same pathogen. It is capable of representing these same components, and since it is the same receptor, it is capable of activating these cells, and it can release antibodies, which are very important to block this pathogen. On the other hand, cells infected by these pathogens, it could be a bacteria, it could be a virus, will be detected by these cytotoxics, already active cytotoxic cells, and eliminated. This way, the immune system works very well, but unfortunately, it doesn't happen all the time because pathogens try to defend themselves. They have mechanisms that evade, escape the regular immune response. That's why we need boosters for our immune system, vaccines, etc. Now, the different kinds of infections will lead to different kinds of responses. And this is very important too. It's not the same having a bacteria within the cell or having bacteria or fungi out of the cell. In bacteria could be some viruses such as the AIDS virus, as Dr. Soto commented, or things that are quite bigger. It's less common today. At the end of this presentation, I'm going to shed lights about the importance of having a balanced response regarding infections and how difficult it is today to do so, how parasites today, little frequent, in particular in younger populations, probably they didn't have parasite infections when they were children. And this will lead to different kinds of immune responses. Why? Because the immune response has different weapons. I'm not going to defend the same way. I don't need to defend the same way when I have something in the cell. I need cells being capable of removing these, such as cytotoxic cells, antibodies that when these pathogens are released, to control them and expand the cell response. How? When I have things out of the cells, bacteria, for instance, extracellular bacteria that I need phagocyte cells in a large number to counteract these infections, or when I have a parasite where I cannot remove it directly, but with an army, with a very special antibody, which is IgE, very related to what you do as an allergy, that together with other cells will surround this pathogen and it will eliminate it. Why do I tell this? Many pathogens create immune response, but do not create the suitable immune response. If I have a respiratory infectious, which is an intracell pathogen, I have to respond this way. But many times people respond in different ways. For instance, this kind of response, which is called the DH2. Names are not relevant for this presentation now. That's the case on the syncytial mechanism virus, many other respiratory viruses, but also what we've seen in the case of COVID, what in an intermediate response, very inflammatory, was generated, but non-productive to remove the virus. That's why when we have in mind designing new immune responses, we need to know what kind of immune response we need to boost. In this sense, I'm going to talk very general, very in general. What we do in our laboratory in the University of Chile and in our Millennium Institute is working with cells in the interface in this immune response of the core dogma, the central dogma, which are innate cells by the immune system. Specifically, we focus on, in these cells that are called natural T killers. They have the ability to interact in this immune response in a very quick way, shifting the consequence or changing the final consequence of this. What do they act like? At the beginning of the immune response, when T lymphocytes are activating, besides the B lymphocytes are acting to release antibodies, these cells recognize a kind of compounds we like a lot in laboratories because it is simple. I'm going to talk about this in the next slide, are glycolipids, which are attached to a preserved molecule in human beings, which is a good news. Since it is a preserved molecule, I can have a design as pharmaceuticals with a wider aspect in the population. And they induce their activations in a very quick fashion. In a matter of minutes, they are capable of releasing pro-inflammatory cytokines, such as interferon gamma, very well aligned to what Dr. Ricardo Soto says in his previous presentation, promoting inflammation, but also anti-inflammatory cytokines. This duality makes it very attractive to be a therapeutic target for us. And glycolipids are molecules such as the one on this picture I am highlighting here. It is a sugar molecule attached covalently to a big fat acid. Since these molecules could be synthesized chemically, an artificial synthesis in the laboratory, it is very attractive being able to find variants of one molecule that was identified many years ago. I'm not going to talk about the history in honor of time, for the sake of time, which is capable of activating these cells. And this way, glycolipids with modifications in their structures which has a more pro-inflammatory response or more anti-inflammatory response. I'm just going to put one example, and I put this on the sake in honor of Bill Jacobs, who's here, something that was made. Fortunately enough, I was lucky enough to be trained in the United States, and I worked in the laboratory that closely collaborated in the immune part with Dr. Santiago-Chile. You can see a mouse being immunized with the current strain we use with TBV, but with also with the BCG, which is modified with glycolipids in its membrane. Therefore, when I induce T cell activation before that, the omega negative induction will create that it will stimulate in a better way that what we thought these cells. If you look at the BCG only without any modification, you can see that after the immunization of these animals, you can interrogate, you can query whether an immune response was generated through the stimulation of T cells with tuberculosis antigens. You can see compared to the control group, there is a response which is induced by the vaccine. And this is correlated to a level of protection. The bacteria burden in the lungs of these mice is reduced. This is a little, it could be seen just a little, but this is a logarithmic scale. Besides, when we have the induction of these cells, this response is very well boosted. The number of T cells generated is much larger besides the omega protection. With this in the laboratory, we have a huge collaboration group with others that we call NKTologists. The basic things, I want to take advantage of the title of this symposium. The basic makes the innovation, and we try to move in both sides all the time. The basic information allows us to answer some questions such as the structure function of ligands and receptors and the way they communicate with other cells, the basic mechanisms. But on the sake of time, but I'm willing to talk during the coffee or during the lunch about this, I'm just going to put some examples about this. With this knowledge, and not always it's a direct line, and I want to be clear on this. Sometimes the innovation portion goes in parallel, sometimes goes back to the basic science. It's a continuum which is not always a straight line, and a continuum from the basic to the most complex part. It's applying knowledge about infectious diseases, one of the things gathering together all of us today, allergies and cancer. One of the attractive things about these cells is that this receptor could be specifically targeted therapeutically, something many innate cells, which are very attractive because of their regulatory role in the immune systems, don't have, but these cells does have it because of these glycolipids I talked about earlier. If this is pro-inflammatory, it could be very useful for cancer, if anti-inflammatory for autoimmune or allergies. I'm going to briefly talk about this side. Many times, because of modeling diseases or studying their mechanisms, we have to make research, unfortunately, in animal models. Although mice, which are the most used species for immunology studies, they have lots of advantages because the immune system is very similar. Some things are not too similar. This was the case for these cells. We identify pro-inflammatory or anti-inflammatory glycolipids, but many of them, when we compared results in animal models versus some clinical trials, it had certain differences. This is an important constraint, and I was lucky enough to start this work when I did my postdoc a decade ago, of finding important differences and how to solve them. To that, what we did was creating or generating a mouse in the lab, which is a skin mouse for the human molecule that will be a therapeutical target. Finally, is a regular mouse humanized to generate dendritic cells and being able to try different glycolipids. You cannot tell here very well, but the difference between glycolipids is very subtle. A difference in an aromatic group is this in the sugar, and besides the lack of an hydroxyl here, and there are other variants. When we analyze the ability of this cell, whether with the human receptor or the mouse receptor, to present and activate this negative cell, whether with the dendritic cells of the humanized mouse or with the mouse with its version with the mouse molecule versus DKT cells of the regular mouse or humanized mouse, you can see there are certain glycolipids, and I'm going to focus on this here, having good activations in the mouse system, but low activations on the immune system. This has taken us, I'm going to make the long story short, we've made molecular isolation. We've been able to use it to choose what are the molecules of interest. Based on this, I'm going to show you a result. This is collaboration, in collaboration with it precisely with the Santiago-Chile, his laboratory, where one of these glycolipids identified AH107, since it is pro-inflammatory, it is highly interesting, high reduction in the melanoma model induced in the mouse. Then it is very attractive, but with a pro-inflammatory profile. Now, I'm going to talk about what is key in my lecture, which is how these cells may interact with B and T cells and how we try to dimension this knowledge in the laboratory. I would like to start with the following. Glycolipids are relatively easily to work and easily to synthesize molecules, but they have disadvantage. Because of this glycolipidic nature, they're hydrophobic. Therefore, we need a way of being able to get these glycolipids in a pharmaceutical formulation that is successful. For that, we use liposomes. Liposomes are widely used today, in particular because of the COVID. All mRNA vaccines have modified versions of liposomes, and it has been widely used to provide drugs. These liposomes seen here, this is not in focus plane. They are all the focus. This is a piece of equipment that allows to measure their size through electric voltage. We've been able to synthesize the formulation in our laboratories with molecules that increase cellular penetration, but today we are working with molecules that can target one cellular type or another. This is an atomic strength microscopy. You can see a cross-wide section, and you can see the glycosome with embedded glycolipids in its membranes, and we can see it can put antigens. And this is highly relevant because having a specific antigen, we can improve a vaccine or implement another therapy. These liposomes, when we compare the capacity or the ability of activating NKT cells or T cells compared to the component of the specific liposome on its own, soluble, which is in black versus what is in color, it is preserved with different kinds of glycolipids, both the activation of T cells as well as for the activation of NKT cells. That allows being used for ulterior pharmaceutical use. One of the things we are very enthusiastic about our findings that we are about to publish, hopefully very soon, a dissertator student of a PhD, Pablo Palacios, here today. When we have different kinds of glycolipids and liposomes, we interrogate, we query to the humoral immune response, the same antigen, but this liposome changes, that changes the beginning of the immune response. We have had differences both in the magnitude of the antibodies being generated. Here are different kinds, as well as the quality of the antibody the lysotype, the isotype that is being generated. Isotypes will have different relevance in different kinds of infections. We've seen this in particular with a lot of IgG1, IgG2b penetration compared to other antibodies, and this is very important because IgG2b is very important for viral diseases. On the other hand, the relative affinity, how strongly is attached, we've achieved some variants with better responses. Then this fine modulation has a big purpose of improving the response of this vaccine, and this is something we are in process both with Dr. Gonzalez in the laboratory to try in a viral context and the model of BRF. Now, this goes along with an increase of the number of cells promoting the maturation of the immune response as germinal centers in this side and molecular helper cells, T cells, comparison with classic helpers that do not induce a large amount of formation of immune response. Now, to wrap up, I would like to close with, I always clarify this, we are very away from the Pride Month. It's not related to this, but this is related to the plasticity of these cells as having different kinds of responses. And something we were interested in seeing is how to manipulate this response. As you can see here, the cells first, actually there was a lot of debate not long ago, just only 10 years ago. They're capable of differentiating to a very specific phenotype, quite similar to what happens with the TCD4 cells, whether NKT1, 2, 17, NKT10, even with transcription factors that are characterizing TCD4 cells. One of the things we did in the laboratory was comparing, and I'm going to be honest with you. This is a paper we're submitting, but this started being a control group, as many things that happen in the laboratory. It's very important to tell the story, particularly because there are PhD students or school students who see science as an alternative. Hopefully you follow that path. Many times this is not what you are looking for, but something we could observe very interesting in a control experiment, and this was that soluble glycolipids versus the ones contained in liposomes generate a radically different, dramatically different response in these cells, being much more anti-inflammatory when it is contained in liposomes. We confirmed this through the induction of NKT regulating cells, which are called NKT10. You can see here, let's not focus on the graph, but on the bars, which is the same. But glycolipids contained in glycosomes, in particular two of them, are capable of inducing a huge regulatory response. With this in mind, and to show you a real example and not letting you with that there, we wanted to try this in an anti-inflammatory setting. To that, we did an allergy model where it is allergic to the dust acarus. Probably there are allergic people today. I am here with antihistaminic, otherwise I wouldn't be with peace of mind. Now, the most prevalent allergy in Chile is against pollen. The second most prevalent in Chile and around the world is the dust acarus. And in Santiago, Temuco, and other highly industrialized cities, we have lots of dust producing lots of allergies. In this model, we induce allergy to an animal, we establish the allergy, and then the treatment. And as you can see here, this is the allergic mouse. Because of protection, this is a project which is in the PRMC, in the Biomedicine Consortium. We cannot reveal the names of the compounds, but we can tell you how we've been doing. The drugs are capable of reducing allergy, and the same happens when you see a tissue here. Therefore, and just a few conclusions, we've got these cells. They are very important. We're working on which are the specific mechanisms, and I don't want to wrap up greeting my laboratory team and of course a very huge team of collaborators and funding, which is very important, in particular highlighting the Immunology and Immunotherapy Institute. Thank you very much.
Tenemos, por supuesto, un espacio para preguntas.
Of course, we have some room for Q&A. Whoever wants to ask any question, please raise his or her hand to get the microphone to you.
Ahí va el micrófono, un momento.
The microphone is going there. One moment, please.
Muy bonita la charla, muy buena, muchas gracias. Mi nombre
Very
es
nice
Benjamín
lecture, very good.
Quería hacer una consulta
Thank you
porque
very
habló
much. I would like to ask you a question
natural
because you
killers y
talked about the natural
antiinflamatorios.
killers in
No
this
sé si vieron la
anti-inflammatory
población de T
response.
reguladores,
I
si
don't know if you
aumentaba
see
en
the
ese
T
sentido,
regulator
coincidencia con esto,
population,
natural
if
killer
in that sense
antiinflamatorio.
is
Sí, de hecho, súper buena
matches
pregunta.
with this
Muchas gracias por la
anti-inflammatory
pregunta.
response. Very
Yo
good
me disculpo
question.
que
Thank you very much for your
quise dar
question.
como un panorama general, pero lo que tú dices es muy
Sorry, I
cierto.
wanted
De
to
hecho,
give
en los
a
ratones que
general overview,
tienen,
but what you
digamos,
say
una
is very
reducción de
true.
la respuesta
In
alérgica,
mice with a
esto es lo
reduction
que podemos
in the
contemplarlo,
allergic
pero si
response,
incluso
we have to see this earlier, but
una población de células T reguladoras,
if
pero también de
a
B
T
reguladoras.
regulator cells
Y Cristian
population
Gutiérrez,
is
que está por
induced, but
ahí, su
also
tesis
P
doctoral
regulators,
tiene
and
que ver con
Christian
eso, los
Gutierrez
mecanismos más
over
básicos
there,
de comunicación.
his
Hay un
dissertation,
aumento,
doctoral
hay una
dissertation is related
dependencia
to
de las
those
células B
most
reguladoras y
basic
T reguladoras de aumentar
mechanisms.
cuando se
There is a
producen estas células
dependency
HTI,
or
por
a
eso estamos
tendency
tratando de
to
dilucidar el
increase
mecanismo.
these P and T regulating cells when we induce this kind of cells. Any other question?
Nuevamente.
Hay hambre.
Sí,
Again.
la última.
The last one. People
¿Cuál
are
sería
angry.
el receptor en este caso
What
de
would
los
be
de
the
la
receptor
glicoproteína que
in
usted
this case
estaría
of the
observando aquí la
glycoproteins
respuesta
that you
no
are
asociada?
observing the
Perdón,
response
no te
associated
¿Cuál
here?
sería el receptor
Sorry,
del ligando
what
que
would
usted
be
está
the
viendo esta respuesta
receptor
asociada?
where you are seeing
perdón.
this response
El receptor
associated
siempre es
here?
el TCR de la
The
célula
receptor
negativa.
is always the TCR of the negative cell.
Hola, doctor Carreño, muchas gracias por su
Hello,
presentación.
Dr. Carreño. Thank you for your presentation, Enrique
Dos
González.
preguntas
Two
concretas. Una,
questions, very
estas
specific.
células de las NKT
One,
conversan también
this
con
cell
células
NKT, do
ILC,
they talk to
entendiendo que también
ILC cells,
forman parte de un
understanding
estadio
which is part,
bien versátil
they're
de la
part a
respuesta
very
inmune? Y
versatile
segundo, si
stadium
también estarían
of the
interesados en de
immune
pronto
response.
probar
And second, whether are you
la
interested in
metodología de
testing
sustitutivo
this
patología,
methodology in other kind of pathologies
inmune
or
Mira, la primera
self-immune
respuesta es
or
bien
whatever?
simple.
The
Nosotros no lo hemos
first answer is
analizado.
very simple. We haven't analyzed that.
No hay un,
There is no
reportado una relación directa, pero sí
there is no
está
direct
reportado que
relationship, but it is
hay una inducción
reported
que va en
that there
paralelo,
is an
pero
induction in
sobre todo en
parallel,
las células más
but in
inflamatorias.
particular in the
Pero el
most
mecanismo, la verdad
inflammatory
que no se
cells.
sabe
But the
como
mechanisms,
todos los
actually,
caveats
we
que hay
don't
en
know
en
as
esa.
many of the
Y con
caveats
respecto a
we
tu
got
segunda
in ILC.
pregunta,
And
sí,
regarding
la
your
verdad es
second
que
questions, yes,
nosotros lo que más nos
actually,
especializamos en el
what we
laboratorio de
are
alergias,
specialized the
pero
most in
en
our
cáncer
laboratory is
estamos
allergies, but in
pensando en
cancer,
colaborar con
we're
el doctor
thinking about in
Flavio y yo espero
collaborating
también
with
con el
the
grupo de la doctora
Flavio group
Brevi,
and
que está acá
hopefully with the
presente,
group of
para
Dr.
poder
Brevis here
indagar en
in
eso
this
y en
room
infecciones
to
siempre
dive
con
into that
Pablo,
deeper,
el
and
doctor
in
González, perdón,
infections,
doctora
always
Bueno y
with
doctor
Pablo
Caleggi, estamos
Gonzalez, Dr.
siempre
Bueno, and
mirando
Dr.
enfermedades
Calegis. We
infecciosas,
are
que
always looking
es
at
lo que
infectious
nos
diseases, which is
interesa acá.
we are interested on.
Última pregunta.
Last question, please.
Ok. Agradecemos al doctor
Thank
Carreño.
you very much, Dr. Carreño.
Estaba contemplada la presentación
It
del
was
doctor Hernán
contemplated
Peñalosa,
presentation by Dr.
pertenece
Hernán
la
Peñalosa,
presentación a este bloque, pero la vamos a
that
tener
belongs to
después
this
del
block,
almuerzo.
but we will have it
Entonces,
after
realizaremos
lunch.
una pausa para
Then we will
almorzar.
have
Nos
a
encontramos a
lunch
las
break.
15
We
horas
meet
para
again
continuar con
at
esta
3 o'clock
jornada.
to
Muchas
continue
gracias.
with this journey.
Entonces, a continuación,
Hello, welcome back. So now to wrap up the last part of the previous session, we will introduce Dr. Hernán Peñalosa, Assistant Professor of the Biological Sciences School and the School of Medicine of this university, and young researcher of the Millennium Institute of Immunotherapy, on his presentation called Immunomodulator Role on Thrombospompinia 1 in the activation of neutrophils during lung infection.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la asistencia a esta
Thank you
importante
so much
actividad.
for being here.
Justo nos pilló la hora de almuerzo, así
And we were right on lunchtime, so I wanted to mention something on the high school students that we have here in this activity. Aside from asking really good questions, and hopefully when they come back, they still do so, they're students from the same school that I was in some years ago. So it's actually very, very important for me to have them here with us. Hopefully lunch doesn't take too long and they are here.
Se han hablado muchas cosas en el día de hoy.
A lot of things have been spoken about the importance of infectious diseases. Even though we've been capable of developing several tools, infectious diseases are still important in human health. And one of the most important diseases in this area is pneumonia. Only in 2019, we had 2.5 million deaths in 2019, and this was before the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are different types of this disease. It's very heterogeneous. And what we care about the most right now is the one that is acquired in hospitals. And we're talking about bacteria mainly, and it's associated to some risk factors, some specific risk factors within what we know in hospitals. And it's important because they're associated to a high rate of mortality. And this high rate of mortality, one way or another, is explained by the limited amount of therapies we have due to the high level of bacterial resistance. That's why it's very common that this reality is affecting the media, or is shown in the media, in which is very common to see this kind of news when they talk about lung infections by organism resistant to antibiotics. We're talking about 3, mainly in Chile, which are 75% of cases. Among them in 2020 is Pneumonia aeuginosa. And this is the microorganism that we were studying in our lab. This is a bacteria, a gram-negative bacteria, capable of causing acute lung infections in hospital and chronic infections in patients with structural diseases to the lung, for example, cystic fibrosis. This is a bacteria that has been spread all over the world. There is no sign that can say that it's going to disappear or that its prevalence is going to go down. And it's characterized by a proteolytic pneumonia with elevated lung injury due to a high amount of secretion systems and virulent devices which can be sent to the lungs or that are transferred by other bacteria or to different cells that promote lung damage and the death of epithelial lung cells. So, because of this reality, this harsh reality forces us to be creative and to develop new therapies against these microorganisms. That's why it is so important to define what is an efficient immune response in this context. For those of you who don't know, this is the structure of a healthy lung. Here in pink, we can see the epithelial cells, quite defined, and in white, we have the spaces that the lung has in order to exchange gases. So what happens when there's an infection? An inflammatory process is caused due to the immune response, first of all, and then because of the intrinsic damage to lung tissues. This immune response is mainly focused on eliminating the bacteria and at the same time of returning the structure to its original states. That way, the optimal capability of its function is recovered. So, if we were able to define 2 key aspects of the immune response during an infection, we can say that, first of all, the pathogen clearance should be full with limited lung injury. And this is done mainly by an equilibrium between pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory factors And at the same time, we need to understand how these factors are balanced with each other and how they operate. So that's why the research topic of our laboratory is focused on studying these mechanisms that are involved in injury control during lung bacterial infection. So the main questions that we asked ourselves were, which are these factors, how these factors interact with each other, and what is the source of these factors, considering possible therapies. So the factor we are interested on is TSP1. This is a glycoprotein of the host, which is the extracellular matrix. It has lots of domains, and each structural domain has been bound to different processes, including, for example, immune response, cellular adhesion, apoptosis, among others. And previous research has shown that this protein is involved in immune response against this and has to do with some specific mice, and it shows some high acceptance to the disease. And at the same time, it shows some capabilities of eliminating the bacteria of the lung and also a neutrophilic response. At the same time, these studies have shown that TSP1 has very important characteristic, which is inhibit the neutrophilitic characteristic of lungs, such as neutrophilus rates, and also bacteria, such as the elastase of SLAS-B. So the question that we need to ask ourselves was how the curtailment of this proteolytic environment by TSP1 guides the inflammatory response. So now I will go a little bit around the bushes because we got to a literature of one specific cytokine, and it has been shown that this gamma, 36 gamma, is pathogenic of these specific lung infections. And here some mice survived in a meaningful way than Walter mice infected with Leukemia 36 gamma, which is another part of the family. So what's the specific of this specific family? We're talking about that once it is secreted, in order to activate it, it must be proteolyzed in its ends. And this is done by proteases that are made here, such as electrasa 1. Another one is catepsina S or proteinasa 6. And very interestingly, we have some proteases which activate this. So the hypothesis we were managing here is that it inhibits the coat of this protein, it inhibits its activation, and at the same time, it protects the host against inflammation, as we have said before. We made several experiments. I will share some of those with you related with this particular lecture, which is the therapeutical potential. And what we did right here was treating some Walter mice immunodeficient with an antibody that neutralized the gamma device 5 hours after the exposure. And we can see how is this going and the neutrophil activation is going. So we've observed that mice that were treated with this antibody managed to eliminate the bacteria better at similar levels as the one we have shown. And at the same time, we have observed some neutrophilus level, which are quite similar to the ones that we have observed for the Walter mice in the production of elastasa and also menoxyperoxidase. And another experiment that we did was trying to give mice, both Walter and the other one, some recombinant protein directly to the lung. And we notice, according to what we have said and we have shown, is that this protein reduces the neutrophilus gathering. This was bigger, especially to the first kind. And we analyzed the activity of neutrophilic activity. We analyzed the neutrophilic activity, and it showed a higher activity considering neutropilin gamma 36 at the lung level. And this shows that considering the different devices, it has regulated the activation of 36 gamma. And aside from this, by using two photons microscopes, which are characterized because all of its proteins and all of its cells express the TV tomato protein in its membrane, both in background and wild type as well, we have followed the lung damage on these mice in this case, and we treat mice with this device for 24 hours, and 24 hours later, we injected IV fixed dextran, and in conditions in which there's no damage or it doesn't affect the barrier, the lung barrier, all of the dextran is circulating, otherwise it remains in the airflow, and we saw this by intravital microscopes. And we can see here, these are mice treated by the vehicle, and it doesn't permeate the alveolar space, so this is for both kinds of mice. But when there is an inflammatory stimuli, such as this one, we can see that the FIT-C starts to show up in the air spaces, and this is even higher in immunosuppressed mice, as we have been able to quantify right here. So these mice not only have more inflammation or neutrophilic inflammation, but also lung damage. So the model that we have so far is that IL-36 neutralizes this, and at the same time, it regulates lung damage. However, neutrophils are more complex cells than inflammatory cells that just eliminate pathogens. This has been shown in the last 20 years, maybe or so. And it's clear right now that the microenvironment, cytokines, and growth factors may address the pro-inflammatory phenomena and also anti-inflammatory genotypes which suppress these cells that are not only restricted to neutrophils but also to monocytes. And these cells are called suppressor myeloid cells in the case of these cells that look like neutrophils, and the other one that is similar to neutrocytes. So can TSP1 introduce myeloid-derived suppressor cells during acute pulmonary PA infection? So we need a model in order to analyze this. And the simplest model that we managed to develop was a model used by bone marrow precursors, in which we treat the cells with GCSE cytokines, and we managed to get a population of cells which was differentiated, characterized by expressing the surface high levels of GR1 and CD11B, which are the ones that define these cells, and also some cytokinetic functions, anti-inflammatory functions such as IL-10, and also some specific CD206 and CD200R. And once we got the model, we studied it and we started asking some questions. And the questions we asked was if IL-1 was able to amplify its function, its anti-inflammatory function. So the first experiment we did was generating these cells. We treated them with recombinant with TSP1, and we analyzed its capability, and we got some interesting results. If we focus on the red lines, on the red bars, these are unstimulated cells, untreated cells, and just by adding TSP1, it increases IL-10 that were not treated. And if we add LPS, we can see that the effect is even higher. So we were answering our question. TSP1 induces IL-10 production. So we ran an experiment in order to corroborate this experiment. So what we did here was taking the bone marrow of wild-type mice, immunodepressed. We generated these cells and we analyzed their capabilities. So here, for example, in WT and immunosuppressed mice don't have major phenotype differences, and this is important because we're generating the same cells. But when it comes to function, when we stimulated them with LPS, the WT cells produce a lot, but the other one don't. And this reinforces our previous result, which means that it is important to work on in vitro cells. So what's the role of this? And this is what we were analyzing here. In order to do so, we used the same model. We took some cursors of the wild-type cells, and we stimulated them, and we took this on the ideal control in order to show that these cells are affected, answering to this response. They do not produce IL-10 as the ones that the other ones do. And what we found here, both for CN10 and for CER also, is that at the base level, these cells show some major differences in the expression of these markers that are maintained if the cells are stimulated both with alleles P and in both cases, actually. So this initial model has been justified and we're completing this model. TSP1 does not only inhibits the inflammatory action, but also in our vitro model, we're not capable of differentiating between both cells. So that's that so far, because maybe it's both of them, we still don't know. And what it does is that it produces the IL-10 production, and the IL-10 production affects both cells so that we can increase or amplify the anti-inflammatory capabilities. And maybe this may modulate or mediate the damage to the lungs. And this is a question mark because we still don't know. This is just a hypothesis. This is just in vitro work. But we have an important idea here, is that in a pneumonia of a wild-type mice, we can see that these mice, for example, are deficient for IL-10. Here we have 48 hours after, in a context, in a cell context in which most cells that are being infiltrated are monocytes or neutrophils. And in this case, neutrophils represent approximately 95% of the total cells that were in the sample. So it's important. And at the same time, that's why we are following that direction and we want to assess how relevant this is. So this was my last slide. I wanted to thank my group. I wanted to thank my lab too, collaborators, both national and international, the School of Medicine as well of this university, also the School of Biological Sciences, and of course the different international collaborators and the funding of the Millennium Institute. So thank you so much, and I'm open for questions.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Peñalosa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peñalosa. So now we are opening the floor for Q&A.
Bill Jacobs again. Lovely talk. Great talk. The IL-10 result that you showed, is that positive or correlative, right? I mean, Tregs, I mean, if you knock out IL-10, you're going to alter the Treg response. So is it positive or correlative?
We think it might be both, because when you look at the cells at baseline without any stimuli, there is a difference. There is a difference at baseline regarding the amount of anti-inflammatory suppressive markers in the surface of these cells. So you have the IL-10 knockout cells have less expression of CD206 and CD200R. Of course, those are just two markers. We don't know about the whole context of the cell, but we believe that that difference might be causative. But then you have to look at the effect of these cells when they recognize a pathogen or they go into the tissue and they are unable to produce IL-10. That, of course, is also, it triggers a lot of different effects, downstream effects in other cells.
¿Más preguntas? Tienes que apretar el botón. Eso.
Muchas gracias. Hola, Hernán.
Thank you so
Nicolás
much.
Duxon,
Hello,
de la
Hernan,
Facultad de
Nicolás
Odontología
Duxon
de Universidad de Chile.
from
Mi
the
pregunta es acerca
Dental Education, Dental
mecanismo de daño
School of Universidad de Chile. My question has to do with the damage mechanism of neutrophils. I mean, how are they actually damaging the lung, mainly? And aside from that, aside from IL-10, is there any other activator here?
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Sí, por supuesto. A ver, nosotros
Yes, I
en otro modelo
mean, In another model,
era un poco distinto
it was different from this one, so that's why I didn't show it. But we analyzed the proteomic between the different mices, and there are different molecules produced by neutrophils that are altered, mainly proteasa, but ASN10, ASN2, peptide G. And what happens here is that these cells degranulate and liberate their products, and this causes damage. And we were studying this in the context of protease, but maybe there's another one. We were also measuring the doses, and this is when it's not regulated and it causes some damage. This has been shown in different models. So we believe that there are different factors that can produce damage. And there was another question, I think. Yes, about the activation of this damage, aside from IL-10. Yes, I mean, this is way up in the signaling line. It produces interleukin 1, but TSSF and all of these cytokines are actually quite high. And because of this model, whenever we neutralize them, they go down. The only one that doesn't go down is interleukin 16, which is an alternative line. And this one has some important effects in the activation and recruiting of these cells. So that's why it's a very good candidate to analyze it parallelly. And the phenotype that we observed when we were analyzing this was very strong, at least in the second kind of mice. Any other question? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Peñalosa, for your presentation.
Bueno, siguiendo con el programa, damos inicio al bloque denominado inflamación intestinal y prevención de
program, we
enfermedades.
kick off the block called Intestinal Inflammation and Disease Prevention. To this, we welcome Dr. David Boone, Professor of Microbiology and Immunology of the School of Medicine of the Indiana University, and adjacent professor of the Notre Dame University in the United States, with his presentation entitled Contribution of Immune Cells and Innate Stromal Cells to the Intestinal Inflammatory Disease.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for the kind invitation. This is a lovely room, and more so for all of you that are here to attend this session. So as you can see, my research is focused on inflammatory bowel disease. And what I'm going to present to you today will start with a lot of data that's already been published. So I'm only going to kind of touch on that a little bit, just point out a few highlights. I'll be happy to talk more about those papers with anybody who's interested. But I thought what I'd do with my time here, because I prefer intelligence over artificial intelligence. And so as much as I can get everybody in the room to think about this mysterious finding that we have, I think that you never know where a spark might come. So I'm here till Saturday. So if anything occurs to you that might help explain some of these strange results we have at the end, I'd appreciate it. So it's mostly going to be unpublished work, and that's fine. Okay. So I'm just going to give you a broad picture of inflammatory bowel disease. It's really two diseases, ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. Many bacterial infections can cause inflammation of the colon, which is, by its nature, colitis. But ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease are not necessarily considered classical infectious diseases. Okay. There is some interesting epidemiology, though. We know that there's some genetic risk that's involved. So genetics can explain about 20% of the risk. Many of us in this room have genetic variants that put us at risk for Crohn's disease or colitis, but we will never develop those diseases. So the genetic mutations are very, very common in the population, but those who have those mutations have a higher risk of developing IBD, but most people don't. One example I like to give is the genetic risk factor in the gene ATG16L1, which is an autophagy gene. 50% of the population of European descent have that variant, which is a lot. And so Obviously, not everybody who has these genetic variants develops disease. And so it's clear that your genetics set up risk, but really it's something in the environment, okay, that's really driving this, that occurs in certain members of the population. We know that when society is industrialized, so this is the incidence of inflammatory bowel disease in the Western world, which unfortunately in this is really just North America. There is some Western world down here people forget about. In the Western world, industrialization led to increased rates of these diseases. And you'll notice here that in newly industrialized countries, beginning in the 1950s, as they became industrialized, the rates of IBD increased. So there's something about modernization, industrialization, development of a country that provides increased incidence of IBD. And that is unknown and is the subject of a lot of armchair epidemiology, which can be fun. Okay, so a number of things can create risk for IBD. There's been a variety of different environmental factors that have been sort of somewhat confirmed as altering your risk. So pregnancy, clearly, in patients who are susceptible can initiate Crohn's. But other things can modify your risk, like whether you're breastfed or bottle fed, your genetics, different drugs you take, the environment. And a big one, of course, is diet. And there's a lot of strange ones out there too. So if you grow up with a dog in your household, it reduces your risk of developing IBD. If you grow up with a bird, it increases your risk. And then cats, I don't know, they couldn't get any cats to answer any surveys. So there's strange things that can be part of the environment. But the one thing that everyone seems to be settling on and agreeing is that all of these different environmental insults that create risk for IBD, they can all impact the microbiome, right? So the bacteria that live in your GI tract in huge numbers. So it's thought that all these different environmental insults are acting in some way on the microbiome to change things like the alpha diversity, the relative taxonomic composition of the gut, and so on. Increased levels of gamma proteobacteria, for example. And then also, more importantly almost, is the changes in microbial functions. So it's not just the bacteria that are there, it's what they're doing, right? So there's over 1,000 to 2,000 microbial metabolites circulating in your blood right now. So they can impact a lot of aspects of your health. Okay, so specifically my lab is interested in the innate immune system and its role in IBD. So the innate immune cells can give rise to inflammation directly, as we've seen in several talks, but they can also, of course, present antigens and produce cytokines that activate and direct the adaptive immune system, right? And so the adaptive immune system can also directly contribute to inflammation. At the same time, the adaptive immune system can produce cytokines that can increase or modify the activity of innate cells. So this reciprocal ongoing inflammatory sort of circle, if it's not put into check, then the inflammation that's being produced by both arms of the immune system can spiral out of control. Almost all the inputs into the system are going to come from microbes and microbial antigens, which are going to act most predominantly on the innate immune system. So what we've developed is a model to study inflammatory bowel disease in the absence of all the adaptive immune cells. And we think this is going to be useful because that reciprocal cyclical interaction of innate and adaptive immune system, while it's the natural state, can also lead to confusion depending on the timing of when you look at your inflammatory progression, right? So if we take away the adaptive immune system, then that'll allow us to study how innate immunity can directly contribute to inflammation that leads to disease. Okay, so I've studied this gene called TNF-AIP3 for many, many years. We knocked it out. It's called A20 as well. A long time ago, we made the knockout of this gene. And from a variety of different studies, we've shown that the function of TNF-AIP3 is to negatively regulate receptor-mediated activation of NF-kappa B and MAP kinase. But I just want to remind everybody that NF-kappa B activation is very cell context dependent, whether you get an inflammatory response or a different kind of response. So one of the tissues that I study is the intestinal epithelium, right? In the intestinal epithelium, the primary function of NF-kappa B is not inflammation, it's cell survival. right? So if you knock out NF-kappa B in the intestinal epithelium, you actually get more inflammation, right? So yeah, we made these mice a long time ago that express this gene specifically in the intestinal epithelium. So this is called a villain TNF-IP3 transgenic mouse. And we've done a bunch of studies. The mice are fine. They don't develop any overt disease. They're actually protected against some models of colitis, and they have improved barrier function. And we wanted to study regulatory T cells in these mice, so we crossed them to RAG knockouts. And RAG knockouts have no adaptive immunity. So any cell that has an antigen receptor will not develop. So they have no T cells, no B cells, no NKT, none of that. So it's a purely innate model. Now, RAG mice themselves, in our facility and most facilities that are relatively clean, they don't develop any colitis or spontaneous disease. So you have the villain TNF-IP3 that's fine, and the RAG knockout that's fine, even though it's immunocompromised. And we cross these together, and what we call this mouse is called the TRAG mouse. So I just want to point that out because I'm going to keep using this word TRAG mouse. Just remember, it's a TNF-IP3 RAG mouse. So to our surprise, we weren't able to do the regulatory T cell transfer studies of colitis in these mice because they all spontaneously developed colitis without any other manipulation. And it was very, very early onset, and it was 100% penetrant. So every single mouse that is RAG, in other words, every single mouse that is TNF-IP3 crossed to RAG, they all get colitis. They all get it by 6 weeks of age, and it progresses and is chronic. So what we have is a model where we can study innate mechanisms that are capable of leading to colitis without any adaptive immunity. And we know that this is typical sort of colitis insofar as it's driven by the bacterial contents of the gut, because if we just treat the mice, the TRAG mice, with antibiotics, then the colitis is completely prevented. So microbes are driving some inflammatory innate mechanism that is leading to this disease. And there's been a lot of work that I won't get into tons of detail about, but if you're interested in the biogeography of bacteria, I'll just point this out. So this is a histological section of the colon, and these blue cells are all the intestinal epithelium, right? And the red out here, these are all bacteria. So in most of the histological sections you see in a lab or a textbook, they've been processed by formalin fixation and paraffin embedding, right? And that strips away an important layer in the gut called the mucus layer. So in most histology, you never see this layer. But if you fix in methyl carnoids, the mucus layer is preserved. And that's what we've done here. So this is a wild type mouse. And you can see here's the epithelium. And there's this big, thick layer of mucus between the epithelium and the bacteria. So we think this is really important for sort of maintaining this détente between bacteria and epithelial cells. Now, in a RAG knockout mouse, that mucus layer is preserved and is relatively devoid of bacteria as well. Just as a side, that's interesting because RAG knockout mice don't have any IgA, right? So I don't know what the role of IgA is in controlling microbes, but you can do without it. All right, a villain TNF-IP3 mouse, we actually see invasion of the mucus layer by these bacteria, okay? So when we express TNF-IP3 in the epithelium, we're probably suppressing some antimicrobial factor that's normally responsible for keeping those bacteria out. But these mice actually don't develop inflammatory bowel disease. They upregulate their Tregs and they're fine. However, when we cross to the TRAG mouse, we see this bacterial invasion of the inner mucus layer, and that combined with the immunodeficiency leads to disease. Now we've used laser capture to cut these microbes out and do taxonomic classification. And I can show you that data if you're interested, but basically it's overrepresented in gamma proteobacteria, which is one of the microbes that's a risk factor for IBD. We also did laminar propria lymphocyte isolations from these colons, where you just purify the cells and analyze them by flow cytometry. And as early as 4 weeks, there's increased numbers of leukocytes. All the innate cells are increased. But we also noticed that this population over here, called innate lymphoid cells, was increased. And it was increased very early. Now, innate lymphoid cells are known to be important contributors to cytokine production, especially at mucosal surfaces. So they've been implicated in a lot of different models of disease. The innate lymphoid cells are so named because they don't have antigen receptors, but they kind of parallel the whole CD4 T cell paradigm. So there's ILC1s that are like Th1 cells, and there's IHC2s that are like Th2s, and so on. Okay, so we asked the question the same way. Now, this was some time ago. The question was, do these ILCs contribute to IBD? And so what everybody did back then was you would treat mice with an antibody against Thy1. Okay, so Thy1 or CD90 is just thought to be a surface marker that's found on the surface of subsets of immune cells, mostly CD4 T cells or T cells, but also on all your innate lymphoid cells. So if you have a mouse like a rag knockout or our trag mouse, which has no T cells, then the Thy1 antibody is just going to attack and deplete the innate lymphoid cells, right? This is what we thought. More on that later. So we treated with the Thy1 antibody, and we showed that indeed that completely prevented the colitis from happening. So we were excited. We said, oh, okay, it's obviously going to be innate lymphoid cells that are doing this. We also, because we study IBD, and it's not very often you treat someone for IBD before they have disease, like we were doing here. You use not just prophylactic, but also therapeutic models. So we let the mice develop IBD, and then we treat with the antibody. And there we showed that the antibody could therapeutically deplete innate lymphoid cells, and that depletion was correlated with mucosal healing. So the mice already have IBD, then you treat, and the IBD reverses. So that was very exciting. And we thought that this was going to be a robust model for studying innate immunity, which it is, and that it was probably being driven by innate lymphoid cells. So we had a bunch of different mice in-house that lacked a lot of different factors that are important for the development of these innate lymphoid cells. So IL-15 is important for group 1 ILCs development. ROR gamma T is required for all of the group ILC, the group 3 ILCs or ILC3s to develop. Cytokines made by these, including TNF, interferon gamma. We had mice that were knocked out for all of those. And so we started doing all these different crosses. And just to make things short, the IL-15 or alpha knockout trag mouse has no NK cells and has diminished ILC1s, but it still develops colitis. The STAT4 knockout trag has no IL-12 signaling, it still develops colitis. The gamma knockout trag, no interferon gamma, it still develops colitis. The ROR gamma T one we thought was going to be hopeful because ILC3s have been implicated in IBD a lot. So the ROR gamma T trag has no ILC3s, but it still develops colitis. And a type 1 interferon mouse. The only one that didn't develop with colitis was the TNF knockout trag, and that makes a lot of sense because TNF is an important pro-inflammatory cytokine implicated in human IBD as well, and people take Humira and infliximab and other anti-TNF therapies. So we decided to just take out all of the ILCs with one fell swoop. All of these cytokines, 15-7, which are all critical for the development of ILCs, they all signal through the IL-2 receptor common gamma chain. So these are all common gamma chain cytokines. So if you knock out common gamma chain, then you won't get any ILCs at all, right? Excuse me. So that's what we did. And to our surprise, this is the colitis in the trag mouse of the cecum, proximal colon, distal colon. You can see that compared to a rag, which is healthy, there's all kinds of inflammatory bowel disease going on here. And the common gamma chain trag was no better. It might have even been a little bit worse. So that was a big surprise to us and probably explained why none of our ILC-specific knockouts were doing anything. It's because the mice can develop colitis just fine without any innate lymphoid cells. And this is just the histological score showing that. From this innate colitis in the common gamma chain looked a lot like a regular trag mouse. So there was a lot of monocytes, there was tons of neutrophils, macrophages. All the innate lymphoid cell populations were elevated. Of course, there were no NK cells and no innate lymphoid cells in those mice. So this is where it got a bit surprising to us. Remember, I was telling you that anti-Thy1.2 antibody treatment is used to deplete innate lymphoid cells in rag mice, right? So as a control, we treated our gamma chain trag mice with anti-Thy1.2 antibody. So these mice have no hematopoietic cells that express Thi 1.2, right? The gamma chain must, and it still got better. So that was our big surprise. So there's a non-hematopoietic cell type that's expressing Thi 1.2 that is important for the regulation of inflammation in the colon. Now, there's been tons of single-cell RNA-seq data done with human patients who have IBD, and what they tend to do is they implicate fibroblasts, or at least many of these recent papers have implicated fibroblasts and stromal cells in IBD. They say that in IBD, these cells get remodeled and they start to change their behavior, and they can maintain or contribute to inflammation. And the way they isolate these fibroblasts and stromal cells is they sort the Thi 1.2 positive stromal cell population from the tissue. Okay, but they don't actually think about the fact that the Thi 1.2 might actually be doing something. It's just used as a marker to purify those cells. So we injected anti-Thi 1.2 antibody into the mice, the common gamma chain treg mouse that has no hematopoietic cells expressing Thi 1.2, and then we stained with the antibody against this antibody. So that's red here, and you can see that the antibody 24 hours after injection is decorating stromal cells in the intestinal mucosa. That's the red color here, and it was true in the cecum and somewhat less in the proximal. It's harder to see, but also in the distal colon. So this antibody is very rapidly decorating stromal cells when we inject it into a mouse. We checked to see if it was decorating the endothelial cells. So that's identified by this marker CD31 in green. And you can see that when we inject the Thi 1.2 antibody, it decorates stromal cells, but doesn't seem to correlate in localization with the endothelial cells. What it did have a stronger correlation with was with podoplanin. So podoplanin is a fibroblast marker that tends to be found on fibroblasts that are very activated. And so we saw a lot of co-localization of the Thi 1.2 antibody with podoplanin positive cells. And this has all been confirmed more rigorously with flow cytometric analysis as well. We thought, okay, well, Thi 1.2 is known to be an integrin that can be recognized by alpha V beta 3 on monocytes and neutrophils. So maybe what the Thi 1 is doing is it's sitting on these stromal cells and it's attracting or retaining these alpha V integrin expressing innate cells in the tissue, and that's how it's contributing to colitis. And that would have made my life a lot easier, but of course, no. Because we crossed the treg mouse to the Thi 1.2 knockout mouse. So this mouse has no Thi 1, and it didn't ameliorate the colitis at all. So in the absence of Thi 1, the colitis is persisting, which gets to be the conundrum where we are right now, what I want you to think about if you have any time this week. This colitis in the Thi 1 knockout tregs was, like we've seen before, characterized by elevated levels of all kinds of different innate cells. So it didn't look that different, except that we couldn't use Thi 1 as a marker for innate lymphoid cells. But all the different immune cell types are increased in the Thi 1 knockout treg mouse, just like in the treg. So, like I said, this is not a complete story by far, and this is the kind of thing we're at right now. We're trying to figure out what's going on. So Thi 1.2 antibody is preventing inflammatory bowel disease in mice that don't have any hematopoietic cells. But if you knock out Thi 1, you still get inflammatory bowel disease. So what we think is happening is this antibody is acting as some kind of agonist on Thi 1 to allow an anti-inflammatory signal to be released. So if you knock out Thi 1, that's not going to help because it's not there to regulate this anti-inflammatory signal. But how is that going to work? So this is what I was thinking about last night. So one possibility is that TGF-beta is kept in its latent form, and this is an anti-inflammatory molecule because it's bound to latent-associated peptide. Now, latent-associated peptide has what's called an RGD motif, okay? And this RGD motif interacts with this alpha V beta 3 found on different types of cells. And when this alpha V interacts with latent-associated protein, it allows for the release of TGF-beta. Well, Thi 1 has an RGD motif, and so our current model is that perhaps Thi 1 is binding to the alpha V integrin to prevent it from causing the release of TGF-beta from latent-associated peptide. And that when we treat with the antibody, we're pulling the Thy1 away, we're allowing the alpha V to act on the latent-associated peptide to release TGF-beta to be anti-inflammatory. But this is just a model that we're currently trying to test. So TRAG mice are developing colitis without any ILCs or any of their cytokines or specific subsets. But despite that, the ILC-independent colitis is prevented by anti-Thy1 treatment. And so we think that stromal cell Thy1 is not just a marker. It's not just a surface marker on these cells. It's a functionally important molecule that if we could figure out how it works, might give us ways to target the stromal cell remodeling, which occurs in inflammatory bowel disease and is currently not met by any of the current therapeutic approaches to treat IBD. And so, yeah, just concluding that we think that understanding how Thy1 is having this anti-inflammatory function may provide opportunities for targetable agents that can do something mimicking Thy1 to allow us to reverse the stromal cell remodeling, which is a key feature of inflammatory bowel disease. With that, I'll thank the people from the lab, especially Alvaro Torres Huerta, who I was hoping to bring with me because he's an expert on flow cytometry and doing all that kind of analysis. Unfortunately, he had to go to Mexico. Caitlin, Theo, these are all graduate students in the lab, past and present graduate students. And our funding, the Kenneth Rainin Foundation, if you're doing anything in inflammatory bowel disease, I recommend you look them up. They do give out money. Crohn's and colitis, of course, and the NIH. And with that, I will be happy to take questions.
Wow, great talk too. I learned a lot. So, have you tested in your models where you get the colitis? Have you tested the diet? I mean, can you alter the microbiome and?
Yes, yeah. So Caitlin, that's the thing that she's most interested in. One of the interesting things is we found that a high-fat diet actually ameliorates the colitis in this model. So we think there may be some value to the fat in being anti-inflammatory. When most patients go to their doctor and have Crohn's, they say, go on a Mediterranean diet, because it's the healthiest diet in the world, and it actually does help with some symptoms. But the issue is with pediatric patients, right? These are children that can sometimes present. You can't put them on a Mediterranean diet because they're already calorie challenged by the disease. And so we're hoping we can find a way to give them a lot of fat and in their diet and actually help them grow while we ameliorate their disease. Yeah.
Is Caitlin looked at the microbiome here?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah. Generally, the microbiome shifts towards Firmicutes more when they're on a high-fat diet, things like that. So she's looking at that because, again, microbiome is tricky, right? So if you look at the microbiome of a baboon, you would think that, and someone told you that was a patient, you'd be like, this person's got to be in serious trouble because baboon microbiomes are very different than humans, and they have all the populations that would normally be associated with terrible IBD. And everybody in this room has a different gut microbiome. I think there's even a CSI New York show where they use someone's microbiome as like a fingerprint and they get them arrested. One thing I tell people too, because I get a lot of people in the community asking me this question is, what's a healthy microbiome? And it seems like a tautology, but I say, if you're healthy and you have a microbiome, then you have a healthy microbiome. So it's your microbiome that you've lived with, that you've become adapted to. And if you can, you want to keep it. So I did have a business proposition that nobody seemed to bite on at the Notre Dame Innovation Center, which was like stools are us. You freeze your stool when you're young, and then you can access it when you're older, just like a cord blood. No one seemed to go for that, but I think there's still some hope out there.
Hi, very nice talk. I have two questions. Can Taiwan blockade could be beneficial for other autoimmune diseases?
Taiwan, I'm sorry,
your blockade experiments, you're blocking with an anti-Taiwan antibody.
Yes.
Could it be beneficial for other autoimmune models? And the next question, does it have a ligand that might influence?
Yeah. So the first question is, it has been used in other inflammatory models, particularly in the lung. So it seems like it may have beneficial effects in mucosal surfaces. However, in human beings, we all have all of our T cells and everything else. So using Thy-1 in a human therapeutically, anti-Thy-1 is probably not advisable. But if we could figure out exactly what the Thy-1 antibody is doing, then we may have a targetable thing. So Thy-1 was actually once thought to be a very promising target for glioblastoma. And so they developed these drugs to target Thy-1 and glioblastoma, and they worked quite well, and they passed safety, and then they didn't work as a treatment. So there are drugs out there right now which target Thy-1 that have been used clinically. They may be beneficial. As far as a ligand, as I showed in one of those slides, the Thy-1.2 is on the surface. It doesn't have any signaling domain, but it can interact with other surface molecules like alpha integrins. And so since alpha integrins are important for regulating cell-cell contact, it may have some role there, but that's not a very well-developed area. Generally, there aren't enough people studying Thy-1 for its own sake. Yeah.
Thank you.
¿Hay más preguntas ahí atrás?
Are there any more questions back there?
Make sure we get to some of those students back there. That's the future.
Okay, thank you for the talk. Great talk. I couldn't help by thinking about the gut-brain axis, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think maybe astrocytes also express the Thy-1.
Yes.
And there is a putative ligand or something like that. So I was wondering, first, if there is any linkage in the disease with this, and whether this blockage with the antibody could have an effect in the brain.
So in the studies where they're trying to use anti-Thy-1 for glioblastoma models, it didn't seem to work. Maybe it didn't get into the brain. But I can tell you that we did have a person in the lab next to me at one time, and he would like slice up brains from mice, and then they can keep them alive and then patch onto them and trace all these. So he did that on our innate model, and he found that all of the different pathways and channels were normal except for one that was different. So I was very excited about that, but then he moved. So I don't know. As far as the gut-brain axis, a lot of it is likely to be because bacteria make metabolites that go into your circulation, and they affect your cognitive function. So, I mean, for 50 years, we've known that peptidoglycan, which is a bacterial cell surface protein, is the somnolence factor that seems to go up in people and make them get sleepy every day. So we've known bacterial metabolites enter the circulation forever. I've got a colleague in Indiana who's studying autism and anxiety disorders, and she's isolated a molecule made by bacteria that can modify anxiety behavior in mice. And then, of course, there's all the microbiome transfer studies where they transfer microbiomes from people who have autism or Parkinson's into mice, and then those mice develop features of Parkinson's. So there's definitely something there from the microbiome that's influencing brain functions. There may be more direct links. So for Parkinson's, we have a model that we're working on right now of a protein that's made in the gut that's anti-amyloidogenic. It inhibits bacterial biofilm formation. I'll be talking about this, well, not this part of it, but I'll be talking about that protein on Wednesday. But so this anti-amyloid protein in the gut, we're wondering why it would be there. And one possibility is that the bacterial amyloids that normally could form are prevented, and that the function of this protein is to prevent bacterial amyloids from initiating alpha-synucleoid aggregation in the gut, because it's been shown that if you inject alpha-synuclein amyloid aggregates in the gut tissue, they will go to the brain eventually, physically. So apart from the circulating metabolites, there's a direct vagus nerve retrograde pathway up there. Yeah. So an excellent question. Thank you.
You show that the MUPS layer in the track mice is quite disrupted. Do you have any clue whether the mucin production is affected, kind of the quality of the mucin, or whether the new microbiome or the new bacterial community is somehow degrading that? And that is what is causing.
Excellent question. So I can show you the slide again later, but what you'll actually see if you look at the histology is the goblet cells in the trag mouse are making tons of mucus. So they're responding and making a lot of mucus. So we don't think there's a defect in mucus production. We think there's a change in the quality of the mucus and its ability to be antimicrobial. But we haven't identified any antimicrobial factors that are actually reduced. They're all increased because of the bacteria being there. And I think you're right. I think the bacteria are breaking that mucus down. They're almost all gamma proteobacteria that invade as well. Yes.
Hi, David.
Hi.
Nice talk.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. I will try to be short. I'm just trying to make sense of the whole model in which the inflammation is caused in the mice, right? So one of the things that caught my attention is that many papers have described the interaction between stromal cells and ILCs, and I found that really interesting. But I was wondering, and in line with the last question, that do you think that the role of stromal cells is important for the regulation of mucus production as well? And also, if you think that this alter function in stromal cells is somehow leading to increased TNF production in ILCs, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it's a good thought. That's why I like to show this kind of data, because people can give me insight that I may not have had. But so I think what's happening in our model and in maybe even in human IBD is that there's elevated amounts of TNF circulating. And what that TNF can do is actually increase the inflammatory state of the fibroblasts. And when it does that, it increases the amount of Thy1 that the fibroblasts are making. And so my thinking is that the TNF is acting on the stromal cells or fibroblasts, and it's causing them to upregulate Thy1, and that high level of Thy1 is preventing TGF-beta from being released from latent-associated peptide. And so the TNF is driving this inflammation possibly through that. And so if you give somebody anti-TNF therapy, TNF goes down, Thy1 expression goes down, TGF-beta maybe gets released. These are very, cloudy. TGF-beta is anti-inflammatory, but it's pro-fibrotic, and so it's. But I think the mucus question is also a good one. We haven't looked at that, but I think it's all of a piece. The inflammation is driving the increased. The bacteria are driving the inflammation. They're driving the TNF. The TNF is driving all the excess mucus production, but it's also changing the stromal nature. I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but
yeah, that's perfect.
Definitely
Thank you.
something to think about.
Creo que queda una última pregunta.
Oh, someone, student back
José,
there?
I
atrás.
think there's room for one more questions. Okay.
Well,
You can
first
ask
of
me
all,
later, Pablo. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
First of all, wonderful speech. You pointed out how damage in the microbiota is involved in the development of IBD, and I was wondering if there is any relation between people whose appendix has been removed and that harm in the microbiome, and if so, should we um, should we acknowledge the role of the appendix again? Because it has been told that it's partially useless, and I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So I think that epidemiologic evidence for the removal of the appendix, because a lot of people get their appendix removed, it shows, I believe, that it actually reduces their risk for developing Crohn's or colitis. But that's a tough one, right? Because when no one gets their appendix removed for fun, it's taken out because it's inflamed, so there may be some other context there. But I have seen some weird data about there's a Peyer's patch. There's a patch of lymphoid cells on the appendix, and very strange immune cells develop there, like CD4, CD8 double positives, and so I think it's an excellent question that needs to be investigated. The issue is that in humans, the appendix is somewhat vestigial, but in mice and most of the rodents that we study, it's a huge blind sac, because what they do is they use the appendix or the cecum to break down complex carbohydrates, and then they produce them as feces, and then they eat the feces to get the sugar. It's called coprophagy. It's very common in a lot of the. So it's hard to model that in a mouse or a rodent because they have a much more important appendix, so to speak. Yeah, good question though.
So David, I have a very short question, maybe a question you get a lot because of the puzzling results with the antibody versus the knockout. So have you tried the THY 1.2 knockout or depletion, the allele,
Oh, the other allele. So there's
yes.
Psi 1.1 and Psi 1.2, you mean? Oh, yeah, I think the Psi 1.1 and 1.2 define two different, they're congenics, right? So, no, I only have the Psi 1 knockout from the guy who made it a long time ago, who was very surprised to hear from me because not very many people want to study that mouse. So I would imagine it would be the same.
This is a control for the antibody, right? For the specificity of
Oh, well, if we inject that antibody into the Psi 1 knockout trag, right? Because the Psi 1 knockout trag gets colitis, it doesn't have any effect. So, and we always use a control antibody. You're right, because antibodies have an FC portion, and that can bind to FCs and modify inflammation as well. So we always, whenever we inject an anti-Psi 1.2, we also inject an antibody that is this exact same isotype, just not directed against it. But I'm pretty confident that the antibody is specific because it has no effect on Psi 1 knockouts. Yeah, good point, Tom.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Boone.
Thank you.
Agradecemos al Dr. Boone por su presentación.
We would like to thank Dr. Boone for his presentation.
A continuación, le damos la bienvenida a la doctora Priscila
To
Bredi,
continue, we would like to welcome Dr. Priscilla Bredi, Associate Professor of La Frontera University and main researcher of the Millennium Institute on Immunology and Immunotherapy, with her presentation entitled Microorganisms and Cancer, Research and Innovation.
Bueno, muchas gracias al doctor Kalergi
Okay,
y a
thank
todos por
you
la
very much, Dr.
invitación el día de
Kalergi,
hoy.
and everyone for the
Les
invitation
voy a hablar
today.
sobre microorganismos y
I'm going to
cáncer,
talk
lo que
about
hacemos en investigación
microorganisms
y
and
también lo que
cancer,
hacemos
what
en
we do in research,
innovación
and we
respecto a
also do in
esto. Quizás
innovation
se van a
regarding
encontrar
this
con un
topic.
poco de
Perhaps
diferencias con los temas
you'll
anteriores
find
debido a
some
que uno de los
differences with
principales
previous
intereses de
topics
nuestro
because
equipo es
one of
la
the main
investigación
interests
aplicada.
of
Entonces,
our team is applied
no les voy a
research.
mostrar los datos como se los
I'm
ha
not going to
mostrado
show
antes,
you
sin
the
embargo,
data
les voy
as
a
the
hablar
others have
sobre una
shown,
serie de
but I'm
temas
going to
que
talk
van
about a
de la mano
series
con lo
of
que es
topics
microorganismos y
that goes
cáncer y
hand
que
by
nosotros
hand with
desarrollamos en
microorganisms
Temuco,
and
en la región de
cancer
la Araucanía.
and what we develop in Temuco
Primero
in the
definir lo que es
Araucanía
cáncer.
region. First,
Básicamente,
to
cáncer es
define
un grupo de
cancer.
enfermedades,
Cancer is
¿cierto?,
basically a
caracterizadas por un
group of
fenotipo
diseases
común
characterized by a
que
common
tienen que ver
phenotype,
con cambios en el
which
crecimiento
have to
celular
do with
y
changes
disminución de
in
lo que es la
cell growth
apoptosis. Eso
and
hace
decrease
básicamente
of
que las células sean
apoptosis
inmortales y a
that
la vez puedan
makes
tener
cells to be
la
immortal
capacidad de
and at the
invadir
same
otros
time
tejidos.
being having the ability
Acá
to
podemos
invade other
visualizar
tissues. We can
cómo
visualize
se
here
comporta una célula normalmente,
what
la cual tiene
a
un
cell
equilibrio,
normally behaves
digamos
like,
que casi perfecto
which
entre lo que es
has
apoptosis y
almost a
proliferación celular.
perfect
Sin embargo, en una
equilibrium or
célula
balance
tumoral
between
existe un
apoptosis and
desequilibrio
cell
de esto,
proliferation. But
disminuyendo la
in
apoptosis
a
y aumentando
cancer
la
cell
proliferación
proliferation,
celular,
there
que es la
is an
principal característica, por
imbalance,
así decirlo, de
decreasing
lo que es
apoptosis and
una célula
increasing
tumoral.
cell proliferation, which is the main
Ahora,
characteristic
en
of
cuanto a
a tumor
incidencia, no
cell.
recuerdo bien quién
Now,
fue la
regarding
niña que
incidence, I don't remember
presentó
very well who
los datos
presented
de
this
incidencia reciente,
morning
fue
the
el doctor
data of
Carreño,
incidence. I think
el cual
was
mencionó que
Dr.
la
Carreño,
principal causa de
who
muerte
mentioned
eran
that
las
the main
enfermedades
cause of
cardiovasculares. Sin
death
embargo,
was
hoy en
cardiovascular
día el
diseases.
cáncer es una
Nevertheless,
de las
today
principales causas de
cancer is
muerte
one
y
of
si
the
es que
main
no llega
causes
al
of
número
death,
uno según los datos
if
de
not the
Globocan
main
del año
one,
2022,
according to the Lovocan
que se
2022
estima que
data,
aproximadamente 20
which is
millones de nuevos
estimated that
casos
around 20
serían
million
en el
new
año,
cases would
se han
be
visualizado 20 millones de nuevos casos,
discovered,
9.5 millones de fallecidos.
9.5
En cuanto a lo que es la
5 killed
proyección,
people were
pensando en el año,
presented
por
in
ejemplo,
2022. Regarding
2050,
projection,
se
for
estima
instance,
25
thinking about
millones de
2050, we
personas con
estimate
cáncer, lo cual
35
se
million people
incrementa
with
en un
cancer, which
77%
is
los casos desde
increased
el año
by
2022.
77% cases since
También es
2022.
importante mencionar que los cánceres
It
están
is also
asociados
important to
a
mention that
etnias,
cancers
están
are
asociados
related to
a
ethnias,
el
they are
desarrollo de los
related
países
to the development of the
y ese es
countries,
un punto súper
and that's
importante
a
porque
very
se puede
important
visualizar
point
acá
that
atrás en la
it
imagen.
can be
Se ve
seen
un
in the
poco
background
borrosa porque
picture
están las
that
letras
is a little bit
encima, ¿cierto?
dizzy
Pero la
because
incidencia
the text is on top, but incidence of cancer is different according to the countries. Here in Chile, there is vesicle cancer, which is almost non-existent in other places, but it is very frequent and very incident in Chile, particularly in women. Just to have a context, the incidence of cancers in women, we all know the breast cancer is the first one, the cervix cancer, rectal colon, uterine cancer has an important incidence despite of the vaccine, and immortality again, breast cancer, lung cancer, followed by colorectal and also cervix cancer. Regarding men, the most incident cancer is prostate cancer, followed by colon, stomach, lung. Nevertheless, the highest mortality is due to gastric or stomach cancer, followed by lung, prostate, and then colorectal cancer. Now, risk factors associated to cancer are the physical factors such as UV radiation, or well, UV radiation and ionization, chemical factors such as asbestos or arsenic, and biological aspects, the ones we are going to talk in a very summarized way today, which are infections caused by viruses, bacteria, or parasites. Here we can see some of the risk factors that amongst the main, which is something every time I present, people are a little bit depressed after this because we all consume these things. I love eating meat. We are just coming out of our national holidays, as said this morning, and I think we all ate meat. One of the main risk factors is eat meating, in particular processed meats. Also the exposure to radiation, exposure to the sun, contamination, pollution in general, indoor or environmental contamination, alcohol consumption, tobacco consumption, and one of the main ones are infectious agents. Now, approximately 20% of cancers are caused by infectious agents, among which we can see bacteria, viruses, parasites mainly. We, as a laboratory, are interested or have studied, we've been interested in the Amsterdam virus, in human papilloma, HTLV, and some data of microbiome. Nevertheless, we are just starting to work on this, then I'm not going to show data today. We also want to remark that several of these data we won't be able to give an answer because they are under protection or they are in a project that could not be disclosed yet. But why are we interested in these microorganisms? Because they are associated to cancers. The Amsterdam is known to be associated to gastric cancer, the papillomavirus to cervical cancer, and PPV to leukemia. Regarding gastric cancers, I mentioned the Epstein-Barr, but as all we know that Helicobacter pylori we know is in the natural history of gastric cancer, and other risk factors, family history, precursor agents, lifestyle, elder age. Most gastric cancers are in patients over 65 years old and much more incident in men than in women, 2.6% more in men than in women. Helicobacter pylori only, and in a very summarized way to mention, it is one of the most common infections, affects across every age. It is also related or associated to developing countries, cultural terms, and there are different mechanisms of transmission that could be direct and indirect, and three have been described approximately. This is a technology we are developing that, as I mentioned, I'm going to talk about this very generic because details are a little bit complex, but basically we are developing a technology that allows us, in parallel to the urease test that currently is done with endoscopy, that allows you to determine whether you have Helicobacter pylori. With this very same sample, we want to do a real-time PCR with a TACMAN technique and being able to identify some genes associated to carcinogenesis with Helicobacter pylori, and besides being able to identify the hamster Epstein-Barr virus. We are in the design process and also in collecting samples for ulterior validation. Besides that, we've done some classification of the Epstein-Barr virus. Here worked for a long time Dr. Lucy Sanela. She is phylogenetist. She was in our laboratory. She was interested in this topic, and she started opening our eyes regarding viral classification. And amongst the first studies we did are the ones you can see here, where we took samples from patients with gastric cancer. We did a laboratory procedure sequencing analysis, and the first thing we did was identifying Epstein-Barr virus in patients, finding that in 22.2 patients we selected randomly had Epstein-Barr virus, quite different to what was reported worldwide, which is 8.81. Let's remember these are patients from the Araucanía region. Many people questioned us when we published why we had such a high percentage, because from 8.8 to 22.2 is such a big difference. And they asked us to verify all the samples with the gold standard technique, and we corroborated that all these samples were positive for Epstein-Barr virus. Now, with all these positive samples, we prefer to continue studying, and we did a phylogenetical analysis where we discovered and we did the first Chilean classification according to this sequence. And 12 subpopulations of the Epstein-Barr virus were described. Further details about the phylogenia, as I mentioned, this was a work of Dr. Sanella, and although we found the ideas together, all the phylogenetical analysis that to me are huge, a big different world were made by her, so I cannot go into further details. On the other hand, we have the HTLV, which is related to leukemia, and this virus we've also done some classifications, very little studied in Chile, very little or none studied in the Araucanía region, and we are studying this virus because it's characterized for being endemic. It means it has distribution areas, mainly Japan, the Caribbean, South America. It has been described in Brazil, currently in Chile. It has limited transmission. The geographic history of distribution, it is also associated to cultural factors. Here, what we did in this first article, we analyzed 30 HCLV genomes distributed across Latin America, Europe, Africa, and Asia. And in the Americas, we included the first patient with positive HALV, the first genome in Chile that was sequenced of HTLV, which was an American Indian Mapuche person in the Araucanía person that was sequenced, and we found the first HTLV sequence in Chile that was called Chiara. You may wonder why the CHI. This sequence was gone through a phylogenetic analysis where we identified that in Chile, the virus came into Chile approximately 1,409 years ago, matching with the expansion of the American Indian population and what is regarding the immigrations in South America. On the other hand, I apologize because this is a gastric tissue that was not a gastric tissue. It's supposed to be a blood sample, but we continue working and we identified, if I remember wrong, 200 samples, and we found 4.04% positivity of this virus patients from Santiago and the Araucanía. These positive patients also gone through sequencing, phylogenetical analysis, and we determined that these sequences allowed having an origin, or rather, they determined that the origin of these sequences were European and indigenous origin. That at the end of the day allowed us to conclude that these viruses were introduced into historic events, immigrations, and European colonization. On the other hand, and finally, and not for that the least important, the papilloma virus related to cervical cancer, which is present in 49.7% of cases, and it is assumed that the most frequent sexual transmission disease worldwide, more than AIDS, the papilloma virus is very high incidence rate, particularly in men, more than in women. And you can see we've been studying this virus for many years. Nevertheless, approximately in 2014, we did a pause. We did a pause because we wondered that in front of facing the vaccine to the papillomavirus, we would have a low significance of the incidence and also the various types related to the population. Nevertheless, for what you could see in initial data, we found that there's still lots of incidence and lots of mortalities because of cervix cancer. Then we retook studies in these areas. This was one of the latest articles published on Chilean women. We found in 985 Chilean women 10.5% of positive cases, increasing to 80, 87.5, 95.6, and 95.8% of patients with scale cervix cancer. We can see very summarized, were big graphs that I tried to summarize, but in normal epithelium, we found HEP of 4531 in injuries of low, high degree, and in scale cancers, we found the most frequent cancers, the papillomaviruses that are covered by the vaccine. Now, one of the techniques used for early detection of cervix cancer is Papa Nicolau. Papa Nicolau has been an excellent technique to reduce incidence and mortality by cervix cancers, increasing the survival in 91.5%. Nevertheless, it has some problems. One of them is false negatives, low sensitivity, subjectivity, because there is a person that could be subjective at the moment of the diagnosis. And to me, the worst is the invasive and the uncomfortable sample taking. I think every woman who has gone to take this sample, they don't want to do so. It's like sending a man to a proctologist. In this country is very little known, which is complemented to the Papa Nicolau, and it's an excellent public policy and is complemented to the detection. Facing that, we develop an HPV detection kit, which is called HPVC typing, and this kit allowed us to analyze, I think, 35 viral genotypes simultaneously and in parallel, but it had a problem. The problem is that the sample was the same that we used in Papa Nicolau. We could complement, yes, for sure, it was the same sample, but even though it wasn't a sample that allowed us to address the full population, and we continue with the uncomfortability issue. Besides, according to our study, men had a key role in the transmission of the papillomavirus, and we couldn't determine if a man had or not this virus. Facing that, we also made a survey of patients with cervix cancer in the regional hospital in Temuco, and we asked them why they reached that point, if ever they had a Papa Nicolau, if they were to a healthcare center, and they said they never did the exam, never, 40% never took the exam, and 29% did it very sporadically. We asked them why. Well, they said the cost, our income, we cannot afford that. Access to healthcare systems are precarious. The more rural regions, going to a healthcare facilities is very difficult for them. In particular, in our region, we had a high rate of rurality. People many times go to the healthcare center riding horses. That's the reality. Even in particular, the centers closer to Temuco. Facing that, we propose to evaluate this technique in a non-invasive sample, such as a urine sample, and we were based in this article we published a few years ago, where we compared the cytobacter sample, which is quite similar to Papa Nicolau, and urine sample having very similar results. One of the main differences we had is that there were more multiple infections in urine samples, but the infections we found in the cervix were exactly the same we found in urine. Facing that, we developed a new kit that is called ITH Vivatextic, and this kit allows us identifying sexual transmission diseases, but not only human papilloma, but uroplasma, chlamydia, chlamydia, uroplasma, mycoplasma, and we can identify it simultaneously in a non-invasive sample that also allows self-touching. You could tell it was very different compared to the tonic compared to the previous presentations, but not because of that. It's important, and amongst the conclusions we reached, that microorganisms, as we saw, play a very important role in cancers. That it is necessary having more detailed studies, both epidemiological and molecular. We may fracture with the pH of urine. We may separate the population that will need a Papa Nicolau with identification techniques, or perhaps they go through a Papa Nicolau and the HPV test. If it is negative, they may rest a certain number of years. A series of public policies that could be developed because of this. And this would allow us to decrease these mortality rates, in particular in places such as the south of Chile, that you could see the incidence because of the Epstein-Barr virus is quite high. Well, just to greet those who have supported us, the Millennium Institute Consortium, the University of La Frontera, and other funds, and of course not stop mentioning the starrings of all these studies, which are the members of the laboratory, and there are characters of the comic books that are always present in our presentations. They are hidden in each of the pictures you saw. They're always there. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Doctora, abrimos el espacio entonces a preguntas de la
Doctor, so we're
audiencia.
opening the floor for Q&A.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes, mi nombre es
Hello,
Daniela
good
Bosnia.
afternoon. My name is Dalina Bosnia from UC. And well, I wanted to know if the difference between the prevalence of Epstein-Barr of 22 against 8%, are those other works, I mean, those works were looking for in the same papers that you did? Exactly. I mean, it was the same kind of sample. That was something we were asking ourselves because there could be some sort of infiltration. There were similar samples. And that's why we were discussing this. I think we used four different techniques to test positivity. And is Epstein-Barr included in the genome? I don't know. I don't know. I think the virologist may comment on that, but I'm really not sure about that. But I know that the papillomavirus is. It's episomal. Okay, perfect. And one last question.
La causa del HPV, la
The
causa
cause of
del
HPV, the cause of this cancer, is
siempre
there
el
100% correlation? I mean, is it always related to HPV? Their national history, at one moment they had this kind of virus, always. Sometimes their clearance, so we cannot find it. That's why we're saying 97% and not 100%. That's the reason why, but we know that is associated to this kind of virus, and also different kinds of cancers, even esophagus and prostate, even breast cancer. I mean, we're considering that. So we found that in many other places.
En cuanto a ante la detección de...
Regarding the...
Mi pregunta va sobre ante la
The
detección de
question has
alguna
to
de
do
las
with the
cepas que
detection
son
of
como de
some of
mayor
the
riesgo y
strands that are
agresividad
of higher risk and
del
even more
VIH.
aggressive,
¿Hay
maybe.
alguna manera de que si esa detección
Have you
temprana
found any
se
way in
evite
which
el
this early
desarrollo de un
detection
cáncer
can prevent the development of cancer?
así, o se pueda paliar los
Or maybe we can
síntomas o quizá
work on the
retrasarlo, no sé.
symptoms, maybe, or delay it? That's a question that is asked a lot, and we're questioning a lot this. Whenever there is a positive patient for HPV, is that person able to do something? And it's really complex because, as Dr. Soto mentioned a few moments ago, just like HIV, This virus integrates into the same genome. So once the virus is integrated in further stages of the injury, I mean, I'm talking about some specific injuries, there is a high average of viral integration. Before that, when it's just an episode, there are some options of cleaning the virus or to eliminate the virus. But actually, if a patient has the papillomavirus, we need to understand if it is fully integrated or not. If it is, that's an infection that will be persistent over time. Hello, Ricardo Soto over here. Well, regarding the Epstein-Barr question, are you just looking for viral DNA? Because since this virus establishes some latency and active replication in different kinds of trends in the cancer samples, are you looking for that? That's a very good question, and thank you for that question too, because we try to replicate what has been done internationally, which is identifying by DNA. Why do we do that? Because we wanted to see the comparison, right? I mean, there are lots of things that can be done right now. There's lots of interest, lots of techniques as well. And we're looking for additional data as well, because 22% is actually higher than we were expecting. So I believe that there's a lot of work to do then. But thank you for the question.
Daniela, ¿sí? ¿Aló? Hola, muchas gracias por la presentación.
Hello, thank you for your
Quería
presentation.
hacer una consulta
I wanted
relacionada
to
con los
ask
kits
something
diagnósticos que
related to the
mencionaste al final de
diagnosis
la
kits that you
presentación.
mentioned at the last part of your
¿Cuál es
presentation.
la técnica en la que se basa
What's
el
the
test
technique
diagnóstico? Si
in
es un
which this is based on?
inmunoensayo o
Is
son
it an
fundamentos moleculares.
immunotest or
Y
molecular
además, no sé
funding?
si se puede comentar, pero saber
And
si el kit
I wanted to
detecta
know if you can
proteínas
tell
del
us
virus o
if
material
those tests manage to detect some genetic
Y
aspects
la
of it.
verdad es que ese kit
That
está
kit in
diseñado hace
particular
bastantes
has
años.
been
Ya
designed, well, was
nosotros
designed
empezamos,
several
cuando
years
empezamos
ago.
con el diseño,
And
tratábamos
when
de
we
que
started
fuese un
working on
kit
the
accesible,
design, we
accesible para
wanted
cualquier
to
persona
have
o para cualquier
a
población.
really
Por ejemplo, un laboratorio
easy
de
to
un lugar
get
un poco más rural
device.
que pudiese tener acceso y
Someone
poder
from
realizar
rural
este kit.
areas hopefully
Por
could
lo tanto,
have access to
partimos
it.
haciéndolo con la
So
técnica
we
convencional
started
de
doing
PCR
this
y
with a very
posteriormente
conventional
con
technique of
hibridación no
PCR
radioactiva.
and
Ya, así
then
partimos.
radioactive
A pesar de
activation.
los resultados que ya los tenemos validados en varias
Despite
muestras,
results that
que
has
son como
been
1.800
validated,
muestras, si no mal recuerdo,
it's approximately
nos tuvimos
1,800
que apurar con la
samples.
tecnología,
We were a
especialmente
little
cuando
bit
llegó lo
behind
del COVID y
technology, especially
empezamos
when
con el
COVID
real
started
time y
and
las técnicas
we
mucho más
started seeing
avanzadas.
real
Entonces,
time and more
en este
advanced
momento, y por
techniques.
lo mismo no lo puedo comentar en
So
mayor detalle,
that's
nos
why I cannot
encontramos
comment
estandarizándolo
a
para
lot on that, but
técnicas
we are
ya más de
standardizing this
vanguardia y
kind
que
of
nos
test
permitan
for
aumentar también la
the state-of-the-art
especificidad y
technology
sensibilidad
so
del
that
test.
we can work on the
Pero sí,
sensitivity of the test.
en la
But
primera instancia fue PCR
at
convencional
first,
y
it was
actualmente estamos
regular PCR,
mejorando, estamos haciendo un 2.0. Así es.
and
Muchas
that's
gracias.
how it happens.
Perdón.
Adelante.
Dale nomás, Pablo.
Sí.
Después.
Pablo González de Lucé, hay que hablar Epstein-Barr, virus herpes, a todo esto.
It's herpes virus, by the way.
Mi pregunta va un poco en relación a la,
So my
justamente la
question has to
detección
do
que
with
mencionaba por la prevalencia
detection
de
that you
habitualmente
mentioned and
muy
the
alta,
prevalence of it,
usualmente 1%.
because it's very high, over
Saber nomás si
90%.
corroboraron la
So I wanted
prevalencia
to
a nivel
know if you have
serológico
collaborated
junto a
this
la
at a
más reciente
serological level
detección
along
de
with the
material viral
detection
en las
of
muestras
viral
que
materials
analizamos.
in the different samples that you were analyzing.
Es así, o sea, es muy prevalente.
It's
No
really, really
tenemos
prevalent, and
en tema serológico, que sería ideal,
I mean, it
fantástico,
would
pero
be
en el tema de
ideal to
cáncer
do
acceder a
this,
una muestra
but
es súper
regarding
difícil.
cancer,
La
accessing
verdad
to
es
this
que los
sample is
pacientes,
very hard.
especialmente los pacientes con cáncer gástrico, están muy
Patients
deteriorados
with
cuando uno
stomach
va a tomarle
cancer
una
are
muestra
very
porque ya han pasado por ciclos de
deteriorated
quimio.
when
Anteriormente se
they
hacía
are
cirugía
facing
previa a
this.
la quimioterapia,
So
por ejemplo, pero
it's
hoy
hard for
el
them.
paciente ya pasó
And
por una
nowadays,
quimioterapia, por una
patients are
radioterapia
going
y
through
está
some
demasiado deteriorado
chemotherapy,
como para poder
radiotherapy, so they
invadirlo
are
en cierto modo y
way too
pedirle
affected
ciertas
in order
muestras. Si es
to
un
be
proyecto que
invasive
está
and to ask
en
for some
conjunto con Juan
samples.
Carlos Roa,
But
que
if it
vamos
is a
a revisar
project
con el
such as
liderazgo
the one
acá
we
de
are
la
doing
comunidad,
with Carlos
que
Roa,
cuentan y tienen la suerte de tener
and
un
they
acceso un
are
poco
lucky enough
más
to have
completo a pacientes
full
con
access
muestras de
to
distintos tipos,
patients
ya
with
que hay
different
pacientes que
kinds of
está el tumor, está
treatment. For example,
sangre,
we have
hay
tumoral,
saliva,
we
entre
have
otros
blood, we
tipos de
have
muestras que se
saliva, among
pedirían.
others.
Entonces, quizás poder hacer
So
algo más
maybe
completo en base a los datos
that's
que
even
tenemos,
more
sí,
complete
se pretende
considering the
hacer, pero en
data
este
that we have.
momento
We
no lo
want to
tenemos.
do that, but now
Complementar con
specifically we don't have it.
análisis de si es que están infiltrando células B, si son las
If
células B que
I'd like
están
to know if you're
trayendo el virus
infiltrating
o
with
si
B
son células
cells.
epiteliales
If
del
B
endotelio
cells are
que
actually
están
working on
guardando
this, or maybe both, and would like to know what kind of place it is. Looking for B markers to see if some sort of infiltration, but maybe they're there at a molecular level. I'm sorry, if you look for it. That's right. I mean, there are lots of things to do, and that's the idea of actually discussing the results. We will talk. We'll talk. One more question because of time.
Y Alexis igual. Perdón. Pero después hay un coffee, podemos conversar todo lo que
There's a
quieran.
coffee break, so we can talk then.
Hola, buenas tardes, muchas gracias. Soy Juan Carlos Torres de
My name is Juan
Úrsula
Carlos
Villa, mi
Torres
compañerita.
from Ursula,
Muchas gracias por la presentación de
and thank you for your
cáncer, nos
presentation
permite conocer un poco más
because
cuál
this
es
allows
la
us to
interacción
understand the
entre
interaction of
ambos.
cancer between both of
Mi
them.
pregunta es,
So my question
¿cuál sería la
would
razón
be,
o
what's the
las
reason,
razones del por
or what
qué
are the reasons
está
why
siendo tan prevalente la enfermedad de
this
cáncer,
disease is
en
so
el caso de
prevalent,
cáncer
cancer in general?
cervicuterino y HPV? Porque ya hay vacuna que está
Because there are
funcionando, ¿no es
vaccines
cierto?,
already
en el
available
mercado.
in
Entonces,
the market. So
sorprende un
it's
poco
it's
el
surprising
impacto de la
the impact
prevalencia.
that
¿Cuál sería
this
la
cancer
razón del
has.
por qué?
What would be the reason?
Sí, bueno, tristemente es una
Well,
situación
sadly,
real.
that's true.
Yo lo voy a hablar desde la
And that's
experiencia,
real. And I
porque
will be
si uno lo
talking
ve a
about this from
nivel de
experience,
políticas
because if you
públicas,
see
existen todas
this
las herramientas, una
at a
vacuna
public
gratis,
policy
se va a los
level, there is a free
colegios,
vaccine,
hay una
we
serie
go to schools,
de facilidades
there's
para
a
que las personas
series
se
of
puedan
ways
vacunar.
to get
Ahora también tenemos que tener en
vaccinated.
claro que se empezó a
And
vacunar
at the same
hace no
time,
tanto tiempo atrás
we
y hay
started the
muchos de esos
vaccination
datos que se
process
muestran en
not too long
personas que no son
ago, and
vacunadas.
these
Por ejemplo, yo
data
tengo
are from
40
people
años y
that are not
no me
vaccinated.
vacuné. ¿Ya?
40
Por
years
dar
old,
un
and I was
ejemplo.
not
Muchos de los
vaccinated,
chicos
for
más jóvenes
example.
que lo más probable es
Young
que sí
people
optan a la
here
vacuna. Pero la
are
realidad es que
probably
todavía hay
vaccinated,
muchos
but
pacientes que no se
truth
vacunan.
is
Eso es
that
una
there are
cosa.
lots of patients that haven't
El
been
otro tema que yo
vaccinated.
creo que es
That's
un
one
tema
thing.
súper
And another
importante
thing
que
that is
uno
very
lo
important
visualiza,
too
yo lo visualizo, por
is that
ejemplo, en
you
el
are able
colegio
to
de mis
visualize
hijos.
all of this.
¿Ya?
And I see this
Y
at
en el
my
colegio de mis
schools,
hijos, el día que van a poner la
at my
vacuna
children's
de virus
schools.
papiloma en Temuco,
When they go to be
los niños no van.
vaccinated in Temuco, children
Y
don't
no
go.
van, ¿por qué? Porque las mamás
And they
o
don't
los
go
papás no
because
quieren que se ponga la
parents
vacuna porque hay un
don't
tema
want
de
their children to be
transmisión
vaccinated
sexual, que van a
because
pasar
there's
una vida
something
sexual
related with
precoz, y hay una serie de temas
STDs,
que son de ignorancia de
sex.
las personas,
And this is
que yo
just
me he
plain
dedicado inclusive
ignorance,
por
and I've
Instagram o
dedicated
el canal que yo
a lot
puedo
of
de
time
comunicar
and a lot of
realmente de
resources
lo
to
que es esta vacuna, de
communicate
qué se trata
what
esta
this
vacuna,
vaccine is,
porque,
what this
por
vaccine
ejemplo, en el
is
curso de mi
about.
hija de 20 fueron
At
10.
my daughter's
Entonces,
class,
finalmente no se
out
ponen
of
la vacuna.
20, only 10 of
Al
them
menos
were
en los
there. So
países en
they
vías de
don't get
desarrollo se ve
vaccinated. At
mucho.
least in
Hay muy
developing countries, we're
poca,
seeing this a lot. I mean, there
no,
isn't,
la información está, hay muy poco acceso a veces
I mean,
a la
information is there,
y ese
but
es un
there's
problema que es
not
significativo.
a lot of access to information, and that's a meaningful problem.
Muchas gracias.
Bueno,
Thank you.
expresamos nuestro agradecimiento a la doctora
Well,
Bray
thank
por
you
su
so much, Dr.
presentación.
Bray, for your presentation.
Siguiendo con este tercer bloque de
So following
presentaciones,
this
recibimos a
third
la
block of
doctora Yun
presentations, we'd
Sun,
like to introduce
profesora
Dr.
del
Yoon Soon,
Departamento de Medicina,
professor from the
División
Medicine
de
Department
Gastroenterología y
and
Hepatología del
Gastroenterology
College
and
of Medicine
Pathology
de
Department
College of Medicine,
of the College of Medicine,
UIC Cancer Center
UC
de
Cancer Center
University of
of
Illinois
the
en
University
Chicago,
of Illinois
Estados
in
Unidos,
Chicago,
con su
USA,
presentación
with
titulada
her presentation
Infección por
called
Salmonella y Cáncer
Salmonella
de
Infection
Ratones
and
y
Cancer
Ratones.
in Mice and Humans.
There's some water, and there you have that.
Here. Hola. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I want to talk to students here. One of the advantages to be a professor is you are able to travel to the beautiful place, to meet old friends, and also to make new friends. We are talking about science.
Is that one?
Oh, this one?
Yes.
Okay. This is the very old cartoon when I drew it with my good friends Mike Hobart when I was a trainee. Very naive, but you could see what we're trying to imagine at that time. We're trying to understand what is the language between the bacteria and the host. And of course, as a lot of researchers, when you get into the details, things get more complicated, but more excited. That's why it kept me going for over decades now to look at what kind of interesting questions. And this is what my lab currently doing. And you can see we have many things going on. such as vitamin D receptor in inflammatory bowel disease and cancers. And we also look at the gut-brain axis in ALS. We have studies on microbiome and intestinal stem cells. For today's presentation, I want to focus on infection, microbiome, and cancer. I will mainly talk about salmonella infection. I also want to thank previous presenters because you make my life easier. You tell everybody about what is the infectious disease, IBD, and the cancer. And actually, this is the idea when we talk about back to 2019, when we had this workshop organized by AMBO. And you can see we talk about the impact of how bacterial infection on human cancer. When you talk about cancers, usually you relate to the infectious disease caused by viruses. For bacterial infection, that kind of studies are very limited, and the only known bacteria usually people accepted is H. pylori and stomach cancer. And so therefore, we actually, as a group in that meeting, we discussed a lot of very timely topic about the host bacterial interaction. And we're trying to understand from the different sides, from the bacterial side and the host side, what they are really talking about. And we want to understand from the host side, there is innate immunity, such as microbial peptides and inflammation, which usually are used as tools for host for human to fight with bacteria. And we also talk about, of course, the adaptive immunity, which is a system we could learn by learning the system, improve it to fight with the pathogens. And the barrier system, which is a very innate immunity functions, but it's not just about the cells, it's also about the physical barriers to protect the system. And from the bacterial side, we're trying to talk about what is the bacterial products, such as effectors and bacterial metabolites contribute to this process. And here we, for this brief talk, I will discuss three topics. One is bacteria, actually a protein called AVRA. I've been spent 20 some years working on this protein, even if it's not a very hot topic by the NIH funding standard, but I still love this topic. And I also talk about what is the chronic infection may lead to some diseases. And last, we emphasize as a scientist the importance of mechanistic study in order to really understand why and develop a method for the treatment. And when I was trained as a postdoc to study this bacterial host interaction, I was very naive because my major is statistics, is the genetics, and later I got a PhD in biochemistry. I didn't know the syringe from bacteria was very powerful, and it has evolved over many of years. So this is what we could compare here for man-made syringe compared to the bacterial-made syringe. And from this syringe, we could know bacteria actually deliver some of these bacterial proteins to the host cells. Among them, you could see some of these well-studied proteins like sub-B, sub-E. And the AVRA is among them, but it's very different from the other proteins. So when I started to look at these proteins back to 2004, we know AVRA is very unique, but we didn't know what is the function. So over years, actually, we start to understand AVRA gene is presented in about 80% of Salmonella strains. And it's also a variant effect, but considered as a different function because the purpose for AVRA is not to totally stop the response from the host, rather than make the bacteria could survive longer in the system. It also like the acid environment. So therefore, when you look at the news, it says Spanish and tomato, affected, contaminated by salmonella, and AVRA sometimes is among them. Another interesting things we identified at that time, we find AVRA could block the ubiquitination of very important protein. One is kappa B, another one is beta-catenin. Both of them are important for the inflammatory response and the proliferation. And therefore, we ask questions, what if this bacterial infection is not acute? What if it will persist in the human body? So the first question we ask is about what this protein could do in the host, because we're talking about the interactions between the host and the microbial. One is about the barrier system. So as I said, the barriers actually is not just about cell-cell interaction. Sometimes it's a system which could basically develop the space difference. And you can imagine this as a Chinese Great Wall. And in the cells, actually, we have a very nice system also built up by tight junctions. And these tight junctions could help the cells to prevent the invasion of the pathogens. And this is what we could visualize. And you can see here from the image, AVA expression surprisingly could stabilize the TARI functions, the tight junctions. As you can see in this system, if without AVRA in the knockout bacteria, so the cells will have less tight junctions. So why is like that? We also look at the animal models, and you can see AVRA stabilize the tight junctions in the system, because this is the one without with AVRA. The Great Wall is very nice laid up. If you don't have the AVRA, it's see the broken of the structure. So that gave us the question about why AVRA is here. So the mechanism study show us actually it's through the inhibition of called C-junction N-terminal, so which can simplify like junk pathway. And the reason for doing that is to stabilize the structure of the tight junctions. Of course, we have done a lot of molecular biology method in order to prove that. If you're interested in the results, we can discuss later, because I will be here for past a week. Actually, we'll have a lot of interactions. And this is a method, actually, we identified which amino acid from the AVRA mutation basically could potentially change the function. If we make a mutation from the C to A, the 108.6 amino acid location, we're able to abolish the function to stabilize the tight junction, which gave us more mechanism on why AVRA can do this on the tight junction. And another trick we identified, actually, when David Bowen was here, we remind us 20 some years ago at the University of Chicago. We both work on ubiquitination. He was working on A20. I was working on another A, AVRA. So we find AVRA actually is a duplicates, which means it will move the ubiquitin from I-kappa B and the beta-catenin. So therefore, make these two proteins stabilized. Because ubiquitin is a small tagger. Basically, you put this tag on the protein usually will be either moved to the trash can to be degraded, or for the signal to activate certain pathways. So we find actually by Western blots, and this is the data to show ubiquitination is above the regular molecular weights. For those working on Western blot, you know, you usually expect a very clean bands. But for ubiquitination, you will see some of these smear above the protein, indicating the ubiquitination is here. And we could see without AVRA, the ubiquitination enhanced on the top. With AVRA, the ubiquitination disappeared, which is called de-ubiquitination. So with that data, we're able to show not just the enzyme level, AVRA is able to stabilize the beta-catenin. It's able to stabilize beta-catenin in the animal models, so therefore make this protein without degradation. But the consequences with beta-catenin node degradation, it will lead to proliferation, which will be increased. And this is what we see in the animal with the strain 4PC colonized animals. So this is the proliferation indicator. And if you delete AVRA, you see less inflammation, less proliferation. If you add back AVRA in the bacteria, you see the in the colon a lot of proliferative cells, which means a lot of cells are growing. So that data lead us to further ask why AVRA wants to enhance the proliferation. So we use that as an indicator because think about bacteria invade the cells. Purpose is not to completely destroy the home, right? Because they find a new host as the home. And the purpose is to make peace with the host cells in order to live longer and live with peace. So that's why we believe this is a strategy for Salmonella to survive in the host. And further, we develop a model. Usually at that time, because the people look at the cell culture, you just put the decennial cells and use the Salmonella for infection. You really don't look at the chronic effect in the animal models. But for those who work on Salmonella infection, we know the very legendary story about Mary, right? She carried the Salmonella typhus for ages, and she happened to be a cook. So you could imagine she passed the Salmonella strain to whoever eats her food. So therefore, we develop an animal model. We let these mice infected with Salmonella and just one infection. And later, we let these mice survive in the system, in the animal facility for 27 weeks and ask, do they still carry AVRA and all other strains? And the answer is yes. This is the culture data to show you can still identify Salmonella in these mice. Remember, this is just one infection and later 24 hours. And we're able to also see the existence of Salmonella by looking at the green staining. So that's the indicator by doing the immunofluorescence. And that indicated 27 weeks later after this infection, Salmonella still survive and make peace of the host. There is no severe problem for the mice to stay 27 weeks after the infection. Another interesting thing is because we also heard about this specific happening in India. And if you look at the literature in India, Salmonella infection is a very common problem in the country because of the hygiene issue. And there is increased gallbladder cancers in the country. And we're able to actually use this model to show the Salmonella translocation to the gallbladder tissue. And one of the reasons is the very pleasant pH environment for Salmonella to survive over there. And this is another way to show Salmonella translocated to the liver and increase the abscess in the liver. And then later we ask another question, because of this AVRA overexpression in the system, will that increase the colon cancer risk? And we develop another new model, which is after one infection, we see the mice challenged with the tumorigenesis chemicals. And what we found here is with the Salmonella infection, you see some tumor. And without AVRA, you see less tumor. And then you add AVRA back in the bacteria, you see more tumors. So that gave us not just the infections, the power on the tumorigenesis, and also gave us the answer which bacterial protein potentially participate in this process. And the overall molecular mechanism, it took us a while to understand, but we could give you a brief summary. Salmonella infection stabilized the tight junction and also make beta-catenin more stabilized. Because beta-catenin is more stabilized, it translocated to the nuclear, and in the nuclear, it enhances the proliferation of cells. As we know, that one of the features for cancer cells is a hyperproliferation, and the consistent activation of beta-catenin lead to the hyperproliferation of the cells and increase the risk of the cancer. So this study actually at that time was very much done in mice, and we know AVI has multiple function. It could break up enhance the barrier function. It could inhibit inflammation. And then we're asking what is the potential link from all this mouse work to the human observation. So to go further, and actually, we start to look at AVIA in human samples, and we find AVIA is more often identified in human tumor adjunct tissues compared to the other places. And we also find some of these Salmonella flagellum antibodies studied in the human serums to see the AVIA is related with the human infection and the cancer risk. This is the HC study. We basically use the tissue samples from the human colon to see some of these positive AVIA staining in the colon cancer tissue. And this is actually at that time from our study, it's just a small sample size. And we're so happy at when we look at the literature, 2018, it's in Netherlands, there is an independent study start to link the cancer registration in Netherlands and go back to look at the history of Salmonella infection. So therefore, they report Salmonella enteritis potentially could increase with the risk of colon cancer. So what is the Salmonella enteritis? Because we always heard about typhim, and enteritis is another type. Usually you see more symptom in the GI, but not systematic fever in the patient gut infection. And Netherlands group actually approached me for this collaboration, and they basically look at the human data, take advantage of the very nice medical system and the record in Netherlands. So they identified from the patients already have colon cancer, look at the history of the Salmonella infection, and what they identified is the Salmonella enteritis infection actually are related with the risk in these patients. And then they are able to isolate Salmonella strains from these patients, from the tumor, and send back to US, to my lab. And that happened during the pandemic. So you could imagine what we're trying to overcome all the barriers in order to get study done. And actually, I guaranteed CCF and Department of Agriculture in United States, I will do good job to keep this safe and make sure we have good science, but also the safety for the public. And this is the study we designed. We actually changed the mice with chemicals for cancer, but in the meantime, we either changed it with very low dose Salmonella infection once, or repetitive infection to mimic the human life style, because sometimes you eat something wrong in the restaurant or the overnight salad, you got problem, but you didn't know you would get Salmonella infection several times. So we mimic this process in the animal model. So this is what we find. And we find with a low-dose Salmonella infection, you got a tumor, but repetitive infection, you also got a tumor in this model. So the number actually is very different after infection, because this is what we see. Chemical-induced cancer, this is the repetitive Salmonella infection. And we can also identify the green Salmonella in the tumors. And the reason for Salmonella translocated to tumors, because this is a very unique microenvironments with less oxygen, with a very present pH for Salmonella to infection. And one of the single pathway is APC beta-catenin, well known. This pathway is important in human colon cancer. And then we go back to the animal model. We use this APC colon epithelial cell conditional deletion. So in that deletion mice, usually mice will develop tumors. This is the mice usually develop tumors over half a year, spontaneously, no treatment. And then in these mice, we have a single Salmonella treatment, just one infection, and we'll see the tumor change. You see, this is the control. This is after Salmonella infection. And that data basically use a different experimental model to mimic in the host system with this genetic speculation, and will that increase the cancer risk because of the infection? And the answer is yes. So therefore, we are able to publish this paper in 2022 with the international efforts to show actually Salmonella infection as a potential environment effect lead to the higher risk of the population of in Netherlands, because the data is from Netherlands, and the conclusion is it may potentially increase the colon cancer risk. Of course, we need to further identify this in the other countries and other data sets. And actually, a good thing for what we know now, we accept the microbiome and also the potential contribution of microbiome to the cancers. And the microbiome actually participate in every step of cancer, in addition to the initiation to the later stage of metastasis. And this is a very nice review paper. I invited Dr. Arthur to join me for the published paper. If you are interested in that, you are welcome to contact me to read them. And the reason actually we're able to make progress is we're open minds, and we also have this internationally collaboration to able to identify not just the H. pylori are important for the cancer, and we're able to identify the other bacterial infections such as E. coli and also Bacteroides fluorescens. And our work is also highlighted in a recent review article, and actually a very nice summary about how Salmonella could do by activate several pathways in addition to what I mentioned here. We'll also highlight the P53 and the STAT3 pathways. And this is a case to show actually bacterial infection is able to increase the process of the risk of cancer in the human cells. And to go further, when we look at what is challenge in the modern life, and people living longer, but we fight with a different kind of diseases. So we need to consider multiple facts, not just the genetic facts, but consider as the environments which we are living with, such as the change of lifestyle, the hygiene issue. We also need to consider the host facts, because here we gave a sample APC mutation, but go back to the individual has a different genetic background. So all these facts getting together will lead to the different landscape of disease in the modern life. And I want to acknowledge the team in this stage. I think without the hard work from my trainees, I will not have opportunity to stand here to share this progress. And I am lucky to have several newly funded grants. If any of you stay here, students, trainees, you are welcome to join me for this very exciting journey. And thank you for your attention. I think I can answer questions.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So we have a few questions from the audience.
Thank you for your nice talk. I totally agree with your that slide about the role of bacteria infection on tumor development. So the one before, but the question I have for you is like the protein or the gene that you were looking at in Salmonella, Avra or Avra,
AVRA, yeah,
right?
AVRA, yes.
So mutants of that gene are attenuated, right?
The mutant of this gene, AVRA, right?
Yeah.
Actually, in the human samples isolated, we haven't really identified the mutation, but we do have the AVRA expressed or lower expression strains.
Right. So the ones that have lower expression, have you compared the virulence? Are they more or less virulent?
We haven't really go that further at this stage because we published the human study 2 years ago, 2022, and bioinformatic and also further functional studies from the bacterial side are still going. That's a great question, actually.
Right. So my question is, if this gene plays a role in virulence, and then you look at changes in expression or just not expression at all, is it really the role of the protein, or is it the change in the immune response due to the lack of the reduced expression of the protein? Because one thing is the infection, and a different thing is the immune response or inflammation after the infection. So sometimes, it's the pathogen, sometimes is the immune response to the pathogen that might promote the development of cancer, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, that's a complicated question. And to dissect that, that's why we provide data on the animal model, which is the APC mutation. In that model, usually you don't consider as inflammation because APC mice spontaneously develop tumors. In that system, we don't really consider as the immune response. On the other hand, we haven't really looked at the individuals of these patients report with a higher serum level for salmonella infection. And we haven't really looked at the individuals' potential immune response or genetic background or different strains because we identified different strains. It's not the same strain, in that population study.
So one last question. In your table with the different serovars of Salmonella, I didn't see typhi.
It's not typhi.
No,
and
I
most
didn't
of
have
them,
any. You have enteritis,
yes.
typhimurium.
And for these, because to mimic the study, we haven't used the typhi mode. We use the enterotitis model.
Right. So the question is, why is this protein present in typhi? Is it
Yes.
expressed?
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
Okay. So why you didn't look at typhi?
Typhi, because typhi is considered very severe fever models, and for human study, because what they show me in the human study, let me go back to the human study data. So this is what the Netherlands group indicates, not typhin, but the SES, and the titles are prevalent in these colon cancer patients. That's the reason.
Discuss in the coffee break.
Yeah, we can do that discussion further. Yeah, nice questions. Thank you.
¿Hay más preguntas ahí atrás?
Okay. Here.
Ahí.
Here. Thank you very much, Dr. Sun, for your very nice talk. I have a question regarding the, I don't know, the metabolites, for instance, the short fatty acids. Do metabolites have a potential contribution here in this association between Salmonella infection and increased risk for cancer?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we haven't looked at the metabolites in our model, but there is a study from the other groups, and you can look at that in the literature. People did have publication on short-chain fatty acids, such as butyrate, is able to suppress salmonella infection. So you are right. So one thing is if your host itself already have the short-chain fatty acid available, that's an opportunity to fight with the salmonella infection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not very sure about what I'm going to ask because I'm just a high school student, but because of the impact of the Fusobacterium nucleatum that you showed in the transition from epithelial to mesenchymal cells, does that mean that some of the metastasis processes could show that Salmonella or the Avra gene are present in other parts of the body, like for example in lungs or anywhere else?
So you are asking me the question about for the infection, you may not you are not sure where the Salmonella genes were also expressed in the other organs such as lung and other places, right?
Yes, like if the infection can, like together with other bacteria, can make that happen.
Yeah, that's because we showed some very dramatic case. One is showing in the goblet place because goblet is a place known for Salmonella to survive. I haven't shown my data here. Actually, we could show Salmonella infection translocation to the knee, to the joints. And if you look at the human case reports, you will see some of these salmonella infection case report because of the previous chronic infection and later identified salmonella in the joint. Another thing we observed is in the eyes, because you can imagine the mucosa surface is also a good place for salmonella to translocate. But we haven't really looked at the lung at that time. It's a great question. Don't be humble. You ask a very, very beautiful question, even if you're a high school student.
So here, Pablo Gonzalez, you see, so a very simple question. So have you seen any of these homologs of these proteins that are promoting cancer or tumors in other bacteria that do not infect the gut, so that it may be specific to the gut environment?
We haven't seen the similar from the other bacterial species. We haven't yet. Yeah, that's a great question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Thank you very much for the speech. It was very interesting. My question is, I don't know if you mentioned it. I don't remember it. I'm sorry. Are these AVRA protein upregulated in presence of intestinal conditions in all cases of all salmonellas?
Not really, because that's why I think previous discussion at the very beginning, we're talking about which strain, what kind of types, either Salmonella typhine or Salmonella enteritis. And the human data, because which is from Netherlands, is a large data set. We haven't really looked at the details of Salmonella expression of individual cases. But the reason we started our research in the animal model is much easier to manipulate, look at the different mutation, different protein levels. Yes, we did in the mouse model, but we haven't really translated this study to the human.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have one last question.
David Boone from IU School of Medicine. Thanks for mentioning me. That was nice. Flashback. So the Enteridides serotype has become the dominant foodborne salmonella infection in the United States over the last 20 years or so. It's replaced Typhimurium, right? So
yes.
Is there any thought that that might be part of what's driving this very odd increase in colon cancer in young people in America? The incidence of colon cancer in people under 50 is really gone up quite a bit.
Yeah, that's a great thought, Dave. Actually, we proposed that to American Cancer Society and also NCI using this model as an idea. Say, it's known in the developed country, and the cancer age was getting younger, because now American Cancer Society recommends 45-year-olds to start to do the endoscopy for colon cancer screening. And however, we haven't really got a very positive funding decision from the funding agent. I really want to answer these questions, by providing scientific evidence. And actually, we look at some of these medical record in the United States, such as Michigan, because United States is a very weird country. You don't have the centralized government really taking care of people, and we couldn't find anything like what we could find in Netherlands. And Netherlands, they have a great job. They can basically trace back everybody's medical rights from the first infection, second infection, until the end. You may identify certain diseases. We couldn't do that in the U.S. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stan, for your talk.
Thank you.
Bueno, agradecemos a la doctora Sun por su talk. Bueno, para finalizar el bloque dedicado a inflamación
Okay, to
intestinal
conclude this part dedicated to inflammation, now we will pass the floor to Dr. Susan Bueno, who is a professor of the School of Biological Sciences of this university and the director of Infectious Disease Unit of the Millennium Institute. And she will share with us the presentation on the prevention of salmonella and intestinal inflammation. And she will introduce her, he will show us her new book called Medicina en tu Cocina 2.
Bueno, primero que todo, muchas gracias por la asistencia. Estoy muy sorprendida que siendo
Thank you
la
so
hora
much
que es,
for your
todavía tenemos
attendance.
acá
I love that despite the time, we have so many people here with us.
Entonces, primero que
So,
todo, comentarles que
well, first of
varias de las
all,
charlas que se han dado anteriormente
most of
están
the lectures
bastante
have mentioned
introducción, así que iré
a lot on
bastante
this,
rápido.
and I'll go fast.
La pregunta de mi laboratorio es
So,
entender
my
cómo
lab's question was how microbial factors determine the course of an infectious disease. So, we studied these, mainly virulent genes and the immune response, and that's what we're focusing on. And we have these schematics so that we can understand our design on the virulence genes and the immune response, because we want to see that there's a balance. And this balance moves forward immunization or not, and in both extremes we have diseases. And we have the microbiota in our body, in which bacteria and the immune system tolerate with each other. But on the other side, we have an equilibrium and everything works well there. But in these kind of mechanisms, we have some severe infections, and some of them are very opportunistic in cases of a bad immune response. When the immune response is not regulated, we will find some situations of inflammatory damage and also chronic disease, when we will see different diseases that we have found today in this lecture. So in my lab, we've seen this phenomena on respiratory diseases and also in the intestines, in which we have found some diseases and conditions also at the gut level, bacterial infection, intestinal inflammation, and we've also studied the role of different viruses so that we can study them and we can see what happens when there is this misregulation on perfection, as mentioned before. We're also studying some interventions such as vaccination in order to prevent these infectious diseases, and also the role of food, and I will mainly focus on this at the end of my lecture. So, globally speaking, when we are seeing some microorganisms, these, without causing damage, whenever they enter our tissue, our immune response start rapidly answering so that they can detect these microorganisms to generate cytokines that will attract the immune response so that we can generate some more efficient actions and effectors that can help us to eliminate microorganisms with antibodies and T lymphocytes. And what happens there is that this response ideally will identify these microorganisms and will eliminate them, but at the same time, we need to eliminate inflammation and everything needs to go back to normal. So the problem is that despite this immune response that eliminates the organisms, despite that we have immunological memory, some organisms are still infecting and they avoid the immune response. And there's another problem. These diseases or this unbalancing in health occur because despite the fact that we're eliminating the microorganism, we have still the inflammation activated, so damage on the tissues are still produced. So in our lab, we've studied Salmonella enterica, which is a gram-negative bacilli, which is capable of generating infections, localized infections in the gut, and systemic infections when disseminated. So from the guts, they go all over the body, and this is one of the main causes of foodborne diseases. And actually, we associated this to the consumption of eggs, meat, vegetables that haven't been sanitized, and it causes a huge amount of cases, almost 100 million cases per year, and almost 160,000 casualties per year. And this is actually frightening because the virulence factors of Salmonella are threefold. And these are part of the genome of this bacteria, and they are codified by secretion, which are called the type 3 secretion system, encoded in different kinds. One of them allows them to infect the epithelium, and the other one allows them to infect the immune cells. So these are old pictures that you can see from 2001 and 2008. We took these pictures in our labs, some electric microscope pictures, but thanks to science, we've been able to see amazing things. Here, with a technique called electronic microscopic, we've been able to see how Salmonella is actually capable of interacting with human cells, in this case, eukaryote cells, in which we are able to see, I don't know if you can see this, small needles, in which Salmonella and secretions are pretty much needles. So what they do is that they inject proteins in the cells, and we can see this image that is being processed. Process is beautiful, and we can see that the bacteria right here is actually injecting proteins to the cells, and they modify the cells. Why? In order to facilitate the infection. So the model of dissemination is that whenever they go through the intestinal epithelium, they move from there, which is the outer part of the gut, to our inner tissues. When they get in touch with the immune system cells, they eliminate them by cellular death, and at the same time they infect other immune cells such as dendritic cells, which are capable of migrating to the tissues, and then other immune cells start to spread. And in this process, this bacteria prevents the immune system to recognize it. So we're interested in studying inflammatory bowel disease, which its prevalence goes higher as this food processing gets more Western, and we have ulcers and even Crohn's disease. And we want to know if there's a correlation among all of this, considering the salmonella infection and the development of inflammatory bowel disease. And we have these two types of manifestations of IBD and multiple factors that are actually determining who are the people that are going to develop this disease. Here we have environmental issues, of course. We also have genetic issues that we believe that this kind of disease usually are genetic, but only a low average of it can be explained by genes. We also have environmental issues, immune response, microorganisms and the exposition on different microorganisms, which is what we like to study. And as Dr. Brun mentioned, this disease is mainly focused on in northern countries, developed countries, but nowadays this disease is increasing its prevalence in countries that are less developed, such as Latin America and the southeast of Asia. So, one of the studies that forced us or promoted us to do this kind of a study was this one from 2009 in gastroenterology, in which a study was made with a small amount of people, and they started following different things of gut diseases, and they followed this population for 15 years. This was a population without salmonella, and the average of people here was 0.5%, and the other ones that were infected was 1.2, which mean higher frequency. And this study that had low patients, especially in the year 2024, was confirmed with more robust data with a study in Thailand in which the hazard rate of this disease in patients that had a disease caused by salmonella was 2.12%. So we're talking about 2 times more likely to develop this disease if you're infected by salmonella. And that's also frightening. You don't want to have that. So in order to establish the different mechanisms on why salmonella infection increases IBD, we used mice model for cytokine, which is interleukin 10, IL-10, and these mice spontaneously develop IBD at approximately 10 to 12 weeks of age. So we simulated a disease that we all have. Usually when they are severe, they are treated with antibiotics. So we had a group of mice that were not infected by salmonella. They were knocked out for IL-10, and they were infected by a strand of salmonella, which is extremely virulent. And we infected them also with salmonella strain that don't have these needles that I mentioned, that don't let it to infect the epithelial tissue, and we're going to call it the one without the secretion system 1, and the other one that prevents the infection on the immune system because it doesn't have the secretion type 2, 3. And these animals were infected after 7 days. Once they were sick, we treated them with antibiotics, as we do in severe cases of salmonella. And after 28 days, we removed treatment, and then we saw what happens with the bowel of these animals. And we noticed that those that were infected by the wildcat strand, they had at a colon level, at the ileum level, which are parts of the intestines, they were inflamed. Of course, this is an inflammation score, and this is for the wild type mouse. In ascending column, we can see even more inflammation. And those that were not able to infect the immune system cells, as you can see in the graphic, they didn't have that many inflammation, and those that were not able to infect the epithelium even more had more inflammation. So we concluded that the capability of infecting the immune system of these bacteria was key, so that they can induce or accelerate an inflammatory disease, an IBD, in this particular model. So an interesting thing right here in these tests was that despite the fact that we were treating with antibiotics once they were infected with the different types of salmonella, and after 42 days between treatment and the follow-up of the disease, we noticed that these mice that were infected by virulent salmonella, or that could not infect the intestinal epithelium, we still found in organs such as the spleen and liver the bacteria. The bacteria was found there. So it does not only produces damage or inflammation in the guts, but also it produces damages or persistency in different tissues. So one of the questions that Dr. Jacob asked, is it that because it has a IL-10 knockout? What happens in other kinds of mouse? So in most of our inflammatory system, we don't have genetic diseases. So we wanted to simulate all of that. And because of that, we infected some wild-type mice that produce this. They don't have another disposition. And same thing, we did this with the antibiotics. And after that, once we concluded this, we induced colitis. And this is done with a drug, which is included in the water they have to drink. And then we evaluated what happened with IBD. They got sick, of course. And once we see the colitis score, we didn't see a lot of difference, but we did see some differences on colon inflammation. Mice that were infected by Salmonella and were treated with this drug that induces colitis have a higher inflammation than those that were not infected. We can see here this in this colitis score. And what is worrisome here is that mice that were infected, despite the fact that they were treated with antibiotics, had the bacteria on them in their feces especially. So as a model, we established that what's happening here is that Salmonella infects our immune cells and it remains these macrophage, dendritic cells, myeloid cells. We still don't know what happens to those cells when they are infected with Salmonella. Probably at the lymph node level, it can move to the spleen or liver, and probably these cells are producing inflammatory cytokines chronically, which of course generates more susceptible subjects to chronic inflammation. So we wanted to go to the next step. So how can we prevent this from happening? Or if happens, how can we treat it? So to develop a prevention model, we were thinking, okay, what if we vaccinate mice against Salmonella? Will they protect themselves against this chronic inflammation? So what we did was having all of these mice vaccinated with a vaccine that is actually a vaccine that induces immunity. It's an attenuated vaccine. It's a pathogenized bacteria, and we use mice, uninfected and immunized mice. So this was the experiment. We had two groups of animals vaccinated. Then we gave a second doses so that the immune response was stronger, and then we infected them with Salmonella. So we did the same thing as the previous experiments, an antibiotic treatment. We stopped the treatment, and then we started assessing a series of parameters that I will show right now. So what did we observe? We noticed that the vaccinated mice against Salmonella and that were infected, then they developed IBD that was almost undetectable at the colon, but not at the ileum. The vaccine partially worked. It prevented the descending colon inflammation, but vaccination did not prevent persistency. So it seems to be that we have a tool that can help us to prevent a disease, but if we have a persistent infection, how can we treat it? And some studies that have been shown here, it seems to be that Salmonella, along with TB, resides in granulomes, which are associated to lymphocytes, CD4, and also macrophage, which are immune positive. So what sort of tools can we have to eliminate these bacteria? Because it seems to be that they are surrounded by the immune system, but it has some mechanisms so that it cannot be eliminated by the immune system. And that's bad, of course, because we will have an infection that is common and regular, and Epstein-Barr, HIV. And of course, we can also talk about the carcinogenesis that Dr. Yu showed. So within our research, we can see that there's an activation on the endogenous disease in our own cells. as a way to activate our immune system to wake it up, and we can eliminate these bacteria. And it seems to be that we have hemogenase 1, which is a protein that is capable of degrading the hemo group 1. It produces CO2, riverdine, which is transformed into bilirubin, and then free iron. So we have described, and different groups have described, that the vibration or the liberation of CO2 or CO actually has an antibacterial effect in low concentration, of course, because it is a toxic gas. So these enzymes, which are expressed in the liver and spleen, we care about those areas because Salmonella is replicated there, also in hematopoietic tissues, and also in macrophages and dendritic cells. So we liked this enzyme, and therefore we wanted to induce it by different ways. But one of the ways in which we could do this is that there are some drugs in order to artificially induce this protein and in macrophages and dendritic cells. So by using one specific drug or COPP, we can work on the expression of this molecule, and there are some inhibitors that are useful as a control for our experiments, and also some molecules that liberate carbon monoxide, and they can help us to see if it has a role. So in our lab, we ran an experiment in which we treated some in vitro cells, we infected them with Salmonella, and then we eliminated everything that was not cellular. We found only the bacteria, and after that, we treated this with these drugs. As a cytometry, we could see how many cells were infected over time, and I want you to pay attention to this part, in which cells that were infected and that are positive because our Salmonella was GFP positive, when they are treated with COPP, the treatment significantly reduced the percentages of macrophages. And then what we did was treating mice with this particular drug, and what we observed is that before the inflammation, once mice is treated with this and they are infected with Salmonella, we can see that treatment is actually reducing the bacterial load at the spleen, at the gallbladder, and this drug would have an effect. At the same time, aside from all of this, aside from the previous treatment to infection, we made a group in which once animals were infected, we treated them with this, and we observed that we wanted to see if we could cure persistency. And we noticed that this particular drug, COPP, reduces the persistence of S. diffurmurium in infected mice. And when we do this after the infection, as you can see over here, we still cure the persistency of Salmonella in tissues. So we can say that Salmonella typhimurium, which is the model of Salmonella that we used, has a persistent infection in the liver, spleen, and also in feces. Our results suggest that persistence of Salmonella could trigger IBD. And it seems to be that we need to have Salmonella, or Salmonella actually has an effect, which is infecting and persistent on the immune system. The Salmonella infection can enhance colitis, both in genetically susceptible mice and in the colitis model, and immunization and the pharmacological treatment with an activator of human oxygenase, mammal oxygenase actually, prevents the development of IBD and persistence. So if these observations apply for humans, and we need to test them, of course, it will be very important to generate better vaccines against Salmonella, because there's no great vaccines against these bacteria. And at the same time, we need to run some tests that can help us to determine the contribution of this, especially in inflammatory diseases. And of course, this part of the lecture, which is the most scientific part, of the lecture, I'd like to thank, of course, the funders and people from my lab, of course, that are currently working on this study, and former members that were part of this study as well. And we have a different dialogue on inflammation and the laboratory, international collaborators, and this has been key to generate all of this data and results. And I'd like to talk about this, especially in our group of collaborators that have supported us in the development of this day. It was huge work, and they were fully dedicated to our work. We've had the support of different professors and the University of Chile, the Universidad de la Frontera University, Antofagasta University. We had this idea and they made it possible.
Con esta parte yo quisiera comentarles también
And with this, I'd like to mention something that is very important, and that it has to do with the way this information, all of this scientific information and everything we have discussed in this lecture can actually be translated into something that is useful for all of us. And it's not only related to the last drug. I mean, how can we translate all of this into an immediate use? And this is actually what we have studied in our lab. And we love microorganisms, okay? And in the study of microorganisms, we study those who causes some diseases, but actually microorganisms are a powerful tool because they are in our tissue and they help us in our health. So now we're talking about microbiota, and we've talked about this all over the place and how it has a key role in the development of several diseases. And it can be found mainly at the gastrointestinal tract, because we want to see if this is a powerful tool and it has the possibility of determining sort tools. How can we modulate all of this? And because of scientific interest and also because of personal experiences we've had, most of us in our lab and the different labs that have worked on us, we are focusing on how food can help us to provide some new tools to work on microbiota and also in our health.
Podríamos decir un órgano que es tan dinámico.
Given microbiota is such a dynamic organ, it changes through multiple factors across or along life, which is determined by so many variables, such as, for instance, where we were born, what do we feel like when we were born, the diet, aging, exercise. We wanted to focus in what we do every day, what we eat. And what we eat is key to feed these bacteria at the intestines. And here, this is something we loved and we wanted to exploit. These bacteria not only will produce elements that will avoid infectious diseases by other microorganisms or produce metabolites that benefit us, but they directly talk to our immune systems and somehow capture what is in the outside and translate it and tell it to our immune systems. What we feed these bacteria with is key. Then we are noticing increasingly more that we are increasing significantly our consumption of processed foods. And therefore, since we are microbiologists, we know depending on what we give the microorganisms in the pipettes that could be our intestines, it would be better or worse. Natural feeding is much more diverse and is related to a healthier microbiota, and highly processed foods naturally change microbiota. And many people I ask for their feeding, they say, I eat healthy. I don't eat anything from what it is in that picture, but what is going on today that in the old days our foods were full of microorganisms, healthy, non-pathogen microorganisms. We are little exposed to these kind of foods, and we eat food that somehow doesn't make our healthy microorganisms grow at intestine level. And people say, I eat very healthy every day. For instance, we eat packaged food, the same cottage, but package with no microorganisms, packed yogurt with no microorganisms, milk packed pasteurized, cheese, sliced cheese, which is very sterile and separated mixed with plastics and so on. We want to orient them and provide information on how to introduce more natural and less processed foods. These are also processed foods, and that way can we, if we can improve our microorganisms. We, in particular in our country, we have a large number of natural foods that are in our local farmer markets every weekend. And there is a lot of scientific information that is showing that widely in producing these kind of foods improve and has direct correlation with a better health and more well-being. That's why in 2020 we subscribed the book Medicine in Your Kitchen, how food benefit the immune system. And here authors from the Millennium Institute on Immunology and Immunotherapy participated. Professor Dr. Claudia Rivel, me as a professor, and our gastrointestinal physicians are students, and this was a success. For everyone was so valuable information and so well received information that we were invited to give a speech in the future Congress. What was one of the non-fiction books amongst the best sellers in our country according to the El Mercurio newspapers. We also did lots of activities with some celebrities such as Coniatura and other people who are also very advocate for natural feeding. And this information we published on 2020 was followed by multiple initiatives for spreadings. Actually, the interest with created amongst our community, the scientific information accumulated in 4 years is incredible. Therefore, today I want to present, first of all, a website where we are posting every month information, new scientific information around feeding food. We've created free download books, there are recipes and ways of introducing these natural foods. And today I would like to introduce our new book, which is Medicine in Your Kitchen 2. We introduce many more authors. We have many other professors who are part of the Millennium Institute who are working in very interesting topics that we didn't address earlier. Central nervous system, cancer, and as next is going to tell us Dr. Riddle in one of the chapters, which is very important in this new book, how feeding impacts on pregnancy and breastfeeding. Then this book has new chapters. You can download them in this QR code from our website on feeding and immunity, and this was funded because of many funding sources, mainly to the Millennium Scientific Initiative. With this, I finish this part of my lecture, and I'm going to give the mic to Dr. Claudia Riedel, who's the main professor of the Andrés Bello University, who will tell us part of the PET we addressed in this book. Before that, I will be very happy to take any question for any of both lectures.
Gracias, Susan. Tengo una pregunta en la
Thank you,
parte de
Susan.
salmonella.
I have a question regarding salmonella.
Relación entre
This relationship between salmonellosis and inflammatory disease or bowel disease. I forgot to question to ask if there is any kind of study in places where vaccines for salmonella are used because some vaccines have been implemented. If there is in fact less development of uh, inflammatory bowel disease in your groups in order to make those kind of analysis. The second part of, well, congratulations for the book and for the generosity of putting it for free online because that's a clear signal on how to reach the community. Not too many people do that. And being in the ranking of Mercurio is a proof of that, but the downloads is a proof, is a very remarkable gesture. Thank you very much. The mention that in particular our idea is to reach as many people as possible. Of course, we also would like to work with UC publishers to make a printed hard copy version of the book because currently it's only a digital version. Regarding the first question, unfortunately, there are no systematic vaccination campaign or systems in some countries. There are some vaccines that are used and are applied at level of people who go to areas that might be exposed to higher frequencies of salmonella, but there is no follow-up regarding vaccinated areas around the ability to prevent inflammatory bowel disease because they are not captive populations, such as the case of the Netherlands, where the first study took place and the vaccine is not systematically applied. And actually, it is not a good vaccine. It's not good protector, and it has very low immunologic memory. I have another question here. Well, thank you very much for your lecture. Every time I see new questions. My question is rather open. If you think that the persistent infection is related to shedding, release of salmonella once in a while, or how long do you think it lasts? Is tested on animals, it has to be corroborated in humans, but you view your speculation, is it that it is long lasting, medium lasting, is there reactivation of salmonella, or it's ascribed as a granuloma such as tuberculosis? And the other questions, the other is just to congratulate you for the initiative, perhaps coming back to the QR code, perhaps many people were about to download it and couldn't. Okay, I would like to ask the technicians to put the QR code. I agree with that. And regarding the question you're asking on which are the alternatives for this persistence, I think are all the former ones. And it's going to be determinant first because of the serovar of salmonella you are infected with, and second because of the immunologic status of the patient. It is well known, well known is typhi salmonella in people who develop liver stones, and they might be these patients are asymptomatic. Now we are very enthusiastic about the idea of knowing whether there are patients who may develop this kind of granulomas and that might be related to a chronic inflammation. That is more difficult to be studied in human patients, of course, but murine models are helping us to solve that problem. I've got a question. Thank you for your lecture. Very good lecture. How salmonella does to persist and hide from the immune response? That's a very good question. And in fact, one of the early studies we did with the laboratory of Dr. Kalergi was describing that salmonella has an evasion capacity of the liposomal degradation, then antigens are not being produced that are loaded into class 1 and class 2 immune system. T cells that are in charge of depleting these permanently infected cells have no capability of doing so. That's one of the vectors. And the other thing we described that this bacteria has a gene, which is not a gene basically, it is a codifying sequence that codifies for an interference RNA that interferes with degradation of the interleukin EDs. Then it always maintains high levels of this anti-inflammatory cytokine and shuts down the immune response. Very good lecture, and thank you very much for all the work for the activity for today. A general question that I understand has no definite answer, but it's been one of the topics around many of the lectures, talking about chronic inflammation, not as severe inflammation, and for somebody who has no immunology background like me, and suppose this is a continuum from a moment we have nothing, no inflammation, a healthy status, whatever what it means, and then it increasingly or progressively increases up to an acute status which is easily identifiable. Where is determined the cutoff point when it goes up from a threshold and problems start? Is it possible to determine that? And it happens in the population with comorbidities such as diabetes and other conditions with a base inflammatory status, not necessarily related to infectious diseases, but the drop exceeding the VAS may trigger all these processes. That's an excellent question. I think as everything, as you well said, our research and researches that are being done at a pathogen period research that are happening to chronic diseases that many times could be triggered by infections, by persistent infections, or by exposure to microorganisms that produce an activation of the immune response. Usually, the immune response, of course, has a certain level of inflammation, but then a resolution where the pathogen is depleted, the tissue is healed, and the system comes back to the base status, and every anti-inflammatory cytokines are produced to come back to this level. But this kind of chronic diseases seem not to come back to the base level, and ulteriorly is a huge challenge knowing what's the base level, the baseline level. There are some studies that have been made in order to measure cytokines, inflammatory cytokines at serum level that are detectable, in particular in the permeable intestine, where the EPS is permanently going into the circulatory stream, the bloodstream. And if you compare with cohort of people who have no manifestations that sometimes are a little bit difficult to describe, such as the brain fog or any other kind of let's say muscle skeletal values are associated with elevated levels. That of course is a huge challenge in order to determine at what level we are under the hazard of developing a bigger triggering disease. Perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Bueno, and congratulations for your new book. Then we give the room for Dr. Riddle, who then is going to comment about this chapter of nutrition during pregnancy.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a... ¿Me escuchan bien?
Thank you very much. Can you listen to me?
Organizadores
Thank you, the organization. It's a pleasure for me being here.
La presentación que tengo se relaciona
Telling that the presentation I have is related to the importance for the chapter of the book on why is important good nutrition during pregnancy, and also taking a little bit the last question asked to Dr. Susan Bueno and her answer related to inflammation. Inflammation that goes from a zero level up to elevated, chronic, etc. The question is the diabetes issue too. We have an endocrine condition here that is called hypothyroxidemia, which is very common during pregnancy, and our research group has shown evidence that is well related to the immune system. Then, to move on. Okay.
La mujer en estado gestacional necesita
Women in
alimentarse
gestational status need to feed, very important, from many foods, but from a micronutrient which is iodine. Iodine is scarce in the nature. In particular, we can find it in marine algae, but not everyone eats marine algae all the time. To avoid this problem in our country and in many other countries, salt is iodinized. This way, we ensure we could have good nurturing for everything. Why is it so important? Because we have thyroid hormones, thyroxine, threonine, T3, which are essential for pregnancy and the formation and the development of the fetus. The fetus depend during the first 20 weeks of gestation on the thyroid hormones of the mothers, and mainly T4. Here, perhaps you may know, a deficiency of thyroid hormones such as hypothyroidism, which is well known, the fetus will be severely damaged. He will have cognitive deficit, a mental delay, and deficiency of thyroid hormones. There is evidence at a notion that thyroid hormones are directly acting on the development of the central nervous system cells. Now, what's going on? During pregnancy, the mother has to supply herself with thyroid hormones, but also the fetus. Then hypothyroxemia is a very common condition because the thyroid glands in the mother are not capable of supply enough thyroid hormones. Then it compensates. It maintains the T3 hormone at regular levels, which is the known hormone because it is biologically active, in detriment of T4, thyroxine, which is the reserve hormone. Then what happens with hypothyroxemia? The woman has low T4 levels, but the TCH and T3 are at regular levels, that they don't show symptoms. This condition is unseen by physicians. Mothers show no symptoms, but we know today in humans that this condition is very common. You can see that fluctuates around the world from 1.3 up to 26% more or less across different regions and countries. And it particularly happens in countries where the amount of iodine consumed is normal. Now, in gestational period, what are the consequences? Mothers show no symptoms. Nevertheless, children are born with intellectual disabilities, cognitive deficits, auditive impairment, attentional deficit, and also what we know today with an increase of the probability of developing autism. We manage an animal model in our laboratory and we've been capable of observing that this is also happening in this animal model. We've seen alterations in cognitive abilities, and I'm going to show you another one here. How we generated this model is quite easy, it's not difficult. During gestation, in the E10 and E14 periods, we give a drug in the drinkable water, which is etymazole, for a short period of time. And we have a group we called, which is the revertant group. Why? Because we give T4 back besides betamazole. With this, we guarantee the effects we are seeing are due to the deficiency of T4 and not to a secondary effect of timazole. Here you can observe that our animal model can be reproduced. I pushed the button that is not.
Gracias. Pueden ver que la T4 está disminuida.
You can see T4 is diminished and TCH and T3 are normal. Now, in summary, I'm going to show you what we've worked on during 20 years in our laboratory. We've shown that in the animal model, the central nervous system is affected in the learning ability. It directly affects synapses. We've seen it change, but we published this in 2024 that the progenia gestated in hypothyroxidemia has a similar behavior to the autism spectrum. We've observed that besides it has an increased sensitivity to allergies, if we induce self-immune diseases such as the experimental syphilis, that ulcerous colitis has a much more intense autoimmune response. It has increased intestinal permeability. It is also the experiments show that microbiota is also altered. I'm going to quickly show the results that led us to think and what I'm going to show you later today. This was an experiment made by the recently graduated Enrique Gonzalez, who did his PhD in my laboratory. Enrique showed with different tests pro-treatment that children gestated with hypothyroxemic mother showed autism spectrum behaviors, and he observed this in several essays. One called the crossed elevated test, where we can see the inability of the mouse of responding to an anxious process, and it has a higher anxious capability. Besides, in the Illuminous trial, is more shy, non-dominant behavior, and in the test of behavior, social behavior of the three chambers, we observed that the progene gestated in hypothyroxidemia prefers to relate with an object rather than a mouse, or with a mouse it already knows instead of a new mouse. This shows it has the behavior similar to the autism spectrum. Besides, we also observe that our animals gestated under hypothyroxidemia have a baseline inflammatory level. Without doing anything, their inflammatory levels are elevated. You can see in the serum the levels of cytokines. LC alpha is elevated in both male and female progenies, interleukin 6, a inflammatory cytokine, 1 beta, and interleukin 17A. But the interesting thing is that males that also show higher autistic phenotypes have decreased interleukin 10, which is an anti-inflammatory interleukin. Let me remind you that they were gestated under hypothyroxidemia. Then we also analyzed the same cytokines, but at central nervous system level. This is interesting. You can see in interleukin 17A, which is inflammatory, is elevated both in male and female in the prefrontal cortex and in hypothalamus. We can observe here in the prefrontal cortex and hypothalamus. What other things do we have? We analyzed cells. We have the different regulators. You can see they are decreased. This is in the spleen of mice. We also observe the Th17 augmented. We observed the Th17 T regulating cells ratio, which is increased. Then we have a profile, let's say a slightly inflammatory profile.
También tenemos aumentado el tipo de
We also
macrófago
have
M1,
augmented the kind of M1 macrophage,
otra observación que
which is
encontramos
an
es que los
inflammatory
animales a nivel del colon
macrophage.
tienen un nivel
Another
aumentado de
observation, we
Th17
observe
y
that at
esto
colon
también se
level,
observó
they have
sin
an
inducir
increased
coliculcerosa o
Th17
con
level,
inducción de
and
la
it was observed
ulcerosa.
without inducing ulcerosis
Por otro
or
lado,
the induction of
aislando células
ulcerous colitis. On the other hand,
reguladoras del
isolating
vaso, hicimos
T-regulating cells
experimentos
of the
in vitro de
spleen, we
supresión
did in
y observamos
vitro
que los infectos
experiments of
reguladores
suppression,
de
and
la
we
progenia
observed
gestada en
that the
hipotiroxidemia
level of
tienen la
T
menor
regulators
capacidad
of the
supresora.
progenia gestated under
¿Qué es lo que estamos
hypothyroxemia
observando
have
entonces
a
en general?
higher
Tenemos una
suppressing
progenie que tiene un
capacity.
daño
What,
cognitivo
what we are
y que
observing
además
a
tiene un
progenia
estado
with cognitive
inflamatorio
damage, but they also
basal
have a baseline
que
inflammatory
probablemente
state
no se
that
observa
probably is not
como algo
observed
dañino
as
a
something
menos que
hazardous
le hagamos un
unless
desafío,
we put
induzcamos
a
alergia,
challenge. We
diarrea
induce
o
allergia
ulcerosa.
or ulcerous
Ahora
colitis.
nos preguntamos, y esto es
Now
lo
we
novedoso
wonder,
que les
and
quería
this
mostrar
is
hoy
the
día,
new thing I wanted to
¿qué es
show
lo que
you
está
today.
pasando? ¿Qué es lo
What's
que está
going on?
pasando a nivel de
What's
la
going
gestación?
on at
Esta
gestation
baja
level?
de T4, ¿qué es
These
lo que está
low
ocurriendo?
T4 levels,
Lo que todos
what is
pensaríamos, ¿cierto?
happening?
Está actuando a
What
nivel del
we all may
neurodesarrollo, pero
think,
¿cómo?
it is acting at
Estos experimentos
neurodevelopment
fueron,
level.
bueno,
But
antes que estoy
how?
saltando una
Through
diapositiva,
experiments, I'm
ustedes
skipping
saben
one
que
slide.
durante la
You
gestación
know that during gestation,
el sistema
The immune system of the mother protects the child, in particular for a response that there is an inflammatory or rejection response to the child. Then the immune system is prepared for that. It's a normal situation. Then resolve in the placenta. We have immune cells that are talking to the cells of to maintain this status during pregnancy. What happens during hypothyroxemia? That's the question. Then you may wonder where are we going to. You know that today different agents or environmental factors are known that may induce damage or during gestation from contamination, stress, obesity, and viral infections. What is causing this? We've seen that one of the intermediaries is inflammation. All these factors are somehow inducing mother inflammation, and this mother inflammation causes damage in the fetus, and one of the well-reported damages is autism. Also, in the laboratory, we could imitate the system generating inflammation, as said today in the morning, for instance, with this molecule, the polysep, or with lipase or with interleukin 6, you can administer a mouse under gestation period, and the descendants will have damage in their neurodevelopment. Then, what's going on with progenia gestated under hypothyroxemia? We thought there might be something about the inflammation. That's why I showed the previous experiments, because we've seen that what's living in the children as an impromptus, a inflammatory status but as a baseline. Only if we challenge it, all we will observe a harsh, more severe disease. The question is that perhaps hyperthyroxemia during gestation is also inducing the inflammation. Why are we thinking about this? How we started to analyze inflammation? Because other investigations, for instance, a mother with hypertension, the child is more hypertense or has more susceptibility or more probability to suffer from hypertension. A mother who suffers from hypertension during the pregnancy, the son will suffer the consequences. And then, if children have a stronger immune response, perhaps a more inflammatory response, perhaps the mother was more inflamed during the gestation. I am advancing to. There are data that show that the immune system is sensitive to thyroid hormones. Hypothyroidic patients with low thyroidic hormones have a much more inflammatory immune system, and they release more inflammatory cytokines. It is happening during gestation. These experiments were done by Dr. Gonzalez, and what he did, he induced the gestational hypothyroxemia, and he took the serum, uterus, placenta, the brain, and the liver of the fetus, and analyze the levels of cytokines and the levels, the cells of the immune systems, and also the levels of brain. He observed both in the serum as well as in the placenta and the uterine tissue as cytokines such as interleukin 6, interleukin 1 beta, 17A elevated inflammatory cytokines, and this is very new. The low T4 levels during gestations is causing an increased level of inflammatory cytokines. He also observed that in the brain, but not in the liver, there was an increase of these inflammatory cytokines. Then he wanted to figure out what happened with the cells, and you can see there's an increase of dendritic cells, type 1 macrophages, monocytes, natural killer cells in the uterus, and B cells during gestation in that mother who's suffering from hypothyroxemia. He also observed we have crosscuts of the brain, increases in the proportion of microglia, and this is also very interesting because microglia, these cells in the immune systems
estas
that
células
are
podrían
hosted,
estar
and these cells
continuando la inflamación que está
might be
ocurriendo en gestación.
increasing the inflammation that's going on
Entonces,
during the
¿cuál es
gestation. Then,
nuestra,
what's
digamos,
our, let's say,
teoría que tenemos?
theory?
Nosotros estamos pensando
We are
que cuando baja
thinking
la
that
T4 materna
when
durante la gestación,
T4
lo que
levels
está
decrease
ocurriendo
during
es este
gestation
proceso
in the mother,
inflamatorio.
what is going on
Y
is this
nosotros
inflammatory
proponemos
process. And
que
we
es a través
propose
de la
that
inflamación
it is
materna
through the mother
que se está
inflammation
dañando el sistema
that
nervioso central
the
del hijo. Esto
central
nosotros lo
nervous
hemos
system of the
demostrado
son is
y va
suffering
un poco
damage. And we
contra
have
el
shown that, and
conocimiento
it
que hoy
goes a
día
little bit
existe,
against
que
the
las hormonas
knowledge we've
directamente
got
estarían
today,
afectando el
that hormones
neurodesarrollo.
would be
Y ahora,
directly
¿por qué
impacting on the
también uno se
neurodevelopment.
basa en esta
And now,
idea? Y esto lo hemos estado
why are we
conversando con
being based on this
mis
idea?
estudiantes
And
en
we've
el
been
laboratorio,
talking to my
que en el
students
fondo
about
la
this in the
placenta
laboratory because at
tiene
the
un
end of the day,
sistema bien
placenta
especial
has a
de
very
que
special
protege al
system
feto de las
that
hormonas
protects the
tiroideas.
fetus from
La
the
hormona
thyroid
T4 es la
hormones.
hormona que más
T4 hormone
pasa
is
al
the
hijo,
hormone that
pero la mayoría de esta T4
is
se
permitted to the
transforma
sun, but
en
most of
3
this
reversa,
T4
que es una
is
hormona
transformed
metabólico para
into
ser
3
eliminada.
reversal,
Entonces
which
nosotros
is a
pensamos que
hormone in the
realmente la
metabolism
baja
to
de
be
T4 no es algo
removed.
quizás
If we
directo a nivel del
think
sistema
the
nervioso central, sino
T4
que es
is
en el
not
sistema
direct
inmune,
at
que es esta respuesta inmune
central nervous
es la que
system,
está
but
causando el
it
daño.
is
Bueno,
impacting on the
eso
immune
yo les
system,
quería
and
mostrar
it is this
hoy
immune
día
response the
y
one that is causing the
agradecerle
damage. This is
a
I wanted to show you
todos,
today, and
especialmente
I
a
would
mi
like to greet
laboratorio,
everyone, in
a la
particular my
doctora Cecilia
laboratory,
Opaso, que
Dr. Cecilia
trabajamos codo a
Opaso.
codo en esta
We
investigación
worked hand by
y
hand in
muchas
this
gracias.
investigation, and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctora. En
Thank you
honor
very
al
much,
tiempo,
doctor.
tenemos un
In
espacio
the
para
sake of
muy
time,
pocas
we have
preguntas, así que si
room
alguien
for
tiene
just a
alguna
few
consulta
questions.
para la
If
doctora
anybody
Riel,
has any question for Dr.
desde la
Riel,
audiencia,
anybody from the audience?
acá, la doctora.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. La
Thank you very much
pregunta
for the presentation. The question
va asociada a cuál es
is related
la
to
manera en que
what
se
is the
puede
way
diagnosticar esta
we
enfermedad
could
de manera
diagnose
temprana y
this
el
disease
tratamiento
on an early
para
basis and the
disminuir la enfermedad,
treatment
esta condición, para evitar que
in order to avoid
estos efectos negativos que van a tener en
the negative effects they will have
Gracias, Susan,
in the
por la
fetus.
pregunta.
Thank you, Susan, for the
Es
question.
súper bueno que lo hayas hecho porque
It is very good you've
hoy
done
en
it.
día es muy
You
difícil
asked it
diagnosticarla,
because today it's very
porque
difficult
la
to
hiperuricemia
diagnose it
puede comenzar tan
because
temprano en el momento en que uno
hyperuricemia could be
queda
as
embarazada.
early as
Por lo
you
tanto,
get pregnant.
el diagnóstico
Then
fácil sería, ¿cierto?,
that
medir las
easy
hormonas tiroideas
diagnosis would be
constantemente, medir cómo está T4
measuring
y cómo está
the
TSH.
thyroid hormones
Esto lo hacen
constantly,
más o menos como a las
measuring the
20
level of
semanas de gestación.
T4 and TCH.
Em,
This is done around
Una
at 20
posibilidad,
weeks of
y eso
gestation.
estamos
One
trabajando también en
possibility,
nuestro
and we are
laboratorio con
working
la
on
doctora
that in
Cecilia
our
Opaso, el
laboratory with
desarrollo de
Dr.
un
Cecilio Paso,
test
is
que
developing a
podría
test
la mujer que se quiere
that
embarazar hacer
woman
un
who wants to
constante
get pregnant could
chequeo
make
de sus hormonas
an
tiroideas a
ongoing
través de la
check
orina.
of
Esa es
her
una propuesta que tenemos.
thyroid hormone through urine.
Pero,
That's a
basado ahora en
proposal.
el libro,
But now,
como no
based
podemos
on the book,
nosotros
since we
realmente saber
cannot
si una
actually
mujer
know
embarazada
whether
va a
a
tener bajo
pregnant woman
T4,
is going to
tener
have
quizás
low
una
T4
dieta
levels, perhaps
que permita
having
disminuir la
a diet
inflamación.
that allows to decrease
Probablemente,
inflammation.
si se disminuye la
Probably,
inflamación,
if
podemos
inflammation
proteger
is
ese
decreased,
embarazo.
we may protect that
Y
pregnancy.
de cierta manera, no la
And
diagnosticamos, pero
somehow,
sí quizás
we do not
prevenimos
diagnose that,
la
but we
consecuencia de una
may
inflamación
prevent the
debido a una baja de
consequence of
T4.
an inflammation because of a
Muchas
low
gracias.
level of T4. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por tu presentación, Claudia, muy
Thank you very much
comprensiva
for your
de todas
presentation,
las
Claudia. Very
results.
comprehensive.
Bueno, impresionante ver que esto
Well, it
lleva
is
tantos años
impressive to
de
see
carrera de tu laboratorio y
this
tengo
is
el honor
long
de
lasting
haber
in your
participado en alguno al
laboratory.
inicio,
I
pero
had the honor
tengo
of
una
participating
consulta
at the beginning.
tomando en
But the
cuenta lo
question,
siguiente.
taking into
Además de
account
la
the following,
tirotoxinemia,
besides
el
the
hipotiroidismo, que es muy frecuente,
hypothyroxemia and
pero también qué
hypothyroidism,
pasa
which
con
is quite
aquellas
often,
personas que
what
se
happens
tratan del
with those
hipotiroidismo
people
tomando
that are
constantemente
treating
Eutirox, que
hypothyroidisms,
probablemente de
taking
todas maneras
Uterox
no tienen los niveles
constantly, that
normales
anyway don't have
o
the
no llegan
regular levels, or they
exógenamente
cannot reach. It is regulated exogenously, but people who are being administered Euthyrox on a regular basis would have an inflammatory, a different inflammatory pattern compared to a no hemothyroidic person.
Si los niveles de T4,
Well, if
si el tratamiento
T4
con Euthyrox
levels,
llega a
the
niveles
treatment with
normales, no
Euthyrox
debería
reach
haber ese
regular
problema, no
levels,
debería ser.
that problem shouldn't
Sin
be
embargo,
there.
pueden haber otras
Nevertheless, there could
condiciones
be other
que puedan
conditions
llevar
that may lead
a tener inflamación. Y por
to
ejemplo, podría
inflammation.
ser que
For
la
instance,
madre
it could be
tenga
that the mother
un nivel de expresión de los
has
receptores de hormona
a level of exposure of receptor of thyroid hormones, which is different. There could be a resistance to the thyroid hormones. It might be.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Gracias por la
Hello, good
presentación.
afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask if there is any way to reduce the inflammation, the chronic inflammation produced in a gestated under THDX
Si me lo puedes repetir,
conditions.
que se escuchó bajito
If
una
you
parte
could
que...
Ya, si se
repeat, because
puede reducir o
if it
atenuar la
could be
inflamación crónica
reduced or
producida
attenuate the chronic inflammation produced
gestado en condición
in
de
a
HPV.
gestated
No lo sabemos.
individual
Y
under
eso son
THDX
experimentos que
conditions.
van a venir
We
a
don't know
futuro.
that. These are the
Tratar de
experiments that
prevenir
will
esa
come in the future.
inflamación
Try
y
to
ver si esa
avoid the
inflamación
inflammation
es
and
la que
find
provoca
out
el
whether that
daño en el
inflammation
neurodesarrollo.
causes the damage
Eso
in
no
the
lo sabemos, pero
neurodevelopment. We
esos
don't
son
know that yet,
experimentos que vienen a
but
futuro.
those are the experiments coming in the
Gracias.
future.
Gracias
Thank
por
you
tu
very
pregunta.
much. Thank you for your question.
Muchas gracias, doctora Riel. Y
Thank you very much,
nuevamente,
Dr. Riel,
muchas
and once again,
felicitaciones a usted y a la doctora Bueno
congratulations
por
you and
su
Dr.
libro.
Bueno for your book.
Entonces,
Then,
antes de pasar a lo que
before
sería
moving on
nuestro
to
último
what
bloque
is
y
our
en honor
last
al tiempo
panel,
también, les
and
invitamos
on the sake
entonces
of
a
time,
una
we
pequeña
invite
pausa.
you to a
Tenemos un
small
coffee
pause.
break
We've
acá
got
afuera
a
donde
coffee
fue
break
el anterior
outside
y
where the
volvemos
previous
a esta
one
sala. Unos
took
10,
place,
15
and we
minutos,
will
por favor.
come back in 10 or 15 minutes, please.
like to start with the fourth last part of this Congress, New Frontiers of Immunomedicine. First of all, we're going to present Dr. Jinling Xia from the College of Medicine of the University of Illinois, Chicago, the US.
No me avisaron un cambio de...
There was a change of plans. So, to begin with, we would like to introduce Dr. Aniela Wozniak. She's an associate professor of the School of Medicine of this university and also an adjunct researcher of the Millennial Institute, with her presentation called The Development of an Intranasal Vaccine Against Streptococcus based on a probiotic, on a living probiotic.
Okay. Ya. Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hello.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Antes que nada quisiera agradecer
So before starting, I'd like to thank everyone for the invitation. And aside from that, I loved being able to listen to all of the lectures we've had today. I think they're being great. And now I want to tell you about the things we've been doing and also tell you a little bit about the state of vaccines against a pathogen called Streptococcus group A.
Este patógeno
So
es
this
el,
pathogen
se conoce, es
is
el
known
causante, es el agente
or
bacteriano
causes
causante número uno de la
or is
faringitis
the number one cause
bacteriana o
of
faringitis estreptocócica.
bacterial pharyngitis or
Si uno lo mira al
amygdalitis.
microscopio,
And
es
if you
una
take a look
bacteria
at
gram
this in the
positiva
microscope, it's a positive
que
bacteria
se ve violeta
that
luego de la
looks
tinción de
purple
Gram, que es una tinción
once
con
we
cristal
provide
violeta,
gram tension,
y vive
and
normalmente en la
it
piel y en
lives
las fosas
on the
nasales y en
skin,
la
on the
cavidad
nostrils,
nasofaringea de las
and
personas
also
sanas,
in
en un
the
porcentaje que varía
nasopharyngeal
dependiendo de
area
las
of healthy
distintas
people,
poblaciones,
and it
pero
varies depending on people,
oscila
but
entre el 15 y
possibly
el
moves
20%
among
de
15 to
portaciones en los
20% of
niños en edad
carriage
escolar.
in school children.
Además de causar,
Aside from this, aside from
faringoamigdalitis
causing
estreptocócica, es el
pharyngomyelitis,
agente causante de
it
otras
also
lesiones de
causes
piel
other
como
kinds of
impetigo,
injuries,
celulitis o
such as
fiebre escarlatina o
cellulitis
fiebre escarlata.
or scarlet fever or impetigo.
También causa
Aside from this,
infecciones invasoras
it
como la
causes
tonsillitis enfisema y
different
el shock séptico,
invasives, septic
y
shock, for
en
example,
alrededor de un 3
and
al 4% de los
approximately 3 to
casos
4%
que
of
no son
cases
tratados,
that
un
are not
caso de
treated,
una infección superficial como la
which is just a
faringoamigdalitis
shallow
puede causar
infectious such as
secuelas
pharyngomyelitis,
autoinmunes,
it may cause autoimmune
principalmente
consequences,
porque ahora se
mainly,
sabe que tiene
and now we
epitopes
know that it has
autoinmunes
some epitopes which are
proteínas de
autoimmune
superficie.
in their surface proteins.
Bueno, como les dije, es el agente
Well, as
causante
I
de
was saying, it's
faringoamigdalitis
the
y la
agent of
forma de reconocer
pharyngomyelitis, and the
cuando
way
una
we
persona
can
está
know
infectada
if
por
someone
este
is
patógeno
infected
es
by
porque
this
tiene
pathogen or
mucha
not,
fiebre,
because they have a fever,
tiene los nódulos
and lymph nodes
linfáticos cervicales agrandados,
are usually larger.
hay un
There's
garganta
also
de coloración roja,
sore throat,
escalofríos y
shivering,
temblores.
and shaking in general.
Esta bacteria se
So this bacteria
disemina a partir de
is
de los
spread
alimentos y
through
además de
food
las
and at
personas
the same time
que muchas veces son
among people.
portadoras y no
And
saben que son
sometimes people
portadoras,
carry
pero
this
pueden
without
transmitir
noticing, but they can
esta
actually
bacteria a otras personas que
transmit
sí
this
pueden
disease to other
desarrollar
people
enfermedad.
that can develop some diseases.
Disculpen, no se ve muy bien acá
Sorry, I'm not able to see this on the screen properly.
en la diapositiva. Lo que quería mostrarles es que
But what I wanted to
no
show is
existe una
that
vacuna actualmente
there's
contra este
no
patógeno.
vaccine against this
Han habido
pathogen right now.
algunos
There's
problemas
been
al
some
respecto de
problems
por
when
qué
it
no
comes
hay una
to
vacuna
making a vaccine.
y
and it was declared as a priority, public health priority by the WHO in 2016 and then in 2018 as well. But despite all efforts, we haven't been able to find a vaccine against this pathogen.
Este es un patógeno
And this
exclusivamente
is an
humano.
exclusive, a human pathogen. And since it is for humans only, it's specialized in our species and it has several virulent factors. So it can generate several infections. And one of the most important virulent factors this bacteria has is called N protein. And this is a protein that can be found in the surface of the bacteria. And what it does basically is avoiding phagocytosis, which means it's an extracellular bacteria. And because of that, the strategy of this protein is actually joining antibodies from the FC region. And that way, it's not available, that region is not available to be recognized by the different cells later on. So this M protein has several regions, and the most external region is a membrane one called region A, region B, and C. And region A specifically is the one that gives protection against a subsequent infection. But the problem with this is that it varies a lot. I mean, we have more than 240 different types based on nucleotide sequence of this region. And well, we know by now that IgA is associated to protection against lung, and IgG, systemic IgG, is also associated to the protection against invasive agents. And the different M times, well, they're not directly related perfectly, but some of them are actually associated to some invasive infections such as type 1, and other types are more associated to self-immune causes such as type 3. So why don't we, so how come we don't have a vaccine? Since it's human exclusive, there are no animal models so that we can assess these vaccines. Because of the genetic diversity of the antigens, that's also something to consider that protects this against different infections. So that's why people get infected rapidly in their lives with this particular pathogen. But protection, or after several infections, protection is there. So that's why adults don't get infected as much with this particular disease than children in school age. And the other problem that we have is the safety of the vaccine. As we mentioned, in the B repeated region, we can find some self-immune epitopes that have some specific mimetisms with the epitopes of cardiac elements. So whenever an infectious is not properly treated with amoxicillin or intramuscular penicillin, the pathogen is there moving around, and that's why we have these self-immune responses. Since these are low frequency events, among 3 to 4% of cases, we require a lot of patients so that we can have a clinical assay or a clinical test. And that way we can determine the self-immune processes, which are not that common. At the same time, we need to consider that investment in vaccine has been reduced a lot. It's not that attractive to invest in vaccines, especially for pharmaceutical companies, unlike what happens with other kinds of drugs. So this is just to show you the genetic diversity, I'm sorry, of these elements, and this we have the distribution, and these charts are published in the CDE chart, and they have been published for the different global regions. So this, for example, is in developed countries, the distribution of different N types, and we can always find higher numbers that are more in population number 1, number 12, number 28. This is a type that is more relevant in this distribution of industrialized countries. But if we take a look at the distribution in other regions, such as in the Pacific Islands, for example, in Australia, the distribution is different. That means that a vaccine that can be used in this kind of population may not be as effective in another population with a different distribution. So, as I said before, there's no vaccine. There's no vaccine against this pathogen, but there are lots of vaccines being tested in different stages of experimentation, by the way. So some of them can be found in preclinical stages, and as you can see, only 4 of them have managed to get stage 1, and only 1 of them has been able to reach stage 2 of development. So basically, we're saying there are 2 main strategies to develop vaccines against this pathogen. One of them is being based in the M protein, which means that we need to work in polyvalent vaccines, or being based on constant antigen, such as the ones that we have mentioned among the several other elements. For example, SpiceEC, and some vaccines are based on different types of vaccines. For example, this one is called Combo 5 or Combo 5, which is quite recent actually. It was developed recently, only a few years ago, and it's based on peptidasa right here, protease as well, which breaks the interleukin 8, tetraptolicina O, and also in other virulent factors. So these are basically the 2 strategies that we have available to develop some things against this pathogen. So I wanted to show you what was the proposal that we started regarding this vaccine. And this is an intranasal vaccine based in the hypervariable A, specifically on Lactococcus lactis. And this is a strand that what it does is a strand that comes from one that is used in the fabrication of yogurt. Okay, it has a modification which makes it proper to the use of lactose as the single use of carbon, so you can transform this with a plasmide that complements this particular gen that requires this, and that way we can actually choose the different transformative elements without the need of having some resistant genes. So this vector, actually, a good thing about it is that it's possible to administer it intranasally because it stimulates the mucous immunity and also the production of IgA, which is associated with the protection of different diseases. Aside from this, it's also capable of inducing some immune responses, systemic immune responses. The other advantage of this is since it's intranasal, it has another way to be administered. It doesn't depend on syringes or specialized staff to administer this vaccine. And aside from all of this, since the vaccine is a mixture of 10 strands of 10 different clones of L. lactis, one of the hypervariable regions of the M protein is there. So this is a study that was conducted several years ago, in which we noticed the distribution of this in Chile. And we noticed that this was the distribution that we found. And these, the gray lines, are the ones that were included in the vaccine. 75, why is not there? Because it is associated to non-invasive infections. That's why we decided to include number 3, which is associated to self-immune sequences. And aside from this, I didn't show this, otherwise it would be too much, but then we ran another study based on this type so that we could assess the distribution of CM in Chile, and it gave us something quite similar. And since it was 2, 1, in this chart, it was different on the CDC graphic. We have 28, 4, and what I want to say with this is that the distribution in Latin America is similar to the distribution that we can find in industrialized countries according to these charts.
Ya, entonces, para eso
Okay,
usamos
so
esa,
in order to solve this, we use this strand that I mentioned, which comes from a starter strand that is used for the fabrication of yogurt. And what we did right here was actually introducing and amplifying not only the hypervariable region of the M protein along with this peptide and the anchorage membrane domain. And with this, we introduced this in each of the different plasmids and each of the different strands. And we did this at the first place with intranasal of mice. After this, we were able to get licensed to get the patent of this in 2017. And what we managed to see there is that in mice that were immunized nasally with this vaccine, which is a mixture, as I said before, of on PVS. I mean, we didn't add adjuvants, and this was a living vaccine or living bacteria on PVS. We managed to get a title of antibodies in serum, which was meaningful to or significant actually against the different types of vaccine. It wasn't like that to the different types of peptides of the CM type that were not included in the vaccine.
Este es el gráfico,
So this is the chart, one of the charts actually. And after the challenge, or 2 weeks after the last doses, there were 3 doses separated by 14 days. We had a challenge with a lethal doses of Streptococcus group A, lethal to the 90%. So it was a dosage that kills 90% of mice. And we got a result that said that well, these are actually the immunized mice with the vaccine. This is the weight curve in which immunized mice had a decrease in weight, but they got better. And they got better, some of them got better because, well, actually most of them died. And mice that were not immunized in this sense died on day 4. And this is a control that we wanted to use with an M type that is not included in the vaccine, which is M11. So what I'm saying right here is that we notice an important difference between the survival rate of mice that were vaccine, that survived actually in 100%, in comparison to mice that were not vaccinated and that died. And immunized mice with the wild-type bacteria actually still had a 10% of survival rate. And we also did the clinical support of these mice by basically observing the evolution fur, weight also was also included in the clinical score, the behavior of mice in general, and we could see that the mice that were vaccinated had a better clinical score, but right after that, they went back to the clinical score of mice, of healthy mice. In comparison to these, the mice that were not vaccinated did not recover the clinical score up to the end of the experiment. As I said before, since this is a vaccine based on a bacterial vector, living vector, the safety tests are really important in this kind of vaccines, okay? So one of the tests that we did right here was related to, well, seeing actually, to have the hemogram of the vaccinated mice. And then after the vaccination, we wanted to see if about the average of lymphocytes, monocytes, and the hemogram that we can see right here, and that is usually done in people. We had this on mice, and we noticed that there was no major difference between unvaccinated mice and vaccinated mice. And here, what we can see right here is that this was not the best result, but I wanted to show it anyways. The evolution of the weight of mice after the immunization, in which we can see that vaccinated mice, I'm sorry, they had a 10% reduction 2 days after the vaccine, and they get better approximately at day number 6. They have their way back. And this happens in every single immunization. I mean, there's no challenge here. The challenge happens over here. And this is just the evolution of weight in mice after the immunization. And I haven't shown this because there were too many slides, but what happens here is that after the immunization, the nasal epithelium starts developing a mucus, and we thought that maybe mice stopped eating, and that's why they had an injury in their epithelium, but then they get better. Another important aspect of this kind of vaccine is actually seeing if it's possible to eliminate this from the host easily. And in order to do this, we made some culture on the oropharyngeal analysis of mice at 1, 17, and 1, 7, 14, 28, 42, and 19 days. And we analyzed the different tissues involved in immunizations, such as the nose, the trachea, and the lungs. And bacteria did not recover in any of this time. I mean, bacteria was totally eliminated without antibiotics. And then we tried this, we tested this on rabbits, and it's a similar protocol. I mean, the only difference is that the time among the between the immunizations is longer. We're talking about 4 weeks. And there's no challenge here. I mean, technically speaking, the challenge with mice is complex. And it cannot be done properly. So what we did was determining the serum of immunized mice. And these were the titles, I'm sorry, the increase of antibodies in saliva specifically. So we took the saliva of the immunized mice with a torula, and then we ran the test in order to see the antibodies response. And each of the 10 proteins that we had included in the vaccine was there. And we noticed that there was an increase in six meaningful increase in the different types that we had included in the vaccine. And we did this, I didn't show this, but we did this in mice, and we weren't able to see any kind of IgA response. But actually, in rabbits, we did see a meaningful response, at least in 6 of the different types that were included in the vaccine. The bactericide activity test, what we did right here, I mean, we already see that there were antibodies, so we want to see if these antibodies are actually good or bad. If they have a capability to eliminate bacteria, so we mix the serum in mice with 200 units of the pathogen and human blood, which is the neutrophilus source of vectors. And we culture all of this, and then we measure it against a control in which we have 100% of growth. So the average of survival, or the percentage of survival, I'm sorry, I mean, the lower it is that it means that the serum of rabbit has a more bactericide capability. I'm so sorry. And what we saw here is that we measured this for other elements, and it was meaningful for 6 of the elements that we included in the vaccine.
Y esta es la curva de peso.
And this is the weight curve that is different from the one that we saw before with mice. And this curve after the immunization, as you can see, is different. There's no challenge here, actually. And what we notice here is that there's no reduction in weight, as we saw with rabbits, for example, or with mice. In the case of rabbits, I mean, they didn't reduce their weight as much as they did in rabbits.
Bueno, como les dije, esta vacuna
Which is
está
a good
basada en
thing,
10
of course.
tipos M,
This vaccine is based on different types, and we've had some major changes, some epidemiological changes of this pathogen at a world level. I mean, recently, almost 2 years ago, WHO issued an alert because of the increase of different invasive infection caused by this pathogen. And after this, several reports were made, especially in European countries,
hacían referencia a este
in which
aumento
they were talking about this increase on the different invasive infections. And for example, right here at this work, it is mentioned that there's a huge increase of infections that went from 2 to 10 infections per day in children. They analyzed all of these strands by the genome sequencing of all of this, and they noticed that most of them were actually of type 2 and type 1. And they also noticed that most of them were a clone called M1 UK, and this is a clone that has 27 SNPs, which means 27 differences in comparison to the global M clone, which was prevalent back then. And this clone was described in 2015 in the UK. And after this, it was shown that it was not only prevalent in the UK, but actually in other European countries, and countries that in other continents as well. And because of this clone, it has some mutations which are negatively regulated. And SPA is a gene that modifies a specific toxin, and it is associated to scarlet fever and also invasive diseases. Actually, they ran this analysis, and this is a phylogenetic tree in which we can see that this clone actually generates a different lineage in comparison to the global M1 clone. So they ran the analysis of the different strands that affected this so that they could see what happened with this increase on invasive infections. And it seems to be that M1 type is associated to these invasive infections, M1K is also associated to SPA and SPJ, which is another toxin, which is also associated to invasive infections. And what they say and what most of the reports say on the increase of invasive infections have to do with the immunological response after COVID, which have to do with a reduction on adaptive immunity because of isolation of people during COVID-19 pandemic. And also due to the co-circulation with respiratory virus such as the influenza virus. And this was similar to what happened in May and June last year in Chile, for example. It was all over the news. I don't know if you noticed that, but there was also a significant increase, an important element, and this is a report on Denmark at the same time. And we saw an expansion on the M1 and M12 types that relate to red and blue right here. And same thing. I mean, they noticed that there was an outbreak because of the M1 type and because of the co-circulation of respiratory diseases. But it seems to be, unlike M1 UK, they describe another clone which is called M1 DK. This was in Denmark, by the way, so they called it DK. And they noticed that it was not available or present on M1K, so this clone was actually more predominant, which is known M1DK, and it has different toxins associated to it, which are very different from the one that the M1UK used to have. So this is the distribution in Chile. And here we can see well, some data on the ILCP report that is published every single year on the distribution of Streptococcus. And ISP is it is forced to report the findings on Streptococcus type I and the sterilite types, not only in pharyngoamygdalitis. It is not mandatory anywhere, actually, because it's useless because it is too frequent, but it is mandatory to report this in sterile places because it is considered an invasive infection. And what we can see right here is that the distribution of it, and we can see that the M type was reduced, but we can see that some other types, such as M22, was also reduced, and it went from 6% in 2014 to 1% in 2023. And we can see that there are some types that were not there, and they started to show up, such as MK4973, among others. So I'm so sorry for the graphics, but this is the same one that I showed before. And this is a new study that was made last year considering the distribution of type C in Chile. And we can see that the distribution became more polyclonal. It was different from the predominant one. And we noticed different types, different new types. And these made that the coverage of the vaccine turned into 81% to 45%. And it has to do with the gray lines or the gray bars, which are included in the vaccine. And we can see there are several emerging types that we hadn't seen in previous studies. For example, this one on the screen that was not detected in previous studies. And actually, 3 of them are the same ones that we found on the ISP data. So because of that, and for the purpose of this invasive outbreak we had in Chile between May and June, they started or were increasing a lot during January, but in May and June, that's when they were all over the news because of the co-circulation of respiratory viruses. So we studied this. We studied different strands and we sequenced these all over the place. And as we can see, out of the 7 strains, one of them are M12, M1, and another one was 74 that had never been detected in Chile. So all of these isolations are related to invasive infections, which were severe, okay? They were considered severe with different types of manifestations. For example, pneumonia, necrotizing pharyngitis, and septic shock. And we also saw that among the M1s that we had sequenced, 2 of them were type 1 UK with the same 26 SNPs that the original strain has of M1 UK. At the same time, we found that there are lots of virulent factors. All of the M1 had different ones, and they had the toxin, for example, the superantigen, and several of them, several toxins. This pathogen has different virulent factors, and they were found in every single strain, regardless of the type. So this vaccine, I didn't mention it, but it was written there. It's called MX10 because it is based on 10 different kinds of M's. And we noticed that it was immunogenic in mice and in rabbits. It didn't alter the different parameters, and it didn't induce loss weight in rabbits. However, epidemiology changed, and as I showed before, the coverage of the vaccine went down from 86 to 42. So these epidemiological changes have some consequences, clinical consequences, because these new types may be associated to other kinds of virulent factors that may generate more virulence and at the same time the capability of being invasors. And the other one, which is also very important for us, is that they affect actually the development strategy of the vaccine because coverage has been reduced. So one of the strategies we have used is actually including in this vaccine some conserved epitopes, which means virulent factors that can be conserved among the different strains regardless of the M type they are. And that's what we're doing right now. So I'd like to thank the Millennial Institute, also Dr. Calergis for inviting me, Dr. Susan Bueno as well, and thank you everyone that have participated over these 2 years in the development of this vaccine. So if you have some questions, here I am.
Entonces, en honor al tiempo, vamos a dar espacio solo a 1 o 2 preguntas, si es que alguien de la
For the sake of
audiencia
time, we
tiene
will have room for only 1 or 2 questions if anybody in the audience has any question.
Very, very nice talk. Do you have any idea of what aspect, what part of the immune system kills the bacteria?
What? Excuse me?
Do you know what component of the immune system kills the bacteria? You know, is it FC gamma activated antibodies? Is it CD4 T cells? Is it CD8 T cells?
Neutrophils.
You think it's all
Neutrophils.
neutrophils?
Basically, neutrophils.
But
Yes, this is the
how does
what
the
is this
immune system?
granulocytes.
But what component? Right, neutrophils aren't adaptive immunity, right?
Yes.
What's the component of the adaptive immunity that's activating the neutrophils?
The this is basically a humoral response based in processing of the bacteria and elicits a T cell response that stimulates plasma cells with antibody production.
Muchas gracias, doctora. Mi nombre es Mario Ramírez.
Thank
Quería
you,
hacerle
doctor.
una
My name is
pregunta
Mario Ramirez. I
respecto
would like to
a
ask you a
la
question
administración de esta
regarding
vacuna.
the
¿Es a través de
administration of this
gotículas
vaccine. Is
o a
it
través
through
de spray
droplets
nasal?
or
Y lo otro, si es que
through
se ha evaluado la
nasal
respuesta
spray?
más bien
The
celular
other question,
generada
whether
por la
have
vacuna,
you
ya que
assessed
se ha
the
descrito que
overall
la inmunización
response
intranasal
by the vaccine, because
genera
it's been
tipos
described
celulares
that
residentes de
intranasal
memoria que son súper importantes
immunity generates
respuesta inmune.
resident memories that are very important for the immune
La vacuna
response.
está pensada para
The vaccine is
ser administrada
thought
por un spray
is
intranasal
designed to be administered
y
by an
no hemos
intranasal
evaluado
spray.
la
No, we
respuesta celular
haven't
que
assessed the
obtenemos
cellular response we
producto de esta
obtained
inmunización,
because of
pero
this
sí es
immunization.
algo que
But
queremos
this
hacer.
is something we want to do, definitely.
Muchas gracias, doctora.
Thank you very much, doctor.
Entonces agradecemos nuevamente a la
Then we
doctora
would like to
Bosniak
thank
por su
Dr.
presentación.
Bosniak for her presentation.
Entonces, ahora para cerrar este
Now
último
to
bloque
wrap
de
up this last block of presentations,
recibimos al
we will
doctor Yang
receive
Lin Xia,
Dr.
profesor de
Yang
investigación
Lin
de
Chia,
medicina del
Professor of
College of
Research of
Medicine de
Medicine
la
of the College of
University of
Medicine
Illinois
of the
en Chicago,
University of
Estados
Illinois
Unidos,
in Chicago,
con
the
su
United States.
presentación
With
titulada
his
Las
presentation
características de
entitled
los datos del microbioma
Characteristics of
y
Microbiome
descripción general
Data
de las
and General
estadísticas del
Description
microbioma.
of Statistics of Microbiome.
So you can change slides with that, and this is the user, and here you have some.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to attend my presentation. First of all, thank you, Dr. Susan Buller, invited me to provide me opportunity to share my work here. And I will go over some slides. For the first, we want to define the microbiome. And then we describe the microbiome data characters, and then describe the microbiome research systems, and then divide the challenges of the microbiome data analysis. Last, I will review some statistics method in the microbiome statistics that I derived microbiome statistics. So microbiome is invisible, but they exist in our body and around the environment. So question is how to define the microbiome. There are the microbiome, the terms of microbiota and the microbiome can be tracked back to at least 1927 and 1949 respectively. In 1942, John Muir introduced the term microbiome to reference the microorganisms inhabiting the spatial environment. The number of the bacteria in Audius colon is 3.8 times 10 up to 13. So, and the ratio of the bacteria and the human cells is close to 1:1. So, a newly described organ, typically defined the microbiome is the newly described organ that interactions with other organs and infect our health and develop the disease. So the two microbiome definition is very popular in the literature. First is divided in 1988 is Wilbers defined the microbiome as a characteristic microbiome community and is the field of action activity. So this definition is emphasize the distinct physical and chemical properties. Microbiome have some
properties. Maybe most of the cited definition came from the 2001 is Lederberg. From the Magerbaum, Magerbaum has economic committee, the organs, but emphasize Magerbaum determines the health disease. I think this sentence is very important. The defined Magerbaum is distant health disease because this is Lederberg is liberal reader. So this definition is most cited in the literature. So summary, the Magerbaum we can see, we can define the Magerbaum, include the Magerbiota. So also define the field or activity. So include some structure of the structures. Also include the internal adrenal structures elements. So include the Magerbaum metabolites. So we describe some of the characters of Magerbaum data. So Magerbaum data is generally two approaches, bioinformatic approaches. One is we call the 16 SA approaches. So generally the immuno sequence. Another one is the shotgun sequence. There are two approaches defined Magerbaum. So Magerbaum statistics analysis is post these data generations. So Magerbaum is coding as phylogenetic is a tree structure. There are three fields. There are three fields: bacteria, archaea, and eukaryote. So from the most of the jewelry, from the domain to the most of the specific species, we have 8 layers for Magerbaum data. So that's one reason. So Magerbaum data analysis is very challenging. One example of the Magerbaum data is like this. We can see this is bacteria, 16S data, 16S data. This is sample. This is samples. We can see most of the data is very large, but some of them is many of zeros here, and also small numbers. So that means Magerbaum data is sparse. So this is the same data set, but we normalized so that we get the percentage of each of these bacteria across all the samples is at 100% or equals 1. So that is normalized data. So that means Magerbaum data is compositional. So that means all the correlation of the bacteria, at least the one correlation is negative. So this is a study from the regional Magerbaum. Mayuta have 32 non-pregnant and 22 pregnant women who delivered a child at a term. So we can say that for this one, we can 40% of zeros, 40% zeros. But this one almost the 74% zeros. We can say all medium is here, but the variance is very large. So for this kind of data, so variance is very larger than the mean. They also have many percent zeros for some of them bacteria. We call the taxonomy. This is one distribution for this bacteria. We can say that the ability zeros is most of 85% zeros for this kind of bacteria. We can say that the medium is 0, mean is 2.6, or the variance is very large. So this kind of data is very large than the means, or also medium is zeros. So this kind of data is very challenging for analysis. In summary, Magerbaum data can coding as phylogenetic tree and classify into hierarchy taxonomy ranks. They are high dimensional. For such this kind of data, we just show that there are 248 bacteria, but just in the 8 samples. So they have, for genetics, we call the large P and the small n problem. They are compositional. So some of all the percentage of bacteria into O1, they are over dispersed. Dispersed that means variance very greater than means. So often have spacing with many of zeros. When in one case of we have 74 zeros in these samples, they are heterogeneous. So how I can this kind of data? So macro data says this is very challenging. But typically macro data have two kind of research topic for here. We basically macro data said analysis is focused on 3 facts: microbiome, environment, and the host. Based on these 3 facts, we can basically define 3 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 is talk about how microbiome associated with the host. Hypothesis 2, how many environment to have some effect of microbiome, such as how many treatment or prevention group to associate with microbiome. Also, we can derive the third hypothesis. We can say how microbiome environments to infect the host are mediated by microbiome. So this is basically 3 kind of hypotheses we can develop based on these 3 kind of facts. So microbiome data is a lot of characters is we can integrate. So microbiome data is host multiple omics integration. We can say this is multiple omics. We can include everything, can replicate here. And also environment, these 3 kind of association hypothesis, we can replicate everything. For treatment, for environment, we can do treatment, demographics, or clinical facts we include here. For the host, we can external facts, also the intrinsic facts. So such as this kind of data, we can integrate all the packages to integrate microbiome data analysis. So because microbiome data have all of these unique characters, also we focus on microbiome data have 2 of basically seasons. So this is kind of data is very challenging. For the normal distribution, the data set is like this, is a bell shape. The almost 79% data should be normalized, should be go to this here to negative 2 standard deviation to the positive standard here. But microbiome data set is like this. High dimensional, that means they have large P and a small problem. So the P represents the variables. The N is sample size. So the variables is very large sample size. So if the data have large P and a small problem, the data are antideterminant. So in this example, we have 248 bacteria, but just 8 samples. So if we get some scatter plot, we use 13,000, more than 13,000 2-dimensional plot. We can visualize that data. So that is important. That is important. Yeah. So typically, microbiome data analysis, if we visualize this data, we analyze the data, we should be get some distance or distribution measurement. We also use the summer statistics. We will show later. So also microbiome data is compositional. That means variables are not independent. So causes the dependency problems. So for the standard, so that violates the assumption for the standard test or standard models to validate the submission of standard test. So composition data are not linear and monitoring. So that causes the Pearson or Superman correlation are invalid. We cannot use that. So scatter plot or cuckoo plot for the presentation of composition data will be disturbed. Or the composition are not multiple normal distributed. So we cannot use the multiple normal distribution to analysis microbiome data. So sparsity problem will have x to zeros. So typically the models or statistics for microbiome data, they are all distributed and all zero inflated model. So that means we need to or specific model to analyze microbiome data. We cannot use the standard test or model to analyze microbiome data. So heterogeneity, that challenge is how you integrate a microbiome data set, such also even challenge to integrate multiple omic data set, such as microbiota and or metabolized data. So different things. That is typical. Or usually they have similar study in the literature. They are get a not consistent result. So that reason also because we cannot use typically use the meta-analysis to analyze microbiome data. So this is example for our study to show that how to integrate multiple domain study. So this is for shotgun data for jewelry vitamin D or VDR study. So we do some correlation. So the most of the things we develop a method. We apply differential analysis for the microbiome data first, and then we also use the differential analysis another domain such as virus and the kingdom, and then we choose the top one, do some correlation to say each they are correlated. So this is manually developed method, but also safely method to currently we in the literature we develop. So finally, we emphasize some of paradigm shift in microbiome research. We redefine the microbiome study as hypothesis-driven experimental science. So we present the two kind of definition in the literature, but I think that definition, most things is based on macroecology, not macroecology. We differentiate the macroecology is different for the macroecology because microbiome data analysis initially is adopted the macroecology. We should be emphasized some of changes we should be made in the literature. So we emphasize detecting the functions and mechanism study is more important than just the describe the diversity of a microbiome study. For most of macro study, they emphasize microbiome alpha diversity, beta diversity. That is old school concepts for applied microbiome study. Now we emphasize functions, and the mechanism study should be more important than just describe the distribution of microbiome taxonomy. Also, we emphasize or hypothesis-driven or mechanism study, microbiome study should be test or experiments, also clinical trial, rather than just observations. Therefore, we define the microbiome studies in our new book, which just published in July. We define the microbiome studies. Previously, microbiome and statistics, no microbiome statistics. We start here, we officially define micro study. So let me review some statistics method in microbiome statistics. The one of them is the universal analysis. And also we just quickly review some multiple variance analysis statistics. Here, Some depends whether the data are normally or non-normally distributed. Number of experiment group or conditions. We still can use t-test, but we should limit to use this t-test. We also can use the real t-test, another one, vector cross rank test, and also cross Wallace test. Still can use, but we should be prevent the others, the readers, there are limitations. They have limitation there. We also, for the zero inflated model, we can adopt the AGR or description sequence. These two kind of method is development for analysis the jewelry and RNA sequence data. These two model is very well adopted in the Magraban study. So this model is developed the variance, use the variance stabilization transformation to trace the O distribution. They are used negative binomial model and developed for the small sample size. Typically, because with small, some Magraban data set, the sample size is very small, usually. So we suggest use this kind of model to use the Magraban data set is officially is proposed by Dr. Hermes in the Harvard University. This is the one of the data set is use these age models. We used for the with the smoking data set. We compare the smoking or non-smoking data set. This data set is for the middle age. We can use this kind of model to choose the top one. Top bacterial, this is actually bacterial names, is the log fold change, is the log fold millennial, is the p-value. And also we need to adjust the p-values because this is the universal analysis. We conduct multiple comparison, multiple testing. So we need to adjust the p-values to make a real result. The finding is more accurate. This is a zero inflated model. Typically, we can use zero inflated model. This is zero inflated model and also zero herd model. We can use this kind of data. So this model typically we still use to address the zero inflated issues of microbiome data. So this is a paper is the first published the 2015. And by the way, I'm editor for this paper. Yeah. So we quickly and also we use the first paper applying the zero herd model negative binomial is from this Europe group. This Dr. Sang also shared this paper. Yeah, this is a zero inflated model. This is zero herd negative binomial example. We can say that we can trace these zero inflated issues. The variance is very large. This slide we just showed previously. This example is for zero inflated model. This is just show as zero inflated model. There are two components. One component is called fixed effect. Another one is called zero inflated effects. So zero effect, we can say that this log delta. We can say that. So this effect we compare to the group. They are very significant difference. So zero inflated components also very significant difference. This is a zero inflated model. Typically, this result is consistent with zero inflated negative binomial. These two kind of things, both of things is very similar. The result. So takeaway home messages, microbiome data have some unique characters. Analysis microbiome data is very challenging. New studies method are still in development. So we hope to get the better understanding of microbiome studies. So this is some reference book so far we wrote. By the way, this is the first book we published in 2018. This book is very received in the our colleagues. Yeah. So expected also hard copy sold many composite. They have 19K downloads in the spring publish. There are more than 15 countries use. Give me feedback. There are also the Europe have aesthetics professor invited a lot of training professor to write a book review and published in 2019. So in this recent book, we defined background statics. But previously, they don't have background statics. Yeah, for I think this is a timing we need to define background statics because this is a very challenging topic in statics. Yeah, thank you so much. So I can take questions.
Thank you very much, doctor. So, tenemos espacio para una o dos preguntas
So
máximo.
we have room for one or two questions maximum. I see Dr. Jacob has his hand risen and at the back.
Thank you for that. That was very interesting. Do you know, I mean, so it's all of your data, I mean, your analysis is based on DNA sequence data? I mean, you're not culturing the microbiome, right?
Yeah.
Right.
The geometry, no. Now, geometry from the sequence there. The crystal DNA sequence there. Analysis is after that, post the bioinformatics geometry data. Yeah, for the sequence to the count. Typically, we analysis data based on count there.
First, thank you for the speech, doctor. And my question is about what will be the minimum size of a microbiota sample for the statistical data to be reliable?
Yeah, could you speak? Could you repeat again? Could you
repetir
close
un poco
loud,
más?
darling? Yeah.
Sí, ¿puedes repetir un poco más fuerte la pregunta quizás o
Yeah.
con otro micrófono?
A little bit
And
louder,
what will
perhaps.
be the minimum size of a microbiota sample for the statistical date to be reliable?
Microbiota, right?
Yeah,
Or summer size, right? Yeah. Typically, the summer size, microbiome data summer is very small, very small. So, but we generally the microbiome data set they have too many taxonomy, so we call that a variable for statistics. So that's very challenge for that. So if you know the equations for the mathematics, if they have three variables, x, y, z, we should have three equations. But if you just only two equations, that model cannot be solved. So that's a challenge. We call that we cannot determine the solution. We cannot, yeah. So that's a challenge. We just talk about large P, small n problem.
So we have space for one more question, please. So, Dr. Boone.
Thank you for that presentation and congratulations on the success of your book. Books. So when we do, say, shotgun metagenomics sequencing, does that make these problems easier or more difficult to address when you have a larger sort of sequence from microbe data sets?
You mean shotgun, right? Shotgun
Yeah,
data.
yeah.
Yeah, shotgun data is typically they are generally services. We can use the shotgun data set to a lot of functions, right? Because the shotgun data have archaea, fungi, expected bacterial. But compared to the 16 sequence, the sequence sequence just for the bacterial. But micro data set we can use analysis of some functions. Function. So there are more there are different things. In the literature, they have these two kind of data set. They have their own advantage and disadvantage. Shotgun data set, we can go deep. We can dig deep. So there we can go to the species level, gene level. But for the bacterial 16 data set, generally for 16 data approach, but typically the species level not as stable. So we typically can just provide accurate estimated for the gene level, not the species level. But shotgun have advantage for the 16 data.
Thank you very much, doctor. So, agradecemos nuevamente al doctor por su
We would like to
presentación.
thank Dr. Chia for his presentation. To wrap up this scientific journey of infections and immunity, we will receive Dr. Kaleshi, who will give some wrap-up words. Thank you very much, Antonia.
Es como bien tarde
It
y
is a
se
little
valora
bit
mucho
late, and we value a lot the commitment by the team of the room
tenemos que salir acá antes de las
that
7.
once
Así que si están las puertas
we
cerradas,
need
yo
to
creo que nos
go
acomodamos todos, ¿verdad?
before
En
7,
blandito
we
del piso, sí, yo creo que
accommodate.
hay unos colchones acá. Así que bueno, eso, muchas gracias
Yeah.
al equipo de
Well,
acá,
thank you
audiovisual
to the
y
team,
digital de
audiovisual and
coordinación.
so forth,
El equipo que
the
hizo
coordination, the
posible
team
esta
who made
jornada.
possible
La
this
doctora Bueno hizo
journey.
una muy
Dr.
buena
Bueno did
presentación
a
del
very
grupo.
good presentation,
No había mencionado a Antonia en la
and I
mañana,
didn't
así que
mention Antonia in the
siénteme
morning,
culpable todo el día.
and I feel
Ella ha sido
guilty
muy
all day
importante.
long.
Por supuesto, los
It's been
invitados
very important,
internacionales,
and of course, the
nuestro
international
colega de
guests,
Grecia,
our colleagues
no se ha quedado dormido,
Greece.
yo lo estaba mirando, efectivamente
He's
estaba
not
despierto
been,
todo el tiempo, no se ha quedado
he's
dormido,
been awake all
cosa
the
que yo
time,
me sorprende.
something I am
Y bueno, y la
surprised
pasión
about.
que cada uno de ustedes ha puesto en sus
And passion
presentaciones,
each of you have
las
put in your
preguntas, muchas
presentation,
preguntas de
questions,
estudiantes,
many
muy bien.
questions by
Así que eso,
students, very good.
los invitados van a seguir trabajando
The
con
guests
nosotros
we
durante
will
la
keep on
semana.
working with us
Mañana en la
during
mañana
the
vamos al
week.
laboratorio
Tomorrow
GLP, en la
morning
tarde
we are
van a haber
going to
presentaciones de
the
estudiantes de
INGP
doctorado.
laboratory. In the
El
afternoon there will be
miércoles vamos a
presentations
La
by
Serena
PhD
al
students.
Congreso
On
de
Wednesday we're going to
Bioquímica.
Serena
El
to the
jueves volvemos,
Biochemistry
como parte
Congress.
de un
We are
curso
coming back on Thursday.
que
As a
tenemos,
part of a
la
course,
doctora Bueno
we've got
Peñalosa tiene
Dr.
un curso, estoy
Bueno
junto con mi
and
curso,
Dr.
vamos a hacer una
Peñalosa with
sesión
me have a
con
course.
los
We will
estudiantes
be
de
together with
doctorado.
my course, and
Y el
we will
viernes y
have a
sábado
session with
vuelven
PhD
a
students. On
sus
Friday and
lugares
Saturday they are coming to
origen, si es
their
que los dejan salir del país,
homes.
porque
If
puede
there
que
are,
complique la salida.
if
No, va a estar todo bien.
they can go out
Muchas
the
gracias
country.
nuevamente. Este
No,
tipo de
everything's going to be
actividades
okay. Thank
son
you very much again.
importantes
These
y
kind of
por
activities are
supuesto
important,
espero que
and
lleguen
of
todos bien a su
course,
casa. Muy buenas
for you
seis
to,
hambre.
you can have a nice return home.
Muchas gracias a los traductores
Oh, thank you
de
very
la
much,
Universidad Doctor Boom, por el
translators,
trabajo que hicieron
for the work
en
they
traducir todas las
done
presentaciones
in
en los idiomas
translating
que
all the
tocan. Así que
presentations in the
muchas gracias por
corresponding
su asistencia y
languages.
compromiso.
Thank you for your attendance and your commitment.
Sí. Muchas gracias, doctor Calergis, por sus palabras. Asimismo,
Thank you very
agradecemos al
much,
equipo
Dr. Kalesis, for
organizador y
his
a todas
words.
las
We
instituciones que
likewise we
brindaron su
want to
apoyo para
thank
la
the organizing
realización de
team
este
and all the
evento. Y por
institutions who give
supuesto,
their
también expresamos
support for
nuestra gratitud a
organizing
todos ustedes por su presencia y
these events.
participación. Que tengan muy buenas tardes.
Thank you for your participation.